Hey, I'm Dan. I'm also Dan. Dan. Ready to go on a little journey with me, Allie?
I'm so ready, man.
Okay.
I'm very excited about it. I've never played this or heard of this game.
Hopefully it's not extremely boring. But it's like very peaceful. It's like a detective, it's like a quiet detective thing.
Okay, I'm into that.
Hello everyone. Welcome to Jan Time. So Aaron is away. I believe he's boxing.
Aaron is at Scribble Showdown.
Oh, Aaron's at Scribble Showdown right now. Okay. Aaron's doing stuff that's not here. So, if you're cool with it, folks, I would like to take you on a little journey that I went on in my childhood. When I was 13 or so, this game came out, Gabriel Knight, Sins of the Fathers. It was a Sierra game. It was the darkest of the Sierra franchises, like Space Quest and Police Quest. It was the darkest of those. And you're a detective, well, kind of a freelance detective in New Orleans, and you're trying to solve these voodoo murders. So I love this game. It's kind of very quiet and slowly paced. There's a lot of interviewing people and voice acting and stuff like that. So just kind of buckle up for like a nice chill ride. But I think I can get this done in 10 episodes because there's 10 days to the story. And with that, let's do it. Let's play a new game. I'm very excited. This, by the way, is the 20th anniversary edition, so the graphics are a little updated. And oh, I should also say I never beat this game as a kid because it was very difficult and confusing. And I only beat it this past like year and a half ago when I played it during the pandemic with my wife. So it was the fulfillment of a dream, and now I'd like to share it with all of you. Okay, so here we go. Ah yes, you will see this scene many times. Lighting a woman on fire, like you do. Tears are shed. She turns into a leopard. I mean, you've heard this story 1,000 times. Bloody medallion. Snake around the neck. Taking you to Bourbon Street. That's where your store is. These are the dreams that plague the main character, Gabriel Knight. And there he is hanging. Just hanging out. And he wakes up in a cold sweat. That's how his dreams go every night. And then this is Jane Jensen. She is the one who created this game. Brilliant writer. One of the best writers at Sierra. She also worked on King's Quest VII, I believe. Maybe it's King's Quest 6 actually. But she did a lot of really cool stuff. And I'm just gonna let this play for 1 second because I love the music. Oh hell yeah, that's like a Tool song. Oh, that's good stuff. I'm getting amped. Got the chills, man. Okay. All right, so normally I'd listen to this whole thing, but we're doing a show. So let's go for it. Yes, I don't want to, but you know. Okay, so here we are. Day 1, beautiful New Orleans, very early morning. I dreamt of blood upon the shore, of eyes that spoke of sin. The lake was smooth and deep and black, as was her scented skin. Spooky shit. Ugh, fucking littering. Okay, so this is Grace. She works with you. You're Gabriel Knight, an author who has a used bookstore, St. George's Books. And Grace is your assistant who works there. and you two have kind of like a,
Mm-hmm. I bet. Just a minute.
well, you'll see.
It lives, I see. Do you want to speak with Lolita? I'm sorry, but Gabriel's allowed. I mean, he's out. You know, you could do better. I know I don't know you, but you could do better. Bye-bye.
Damn, Grace is spicy.
Good morning. You look like hell. Did you have another nightmare last night?
Yes, because having nightmares is what I do, apparently. 7th damn night in a row.
I told you, it's that voodoo book you're researching. That stuff can seriously screw with your karma.
Unfortunately, I don't think my readers would go for a horror novel about fluffy bunny rabbits. So voodoo it is.
You mean your reader? She lives in Wisconsin, doesn't she?
Damn.
Bite me.
Hey, what goes on in your bed stays in your bed as far as I'm concerned. I have messages for you when you want them.
So that's Gabriel Knight. That's how he talks. He was actually voiced by the amazing Tim Curry in the original version. This game had amazing voice actors. Tim Curry, who you may know as the sweet transvestite from Rocky Horror Picture Show, among a million other roles. Mark Hamill was in the original game. Grace Nakamura was voiced by Leah Remini from King of Queens, and Michael Dorn from Star Trek The Next Generation, the Klingon. He was in this game as well. Okay, so Gabriel Knight was unusual in that he was the first Sierra hero, quote unquote, of one of these games who was sort of like a little bit of an anti-hero, you know? He was a lout, as Grace says, very like flawed character, whereas someone like King Graham from King's Quest was more of like your classic good guy hero. But he and Grace have this sort of relationship where they go back and forth. She gives him a ton of crap about everything, but they secretly care a lot about each other.
Don't mind if I do.
Do what?
Oh, nothing.
Oops, sorry. I meant to talk to her, not look at her. Okay, here we go.
Got a minute, Grace?
What's up?
Oops. Okay, voodoo. These are all the topics that I can talk to her about. This is how the game is set up mostly. You're a detective and you're trying to figure out all these clues to solve these voodoo murders that are going on in New Orleans. Personally, I've always been super fascinated by voodoo, so this game really like captivated me.
What do you know about voodoo?
I didn't know much of anything about it until you started researching it for your book. Now I know that it's active in the city. There's that shop and museum. It can clearly be dangerous in the wrong hands. You should be careful investigating it.
What do you know about the voodoo murders?
Just what I read in the papers, same as you.
Okay, so now with this game, if there's something very plot-oriented that needs to happen, it'll be in yellow.
Did you find any good voodoo resources for me?
The best in the city are supposedly the Dixieland Drugstore and the Historical Museum of Voodoo. Both are right here in the French Quarter.
How would I ever manage without you?
You? Give me a break. The devil himself couldn't change you.
Well, if the devil had great legs, perhaps. Like yours.
And a riveting personality, I'm sure. If you need any more research done, just ask. It's not as though we're swamped with customers.
That's another continuing running theme. Nobody ever comes in this store, and Gabriel is a mostly unsuccessful writer.
What can you tell me about New Orleans?
I've only been here 2 months, but I love it. It's so much more alive than any place I've been. It feels like anything's possible here.
I do agree. New Orleans is an amazing town. And also, like, I said I was fascinated by voodoo growing up. I can't remember if it was because of this game or not. I think it might have been. But you actually learn a lot about the history of it as you go further.
Do you have messages for me?
Your friend Detective Mosley called. Talkative, isn't he?
Especially with you. What did he want?
He told me to tell you that his mother's maiden name is Humphrey, and that he left some photos for you at the station, at the front desk.
It's about time.
Let me guess. This has to do with the voodoo murders, right? Some kind of inside police information? Did you tell him you'd put him in your new book?
Maybe. A writer has a certain obligation to his readers, you know.
Gabriel, you know you'll never put him in your book. Your main character's a female orthodontist. You're gonna be reincarnated as a pit bull if you keep screwing with your karma.
As long as it's a male pit bull with a really big...
That's enough. Thanks.
So Mosley, the detective, is the guy who was voiced by Mark Hamill, aka Luke Skywalker in the original. And he's a detective who is a good friend of Gabriel's. They go way back. Gabriel became an author. Mosley became a detective. Mosley wants to be in his book. Gabriel is fascinated by what's going on with Mosley's detective work. So he sort of uses that, he sort of dangles that carrot of like, I'll put you in my book if you tell me cool police stuff. And so that's a running thing as well.
Do you have messages for me?
You got a call from someone named Wolfgang Ritter. He was calling from Germany. He told me it was urgent. Maybe you should give him a call.
Call Germany? Like hell. If it's really important, he'll call back.
Well, fine. Let's just hope he's not with the German lottery for pitiful American authors.
This takes place when the game was first published in 1993, so many years before WhatsApp and FaceTime, so a call to Germany was not cheap.
Do you have messages for me?
Your grandmother called.
I keep meaning to get over there. What did she say? Did she sound good?
She sounded great. We had a nice little chat about you.
Grace?
Don't worry, I didn't go into detail about your cardinal sins. Not that anything about you could surprise her. She adores you anyway.
She's my girl.
And she sent over that box on the table for you.
That's another thing I like about Gabriel Knight as a character. He loves his grandma, and just like me, my grandma's like, as you know, like one of my best friends, and she just turned 95. So, happy birthday, Granny Sexbang.
Tell me about yourself, Grace.
What do you want to know?
How come we haven't gone out yet?
I'm still waiting around for that lobotomy. As soon as I get it, I'll let you know, okay?
Burn.
How do you like working at St. George's Books?
Well, it's not exactly a huge intellectual challenge. Although the math in your record books could confuse Einstein. Still, I love old books. And it's a nice way to pay the bills while I explore the city for a summer. If you ever pay me, that is.
I'm sure he'll get around to it.
What do you do after work?
I either go to my oil painting class or my Tai Chi. You know that.
You can go overboard with this improving yourself stuff. You don't want to alienate us mere mortals.
Oh, I suppose I should just allow my mind and body to atrophy.
Works for me. How old are you?
Old enough to know about men like you.
Just tell me anything at all.
I just got my master's in history and classics. My folks wanted me to go on right away for my PhD, but 18 years of school was enough. I needed a break.
Just tell me anything at all.
I came to New Orleans because I'd read so much about it. I thought spending a few months here would clear my head.
I'm gonna try one more.
Just tell me anything at all.
I've been studying Tai Chi for 10 years. It's a very spiritual discipline. I'm sure discipline of any sort isn't something that would appeal to you, Gabriel.
Nothing, I guess. Never mind.
I love,
Are they, are they?
Oh no, they're not romantic with each other.
They're so cute though.
I know, I love Jane Jensen's writing. They feel very much like real people.
So, what's new, Grace?
Your use of mathematics, for one thing. These books are unbelievable.
What can I say? I refuse to be bound by rules.
The strap marks on your bedpost speak otherwise.
Damn. All right. We'll leave it at that for now. But you can tell they've got quite a relationship going. So every morning in this game, you want to check the newspaper and see what's going on.
Today's newspaper is on the counter.
Also, that is the voice of the narrator. She is awesome. I love her voice. It adds so much to this game.
Times dated June 18th, 1993. The Aquarius horoscope says, potential storms ahead. Proceed with caution and do not get involved with anything new at this time.
Right.
As you might guess, he's going to get involved with something new and not proceed with caution. So, okay. Voodoo murders terrify residents. 6 murders in 2 months have pushed the residents of New Orleans into a cold state of fear. The crimes have been dubbed the Voodoo Murders due to the ritual trappings found at the crime scenes. The police have no leads, but they said in a press statement today that the victims are all out-of-towners. That's cold comfort for natives who have been locking their doors at night and leaving the once rollicking streets of the French Quarter deserted. The mayor has promised a swift resolution to the case, but so far neither the NOPD or the perpetrators seem to be listening. Okay, so now before I go out, there's a few things I need to take care of around the bookstore.
The box has Gabriel's name on it, written in his grandmother's handwriting. Gabriel's father's old sketchbook sits on the top.
Okay, so let's grab that sketchbook. Take a quick peek at it.
Gabriel looks fondly at his father's sketchbook and charcoal pencil. Images haunt the pages of Philip Knight's sketchbook, the way they must have haunted his mind. The images touch a deep chord in Gabriel. So familiar are they that he finds it hard to believe they aren't from his own subconscious.
And who wouldn't look fondly upon their father's sketchbook with pictures of a bleeding demon and medallion? But there is the leopard and the snake from his dreams, so you know something's up right away. Okay, let's take a peek down here. Okay, lots of stuff to look at.
Gracie's resume. She was way overqualified. And also the only person who applied. I practically own stock in these guys.
Oh, magnifying glass, should definitely take that.
Mind if I borrow the magnifying glass?
No, Sherlock. Just bring it back when we get the next estate shipment.
Sexy picture.
Fun times.
Some hairspray.
I don't use hairspray. Nope, not me.
Gabriel's very particular about his hair.
I forget where that came from, but seems like a nice place to visit. Just a few self-help books. That one on top was a joke gift from Mosley.
It's his fear of commitment.
I always had a thing for St. George, the one who slew a dragon. Yeah, it's probably bigger than this little guy, though. That's from Gran. She likes to think it means someone's watching over me. I'm not so sure about that, but I don't have a heart to get rid of it.
Okay, so the tweezer is twinkling, which is probably a good sign that we should grab it.
I'm going to take the tweezers for a bit.
Good. You're beginning to look a bit scruffy.
Damn. She just said your eyebrows are out of control.
Local interest piece on the store. It didn't garner the sympathy sales I was hoping for.
There's a lot of references to how the store is not doing well financially.
Someone left those here after Mardi Gras.
Okay. I think we're good.
Those keychains were for a promo I tried once, before I realized it was hopeless.
Last thing.
Not so lucky for the rabbit, was it?
It's a great point. Okay. Now, we need to grab some books.
If you try to look down my shirt one more time, I'm leaving.
Just trying to refresh my memory.
I know what you're trying to refresh, and it isn't your memory. Get down.
Whoops, not the ladder. Bookshelf. Okay. World of Snakes.
It's a book about the world of snakes.
Well, thank you.
Hey, that's interesting. Snakes can sense their prey by vibration.
Did you know that medieval legends about dragons and giant worms are actually based on snakes? You know, dragons, devils, sea monsters. They've always been associated with snakes.
Grace, get alive.
She's giving you good info, man. Snakes can hunt in total darkness. They can use their sight to find their prey, but they also hunt by vibration. They are attracted to vibrations, hoping for an easy meal. They are often drawn to motors and machines for this reason. I did not know that. I learned a thing.
Gabriel leafs through a German-English dictionary.
Mittag means midday, noon.
Gabriel leafs.
Besessen means possessed. That's handy to know.
This will all come into play later.
Gabriel leafs.
Himmel means heaven. Huh.
Gabriel leafs.
Himmel means
Oh, all right.
Drei Drachen kriegen in meinen Schlaf. Die Seele wollen sie lebendig zum Fraß. Feurigen Atems, gespaltener Zunge, genießen sie jedes Mal.
That's nice. Kinda creepy, though. Who's the author?
Heinz Ritter. I'm not sure what it says, but I get the feeling this guy was one sick puppy.
So, Drei Drachen means 3 dragons. That's, you learn that if you read the German-English dictionary a little bit more, but we don't have time. We've got shit to do. Okay, so let's go over to the cash register. Pop it open and grab something real quick.
Gabriel opens a cash register to examine the take, or in the case of St. George's books, the mistake.
Damn. The narrator talks a lot of shit, too. Gabriel kind of gets it from all sides.
It's a $20 gift certificate left over from yet another dismal failure of a promotion.
I trust you can live without this old gift certificate.
Knock yourself out.
Yeah, there's straight up like $22 in that cash register. Which in 1993 money was, you know, like $35. Okay, so take a look at this painting.
3 snakes in a skull. Gabriel's father painted it.
What a wacky offbeat kind of guy Daddy was.
So 3 snakes, you might notice the connection to 3 dragons that we saw in the book.
Nope, no safe full of money back there.
Okay, now let's head into the bedroom. Got a couple more things to grab. Okay, so there's some hair gel back here that we're going to need.
I'll take this hair gel. You never know when you'll need a touch-up.
A touch-up. This black shirt looks pretty classy.
I might be able to use this black shirt.
And the flashlight.
I might need a flashlight.
Also, it's interesting, you know, 1993 doesn't feel like that long ago in my brain, but I'm looking at the typewriter and this like old school boombox, and I'm like, man, you don't see either of those anymore.
The typewriter is beginning to accumulate cobwebs.
Should I feel guilty? Nah.
He's a writer and he's struggling to come up with new ideas, which is part of the reason he's interested in the voodoo murders. He's hoping it might kind of spark something.
The typewriter is too heavy to lug around.
Can't. Writer's block.
Okay.
The Creole Grandams will hold their annual Gardenia Festival in Tea this coming Tuesday at the Sons of Burgundy Hall. Admission is free. You're listening to KLEB in Nolens.
The club.
Where we play the best music 24 hours a day. At Giant Discount Bookstore, we discount every title 50%. When you see our selection and prices, you'll never want to shop with those little guys again. Do you have men problems?
Okay.
Someone put a hex on you?
Got it.
Call Sister Crop.
It's no use. I can't sleep.
I know how he feels. Okay. I think we're good. So it is now time to head out into the world.
I'll be back later.
Have fun.
I love that he always makes a big show that he's leaving, and she's like, whatever. Okay, so this is how travel in the game works. This is the night that is the St. George's bookstore, so that's home base. And you got the St. Louis Cathedral, the Voodoo Museum, the Dixieland Drugstore, the Overlook, which looks out on the park of Jackson Square, and the police station. They said that Mosley, the detective, had left some pictures for us in a manila envelope, so we're going to head over there. All right, let's head in. It's Frick! He seems cool.
The desk sergeant looks like a poster boy for heart disease. 30 extra pounds between his armpits and his belt, and a complexion the consistency of gray oatmeal. In other words, a typical product of good southern cooking.
All right, let's talk to Frick.
Got a second, officer?
What can I do you for?
I always like to talk to strangers about voodoo. It really puts them at ease.
What do you know about voodoo?
Me? Nothing. I'm a Catholic boy.
What can you tell me about the voodoo murders?
I'm not allowed to give out information on police cases.
Okay, so this guy's going to be very helpful.
What can you tell me about Nolens?
I'll tell you, I'm glad as hell it's not Mardi Gras. If it weren't for that 1 month a year, being a cop in Nolens would be a real pleasure. As it is, I'd rather stick behind this desk.
All right, let's get those photographs.
I was supposed to pick up some photos from Detective Mosley at the front desk.
Is that right? And who are you?
My name is Knight. Gabriel Knight.
Yeah, I got something for you, all right. As soon as you're done talking, I'll give it to you.
I'm here to see Detective Mosley.
He's out at a crime scene. Sorry.
Ah, all right, a crime scene. Time to butt in as a freelance policeman.
Where's the crime scene? Is it related to the voodoo murders?
Crime scene information is police confidential. We don't need any more looky-loos than are probably already there.
Tell me about yourself.
Who, me? I'm the desk sergeant, Frick. Why?
Frick?
That's right. You got a problem with that?
Not at all.
I think it's frickin' awesome.
Hey, nice precinct.
Think so, huh? That's peachy. That means more to me than you could know.
Okay, I think I've gotten all the charm I can get out of this guy.
Here's that envelope for you, Gabriel Knight.
Thanks.
Okay, let's take a look at this envelope, see what we got going on here.
Gabriel opens the manila envelope and finds 2 photographs.
Let's see
The
him.
photograph of Mosley was apparently taken upon his graduation from the police academy. He had hair then.
Okay, so
The photograph of Mosley was apparently taken upon his
all right, this is of
graduation
a
from the
slightly
police
younger
academy.
Mosley. That's our
He had
buddy.
hair then.
And I believe the other shot was of the voodoo murder.
One of the photos from Mosley
Ouch.
is an official voodoo murders crime scene shot. A graphic close-up of a victim.
Poor Hugh Jackman. All right, so yeah, this is what's going on with these voodoo murders. You can see the chicken feathers, and the victims have had their hearts cut out. Pretty brutal. So let's go nose our way into the crime scene. Also, before we go, let's just take note of this garbage can.
Interesting design for a trash can. Must have been on sale at Cops R Us.
Just interesting that it would have a snake on it. Okay, so let's get back on our motorcycle. Now we head to Jackson Square. Okay, so here we are in a nice little area of New Orleans. Jackson Square. It's got a friendly motorcycle policeman. I'm sure he'll be cool, as they all have been thus far.
Good day, officer.
Yeah, you too. Keep moving.
Terrific. Okay, so he's got the radio, and that's important.
You white-faced geek!
Mind
You
if
want
I
to eat
use
my
your
fist?
radio?
What are you, nuts? Forget it.
Touchy.
All right, I don't know who yelled "white-faced geek." That was just ambience. Ooh, all right. So clearly, the information I want about the murderer is coming through on that radio, but I can't get near it. So this mime. You can kind of see he follows people around, and hello.
People seem to be enjoying the park.
You
despite the
white-faced
lack of
geek! You want to eat
sunshine.
my fist?
Oh, okay, so it's this guy. It's Buff Dude telling the mime to F off, basically. Because the mime follows people around. So, now, is he following me? Yeah, okay. So I have to lead him down here to the... God damn it. Now he's following her. Son of a... I hate this mime. I hate mimes!
Well, I never. Leave me alone, you man.
That'll tell him. All right, so I have to lure the mime to the police officer. You know, like you do. Okay, so I've got his attention. Follow me, you white-faced geek. Okay, sweet. So now he's gonna annoy the cop.
Hey, cut that out. I told you to stop that. All right, mister, you want some of this? Why, you little...
Some classic cop on mime action. Okay, so this is good stuff. The radio is now free.
Anyone seen Joe?
Gabriel picks up the headset and listens.
Ambulance 91, have you located the crime scene? They've radioed for you 3 times. Damn, did you say it was north of the Lake Retreat Country Club? South, Lakeside Drive, north of the Piedmont Pier, south of the Country Club. Man, I don't know if it's the clouds out here today or what.
You white-faced geek, you want to eat my fist?
Keep it down, buff dude.
Having trouble. Must have been hallucinogens in the coffee this morning. It's just so misty out here or something. Hey, I see a squad car. I got him, Molly. Thank God. Have a good one, 91.
Interesting.
Hey, you, get away from that bike.
Sorry.
Sorry, I got a cool jacket. Perfect for motorcycle riding. Okay, so now I know where the crime scene is, and I can go bother the people that are trying to do their jobs there. Also, this drummer is important.
A lone drummer beats out a haunting rhythm on a large African drum.
Hey there, nice beat. I dig it.
The drummer does not respond.
Okay, so he's not super friendly, but it is important to take note of him for later. Okay, so let's hit the map. And so this is just the French Quarter of New Orleans, this map here. But now, because I know where the crime scene is, I can go to Greater New Orleans. And there it is. So this is the French Quarter. That'll take me to the more intricate map. And out here is Lake Pontchartrain. And there's my boy Mosley. And the dead guy.
Hey, Mostly.
Huh? Knight, you wiener, I told you not to call me that.
Feeling jumpy?
Who, me? Don't be stupid. How'd you find me?
Oh, I was just driving by.
Uh-huh. Well, I guess I can let you see it for the book, but don't tell anyone, huh?
This is fine.
Definitely another voodoo murder. Same MO and no freaking clues. We're still waiting on an ID for the body.
Oh, that's disgusting. Isn't this a rather public area for this kind of thing?
Yeah, they're freaking ghosts, these guys. Lakeshore Drive isn't exactly the 10 expressway, but it is open to the public. No reports and nothing. Now, who the hell is that?
Okay, here we go.
Good day, Miss Getty.
What's going on, officer?
Detective Mosley, ma'am. We got a little problem here, but nothing for you to be concerned about.
I see. Thank you, Detective. And good day, gentlemen.
I'm in love.
Forget it. That's Molly at Getty. She's about as far out of your reach as the moon. Probably on her way to meet some guy with a yacht right now.
Near here?
The lake's a popular place for country clubs.
If she's out here a lot, maybe she saw something or heard something.
Nah, nobody ever sees or hears nothing. I told you. Besides, you just don't go around bothering people like her.
We've about wrapped it up, sir.
Well, let's get the meat wagon moving then. Stick around and take notes for the book if you want. Watch out for the muck and the water moccasins, though. If you want to talk, I'll be at the station tomorrow.
Thanks.
Okay, there goes Mosley, and that was Malia Getty, the mysterious woman who has captured Gabriel's heart with one quick peek. So let's take a look at this blood, huh?
Ugh, that's a lot of blood.
You're damn tootin' it is.
No, I've got no way to take that with me, and I don't want to.
Okay. So we've got some marks here in the sand. Let's take a look at those.
There's a pattern to the lines in the sand, but only one small area is clearly defined.
Okay, so let's take them down.
Gabriel can't take the lines without some help.
Oops. What I meant was, let's get the sketchbook. And then we can take the marks down.
Let me try to copy this down.
There we go. We got the little chimes of you did something right. Okay, and here's some tracks.
Looks like there was something here. I should take a closer look.
See what's going on over here. Okay. So now we're searching the sand for, well, we don't know exactly what yet, but there it is. Don't know what it is, but let's take our trusty magnifying glass and find out.
It looks like a scale of some sort.
Well, let's
The
take it.
scale is too delicate to pick up by hand.
Well, fortunately, my desire to have no unibrow has allowed me to have these tweezers, so I can grab it with that.
Gabriel carefully uses the tweezers to take the small, iridescent scale.
I think it's a snake scale, but it beats the hell out of me what kind.
All right. And if I don't know if you took note, but there was sort of like a crisscross mesh pattern next to the scale. That's important as well. And there's some clay down here, so you can grab that. Get some clay so we can play down by the bay.
I'll take some of this clay with me.
All right. I think we're good. So let's hop back into the French Quarter. It's starting to get a little late, so we're going to head back to the bookstore.
Hey, Grace, here I am.
Oh boy, party time.
I love their relationship. Okay, so let's talk to Grace and see if she's learned anything.
Got a minute, Grace?
What's up?
Okay, so here, this is the new thing, request research. Oh, and snakes. Snakes is new.
Do you know anything about snakes?
Doing a family tree, Gabriel?
Very funny.
I'm a
I
Slytherin.
mean real snakes, you know, scaly, cold-blooded. I would have thought you'd find them empathetic.
Mm-hmm. I know very little about reptiles of any kind and prefer to keep it that way. I think there's a book on snakes around here somewhere, though.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Could you do some research for me?
Sure, what?
Check out Malia Getty.
Could you see what you can find out about a woman named Malia Getty?
The name Getty sounds familiar. What's your interest in her?
Gas stations.
Oh, just, you know, stuff about the voodoo murders. If you can get an address.
Mm-hmm. The murders, right. I'll see what I can find out. Well, it's about closing time.
So it is. Good night, Gracie.
Good night, Gabriel. And try not to dream, okay?
I like little lines like that. It shows you she cares about Gabriel, even though she gives him shit all the time. And that is the end of day 1. Not bad. Looks like I'm having nice dreams again. Yes, yes, burning woman, pilgrim watches, pilgrim cries. Woman turns to leopard, slashes man, medallion gets bloody. You know the drill. Snake around neck turns into noose. Man is hanging. Then it's Gabriel. And what will happen is, as the story goes on, more of his dream will be revealed. And so after another sleepless night, it is now day 2. A mask I wore as I approached, I was what I am not, and though the pattern was unclear, its meaning could be bought. Bastard. Smacking our door with papers. Just invent the internet already. And Grace comes in and opens the store.
Good morning. Don't you look swell today? Actually, swollen. So have some. There's a fresh pot on the table. Seriously, you look like hell. Your hair is sticking straight up like a... Oh, it always does that. Never mind.
Ha ha.
Did you dream about the fire and the hanged guy and that lion thing last night?
It's a leopard.
Not lion. Did you get anything on Malia Getty?
Well, I did get her address, but you're a little out of your league here, big fella. The Gettys own 3 local hospitals, just to name a few of their assets. They run in very high circles.
Did you get an address?
I got the address. I suppose this has nothing to do with the fact that Malia Getty is incredibly gorgeous. I should have known you wouldn't go for a rich, ugly socialite.
And that address is?
Hey, far be it from me to postpone your total humiliation. It's 557 West Ingram. That's the Garden District. Estate City.
That's all I wanted to know. And yes, my dear, Malia Getty is the most dangerous looking diversion I have ever seen. Ouch.
Ugh, men.
You know, it's probably not that noticeable now, 30 years later, but at the time, I remember there being a thing about his love interest in this game being interracial. It's again, doesn't seem like much now, but in 1993, that I don't think that had been really seen before in video games. A lot of this stuff was kind of new. This was unusually dark for a video game at the time, but yeah, 9 more days of Gabriel Knight for this story, and I hope you all enjoy it and join me, won't you? All right, cool. Thanks, everyone. Next time on Game Grumps. See you later. Bop, 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 bop. Hello, and welcome back to Dan Time, episode 2 of Gabriel Knight. It is day 2, and let's just had our morning cup of coffee and said hello to Grace. So let's take a look at the newspaper and see what's up. What's up in New Orleans today? Today being June in 1993.
Times dated June 19th, 1993. A front-page article describes the most recent of the voodoo murders. Gabriel scans it but learns nothing new. The article reiterates that the voodoo aspect of the crime is faked. Gabriel shivers. It looked real enough to him. Elsewhere, there's an article about the history of Jackson Square, called the Plaza d'Armes under French rule. It was used for executions, firing squads, hangings, even impalements and breaking on the wheel. Yikes! Of course, these days, it's mostly a hangout for tourists, street musicians, and local artists. Gabriel also scans the Aquarius horoscope for the day. Chances of a dark star rising on this day. Do not trust your instincts.
I feel a dark star rising, all right. Rawr.
So you probably noticed the horoscopes absolutely have everything to do with Gabriel's life, and he completely ignores them every day. So, a walk through Jackson Square. Tourists and residents alike love Jackson Square, the French Quarter park that is all, I think that meant to say that is all things to all people. It is a respite from the heat, a spot for a picnic lunch, a place to walk the dog or sell one's artistic talents. You can lounge on the grass and enjoy a rendition of Saints in true Nola style any day of the week. Few know that the history of Jackson Square is a bloody one. Called La Plaza d'Armes under French rule, it was used for public executions, firing squads, hangings, even impalement and breaking on the wheel. It is a reminder that the dark side of New Orleans is never far away. Nice. Okay, so it is time to head out. Well, let me talk to Grace to make sure I'm not missing anything.
Got a minute, Grace?
What's up?
Okay, yeah, I think it's all the same normal stuff.
Done anything interesting lately?
By your definition? No. I prefer it that way.
Cool. So time for us to head out, and we'll go check out the Historical Voodoo Museum. Right after we say goodbye to Grace, and she does not care.
I've got some things I need to do.
Good luck.
Okay. So to the Voodoo Museum.
Welcome, my friend. Hello. I am the proprietor, Dr. John. If you have any questions, I will be happy to assist.
Great. My name is Knight, and I'll probably take you up on that.
Okay, so this is Dr. John, very important character in the story, head of the Voodoo Museum. As you may notice, that drummer, I don't know if it's the exact same one from the park, but there's one outside here, which is very strange.
A street drummer has settled outside the museum. Gabriel can't do anything with a drummer on the street.
Let's take a look around here, see what we got.
The back wall displays various voodoo items, such as offerings of fruits to the voodoo deities. Something about the shape of that knife gives Gabriel the creeps. That must be Marie Laveau.
Marie Laveau, we're about to learn a lot about her. But first we'll check out this sweet shrine.
The voodoo shrine is filled with items that both fascinate Gabriel and also make his skin crawl.
It's a nice little coffin. Bet I could fit in that.
This coffin is so small. Will that look sacrilegious?
I think you mean sacrilegious.
Wonder who that poor bastard was.
Oh, nope, that's the coffin.
A waste of some perfectly good wine, if you ask me. It wouldn't be much of a voodoo museum without a voodoo doll.
That actually reminds me. In one of my, maybe we talked about it on the show once, many years ago, I went to New Orleans and went into a voodoo store because, like I said, ever since I played this game as a kid, it's fascinated me. And I thought Susie, because she's into, like, stuff along these lines, I bought her a voodoo doll that was supposedly very authentic, and it was fucking hideous looking. And I gave it to her and she was like, "Oh, thank you." And Aaron was like, "Thank you." Now I get to look at that in my house. There's a severed arm. Oh, cool, I can take the flyer.
Magenta Moonbeam. Voodooian.
All right.
A flyer advertising Magenta Moonbeam, a local voodooian. Her parlor is on the corner of Orleans and Dauphine.
All right. Let's go talk to Dr. John. Oh, a wishing stump.
An official voodoo wishing stump. Rub it and make a wish, a card says.
Funny, I say the same thing to women. I wish Molly Getty were mine forever. Really, I mean it.
What was that?
Huh? Nothing.
I would definitely sanitize my hands after touching the wishing stump. That is a lovely dish holder.
It's an electrical switch.
Well, this isn't my place, so let's definitely go around touching stuff.
What does this do?
Turn that thing off.
Oh, sorry.
We have air conditioning, you see.
Yeah, I see.
Okay then. I've managed to piss off the proprietor. Always good.
An authentic-looking pole marks the center of the room. Authentic what? Gabriel isn't sure.
That is a big-ass snake.
A very large, very formidable-looking snake is secured in a plexiglass cage.
His name is Fluffy.
The snake is too far away.
The python is quite dangerous. I would stay back if I were you.
Thanks for the advice.
The python is very dangerous. I would only stand with my head back against it.
A beaded gourd is on display.
All right, let's talk to Dr. John.
Dr. John is a huge man. If his manner weren't so pleasant, he'd be intimidating.
Okay. Let's go chat with him and learn a little bit about the history of voodoo.
Could I ask you a few questions?
That is why I am here.
What can you tell me about voodoo?
Historical voodoo, or the voodoo currently practiced in the city.
Hit me with that historical voodoo.
Tell me about historical voodoo.
Very well. I will start at the beginning, Mr. Knight, and will go on from there at your prompting.
Sounds good.
As you may know, voodoo is a grassroots religion, formed by the mixing together of many different African tribal religions and Anglo religions, such as Catholicism or Protestantism. In other words, it is a religion born of the African slave trade. But African slaves were imported not only by the United States, but also into the West Indies, where the French and Spanish ran plantation islands. Prior to 1803, the New Orleans area was owned by France. The French Creole in those days owned many African slaves. But the Creole did not permit their slaves to gather, giving no chance for voodoo to breed here natively. The Creole also knew enough about the corrupted pagan practices of the West Indies slaves to ban the importings of slaves from that region.
Man, if this guy was my history teacher, I would have paid way more attention.
So, how did voodoo come to New Orleans?
After the Louisiana Purchase, American legislators relaxed regulations. Slaves were permitted to gather. The Americans also removed the ban on West Indies slaves. Around the same time, a slave revolt occurred in Santo Domingo, what is now Haiti. Between the lifting of the ban and the Haitian Revolt, West Indies slaves began pouring into New Orleans. Some of them were free people of color, freed or escaped slaves. Some came with their white owners who were fleeing from the revolt.
And what happened when the West Indies slaves got here?
They brought voodoo with them. The native slaves were more than enthusiastic about embracing it. It gave them power, Mr. Knight, if only in the form of a communal bond. Among the first meeting places were the Bayou St. John and the shore of Lake Pontchartrain. The early voodoos were heavy snake worshippers, worshipping the one they called the Great Zombie.
Rob Zombie?
Tell me more about historical voodoo.
By 1817, the voodoo activities were beginning to cause fear among the white slave owners. An ordinance was passed to forbid slave gatherings except in designated public areas at designated times. The time was Sunday afternoons, and the place, Congo Square. The slaves and free people of color gathered to dance simulations of their voodoo dances, right in sight of Creole society. Of course, they also continued to meet in private for the real thing.
Man, I want this guy to like read me stories every night before I go to bed.
Tell me more about historical voodoo.
There were a variety of kings and queens at first, voodoo priests and priestesses. But from about 1830, a single power emerged. This was a voodoo queen named Marie Laveau. Marie Laveau ruled voodoo in New Orleans for many years.
This stuff is so interesting to me, and I love that they put this in because it really makes you invested in the world of the game, and gives everything a lot more gravity once you understand kind of the setting that all this is taking place in.
Tell me about Marie Laveau.
There were actually two Marie Laveaux, mother and daughter. Most people thought they were the same woman. Her continued youth added to the mystique. The original, the mother, was also known as Widow Paris. It was she that began the empire.
Tell me more about Marie Laveau.
The Laveau tomb, where one or both of the Maries are believed to be buried, is in St. Louis Cemetery No. 1. It is a popular shrine for practitioners and tourists alike. I myself take tours through the cemetery on a regular basis.
Really? Do you have any running this week?
No, but the cemetery is open to the general public as well.
Looks like we're going to the cemetery.
Tell me more about Marie Laveau.
When the Widow Paris began to practice, there were many voodooians in the city. By 1830, she was voodoo queen of all New Orleans. The Widow Paris was a hairdresser for rich Creole ladies. She also paid household servants to spy for her. Between the two, she knew everything about everyone who mattered in New Orleans. She was not above using her information to appear psychic, to intimidate, or even to blackmail.
You sound as though you admire her.
For a black woman in the mid-1800s to gain power is an incredible thing, Mr. Knight. However she achieved it.
Okay, so now we're going to learn a little bit about current voodoo.
Tell me about current voodoo.
Many people think of voodoo in terms of magic spells or gree-gree. That kind of practice is actually called hoodoo and is only a part of true voodoo. Voodoo, the religion, has a strong following in New Orleans. In fact, it is growing quite rapidly. There are several voodoo churches or temples in the city, and others all across the United States. African Americans see it as a tradition all their own. Whites, and there are many in the religion, are attracted to it because they think it is exotic. I personally am more interested in the history of voodoo. Some of the new movements are copying Haitian or even African voodoo, but it is the voodoo of New Orleans that I find so intriguing.
Man, I don't know how many of you folks have been to New Orleans, but it really does feel, certain parts of it feel like a different country, like something totally its own outside of the US. It's a really cool place.
What do you know about the voodoo murders?
The killings in the newspaper. I know they have nothing to do with true voodoo in New Orleans.
What do you think of New Orleans?
It is the only city in the United States, as far as I am concerned.
Do you know anything about snakes?
Ah. You have perhaps noticed the museum snake, Mr. Knight?
It's gigantic.
They are beautiful creatures. Do you not agree? and the tourists seem to associate them with voodoo.
Tell me about yourself.
Me?
Yes, if you don't mind.
What is it you wish to learn?
Ooh, so many things.
Why did you open a voodoo museum?
The subject has fascinated me all my life, and I wanted to help preserve the cultural heritage it represents.
What kind of background in voodoo do you have?
Let us just say I cut my teeth on it, Mr. Knight. It is in my blood.
Do you do anything besides run the museum?
No, the museum does not make me a rich man, but my material needs are simple. I prefer to focus on my one true interest in life.
What are your own religious beliefs?
My beliefs are too personal and too complex to discuss with a layman, Mr. Knight.
Jewish.
Just tell me anything.
I am originally from the West Indies myself, you know.
Really? What brought you to New Orleans?
I was drawn here for personal reasons.
He's a mysterious dude.
Just tell me anything.
I am a vegetarian.
Really? I can't imagine living without meat.
That must be the hunter in you, Mr. Knight.
Let's do one more.
Just tell me anything.
I am not an easy person to get to know. I am a very private man.
Isn't that unusual for someone in the museum business?
Not at all. My displays speak for me.
That sounded
Actually,
like...
I can't think of a thing.
Then let us discuss something else.
Yeah, that sounded like a stop asking me about myself.
What exactly is hoodoo?
Hoodoo refers to magic folk traditions of the South. Hoodoo is a bastard of voodoo. Many of the Gree are similar, but hoodoo does not have the religious aspects of voodoo.
All right, cool. Let's do one little chat with him.
So how's the museum business?
Those who truly seek to understand are few, Mr. Knight. But even one can be an audience.
Sounds about like my shop.
All right. Let's head out of here, and,
I'll be going.
Come back again.
okay, so we can go check out... Oh, this is new. That's the Moonbeam residence that we got the flyer from.
A sign on the front door of Magenta's home reads, "Attuning with the Spirit Realm, back on June 22nd.
Oh my god. If I put that on my front door... Like, just leave the package, Amazon. I'm attuning with the spirit realm. I would love that. Okay, so in the meantime, let's go check out the cemetery. And there it is. Marie Laveau's tomb right there.
This is the tomb of Marie Laveau, Voodoo Queen of Narlands. A plaque on the tomb reads, Laveau.
Mosley and I used to switch street signs, but this is really sick.
Okay, we got some markings here.
Odd-looking marks adorn the Laveau tomb wall.
Looks like they were made with this brick.
Near the Laveau tomb is a piece of red brick. Undoubtedly a cast-off from spiritual graffiti writers.
See if we can take that. Cool. Because who wouldn't want to lug a brick around? Okay, so these markings are very interesting, so let's take them down in the sketchbook.
The marks are reddish in color and remind Gabriel of crosses. They look like they've been here a few days at least.
I want a copy of these strange marks.
Okay.
The marks are reddish and...
I think we got everything we need.
The wall doesn't work that... The wall doesn't work that way.
Well, why'd you give me the option then? Okay. Yes, it looks like we've got it. Okay. Come back to that later. So the guy I wanted to talk to just split. Let me see if I can
Vases seem to be a favorite decoration for the dead.
see if I can track him down. Here's the tomb. Wow, that looks beautiful. I always thought that was really cool. That looks good in this edition.
An angel draped dramatically over a stone plinth marks the entrance to a large tomb.
Okay, there he is. Gotta chat with this gentleman for a little bit.
An old man tends the cemetery with movements akin to a slow draw.
He seems like a chill dude.
Mind if I pick your brain a minute?
Go ahead. These folks ain't in no hurry.
I love a gravedigger with a good sense of humor.
What can you tell me about voodoo?
They say it was part of an old religion from Africa, brought here by slaves.
What do you know about the voodoo murders?
Isn't it just awful, them finding those bodies with the voodoo things around them? I don't think there's any real voodoo going on. Somebody trying to cover their tracks is all.
What can you tell me about Narlins?
Seem like everyone wants to visit Narlands at least once in their lives. And they love the cemetery tours. I see tourists in here every day of the year.
Do you know anything about snakes?
Snakes? I see snakes around here all the time. Most of them aren't poisonous, of course. I don't mind snakes myself, but lots of folks are afraid of them.
Let's talk about Marie Laveau. Why not? She's 2 feet away, all dead.
Do you know anything about Marie Laveau?
Sure. She was the voodoo queen of Narlands, a powerful voodooian and a powerful sorceress. Believers still come to her tomb, you know. They write secret marks on the walls, leave offerings. Then there's the tourists. They come out of curiosity. As a matter of fact, that big Dr. John fella from that voodoo museum, he's here at least once a day. But Marie Laveau's tomb isn't the only one the believers visit and make markings and leave offerings at.
Cool, that's good news. Let's see what's up with the other marked tombs.
You said there were other mock tombs?
Yep. I've seen bull hearts left on tombs and a nest of vulture feathers, plates of peas and congreve, animal parts, human parts even, it looked like. Male parts, if you get my meaning. And this is one of the great family crypts, mind you. Odd how them types just pick a spot and stick to it.
What did you mean by male parts?
Tell me about yourself.
My name is Toussaint Gervais. I'm the watchman here at St. Louis No. 1.
What exactly do you do here?
Oh, I keep the place tidy, of course, but a big part of my job, too, is looking out for the grievers, you know. People come to pay their respects, and they need looking out for. Sometimes they so grief-bound, they don't know what they doing.
Tell me something about St. Louis Cemetery No. 1.
You know why the dead are buried in tombs and not in the ground, don't you? The water table's too high. Them coffins will float right out of their graves. Ha! Them dead will go floating right down into the Calder. Of course, if it were Mardi Gras, nobody'd even notice. It's a historical place. People buried in here from the Civil War. Back further, too. Take a look around. You'll see.
It's pretty dark, but I think that's actually what happened during Katrina. A lot of the bodies from these above-ground cemeteries got washed away and were floating around the city. Spooky stuff happens in New Orleans, man. Okay, let's go. Well, actually, maybe he knows. What's up with... Yeah, what's up with these?
Does this mean anything to you?
Sure, I see them marks all the time on the tombs. Don't know what they mean, though.
Well, all right then.
I don't need to go visit the family tomb today.
Okay. Let's see the Getty tomb then. So this is Maya's family.
2 enormous vases flank the front of the Getty tomb. A stone angel leans down to gaze at something unseen. There's a small marble plate near the tomb doors. It's locked shut. The plate is in locked position. There's a keyhole on the plate, but Gabriel can't operate that without a key.
All right. Okay, I guess that's all we can do here for the moment. Let's see.
The tomb door is securely shut against the material world.
And I am a material girl. So let's go back to the map. Let's see. And I think it's time to go to the Dixieland drugstore.
Hello?
Huh?
Bonjour, Monsieur Walker.
Bienvenue, Madame Casona. Comment ça va? How you be feeling today?
Well, I'll tell you, Mr. Walker. I'm certain someone's buried a sleep knot bag somewhere near my steps. I haven't slept a wink, not in weeks.
Now, don't that beat all? Gonna need some easy night candles then, huh?
Do you think that would help? I do hope you're right. I said 3 rosaries this morning for Our Lady's intervention.
Rosary good, sure enough, but you burn them candles too, boy, you gonna whip any no-sleep gree-gree, I tell you for sure.
Very well, Mr. Walker. Put them on my account and send them around to my house. Oh, and there's another thing. I didn't catch her at it, but I know. Mrs. Lefebvre put stomachache powder in my tea at the last meeting of the Creole Grand Dame. I've been in misery.
Now, you put 9 pinheads up in the little box. Add a pinch of graveyard dust. Put it up under her front post step. That'll turn the trick back on Miss Lefebvre, and she be the one with the bellyache. I got the pins of dust right here if you want them.
If the Blessed Virgin will grant me her protection, I'll be safe from these practitioners of evil.
Oui, madame. Though, don't hurt to be proactive neither now, does it?
Naturellement, monsieur. Merci beaucoup.
Mais non, madame. It's nothing. Au revoir.
Au revoir, Monsieur Walker.
My grandma on my Israeli side used to give me the same advice. Okay, so it's good to know that woman does voodoo, so that might come into play later. But in the meantime, let's talk to Willie, who does not like people that he doesn't know.
The proprietor doesn't look especially friendly. His business probably doesn't depend on walk-ins.
Well, let's chat him up anyway. I'm sure he'll be cool.
Hi there. Is this your stall?
This the Dixieland drugstore. And I own it. Me. Name's Walker. Willie Walker.
Can you tell me what you know about voodoo?
This is a novelty shop, monsieur.
Do you think I'm stupid? This is a voodoo shop. Look at all this stuff.
These is novelties, curiosities. If people want to think they magic, it's not my concern, you know?
I do not believe him.
What do you know about the voodoo murders? What did you say?
Nothing. Them killings have nothing to do with my shop, monsieur.
Cabri sans corps.
What did you mean when you said Cabri Sanko?
I didn't say that.
You did. I heard you say it.
You heard wrong, monsieur. I said no such thing.
Cool, we're off to a good start. This guy really likes me.
Do you know anything about snakes?
What kind of snakes?
The kind they use in voodoo?
Pythons, boas, so I've heard.
Really? Do you have one?
Are you crazy? What would I want with a python?
Let's ask some personal information about the client that just came into his shop. That should go over well.
That customer of yours, the little old lady.
Customer?
The woman I saw in here, Madame Casino, you called her.
I don't talk about my customers to men who come in off the street.
Great.
Tell me about yourself.
My name's Willie Walker. I own the place.
How did you get into this kind of business?
Now, why should I discuss my business with you, man?
All right. Chat should go over swimmingly.
So, this is a voodoo store, huh?
Voodoo? No, man. This a curio shop. The things you see here from local folklore. None of it real, I tell you for sure.
What about all these magic oils and powders you're selling? Aren't they a part of voodoo?
Read the label, man. We make no claims. Sold as curio only. It mean what it say, no? These are novelties, not voodoo.
Not buying it, man.
What do you know about Marie Laveau?
Marie? She's somebody from the old days. One of them old folk tales. The tourists eat it up, no?
What do you think of New Orleans?
I live here all my life, me.
Are you telling me that you own a voodoo shop, but you know nothing about voodoo practices?
Ça n'est pas affaire blanc.
What does that mean?
It mean you should mind your own business, monsieur.
I don't know what he said, but I caught blanc, and that means white.
What do you think of New Orleans?
If you're not from around here, monsieur, you should sign up for some tours.
Man, I've never encountered a video game character that's told me fuck you in so many different subtle ways. Okay.
Garlic, cloves, and other dried goods and spices are collected in the bowls.
I know where to come if I ever have a vampire problem.
The Dixieland drugstore has a rather terrifying way of dealing with shoplifters.
I can't quite read what it says. Oh, it says, steal from me and the police won't be the only thing on your trail. Cool.
The shelf holds containers of dried items, flowers, grasses, and black cat bones.
Mommy, what happened to Fluffy? She's probably playing in the flowers and grasses.
Root bags, curio boxes, and magic candles. Sold as curios only. We cannot guarantee results. The poster advertises a voodoo play from last fall. Root bags, curio boxes.
Nope. It's a nice alligator mask.
The mask appears to be made from a real crocodile head.
Crocodile, excuse me.
To get the mask, Gabriel would have to buy it.
Okay, I don't think I have enough money, considering I have none. I have a gift certificate from my store. That should go over
It's
well.
a mannequin wearing a crocodile mask. It's nearly as old as the one at St. George's.
Okay, let me see. Just gonna check if anything's changed now that I looked at everything. Oh,
The sign says, Special St. John's Eve Lagnia. Free bottle of Lover Come Back to Me oil, or Master Gambling oil with every purchase over $50.
Lagniap. My French is lousy, but everyone in New Orleans knows what that means. A little something extra.
Oh, okay, cool. Let's just make
Mind
sure.
if I ask you a few questions?
Ask what you want. I answer what I want.
Oh, okay, cool. Here we go.
What can you tell me about St. John's Eve?
It's the biggest night of the year in voodoo.
What goes on exactly?
I couldn't say.
Sure.
Do you know anything about animal masks?
The only one left is Willie Jr. over there, the old crocodile. He's sort of a mascot now, him.
Talk to me about Willie Jr., man.
About Willie Jr. Would you be willing to let him go?
Maybe. For $100.
100? You gotta be kidding.
Me and Willie Jr. are very close now. I couldn't part with him for less.
You laughing over there at me and Willie Jr. are very close.
I love Willie Jr.
I love Willie Jr.
We
too.
stan.
I want to know all about him.
Would you take 50 for Willie Jr.?
Don't insult me, monsieur. The price is $120.
Damn.
What? You said you'd sell it for 100 before.
You misheard, monsieur. The price was always 120.
God, this guy.
Would you take 50?
Don't insult.
Okay.
What?
All right. It has been a pleasure, Willie. Back out to the map. Now, there's a little time left in the day. So, let's go check out the Getty Mansion. Hey, nice.
Potted roses mark the entrance to the house.
That is a lovely southern home.
The Garden District is famous for its elaborate old plantation homes and mansions. This particular mansion is impeccably groomed.
Can I have the number of your landscaper?
Perfectly groomed hedges run along the front of the porch.
Okay. Let's waltz right into this giant, beautiful mansion.
May I help you?
The man looks intellectual, polished, and impervious. He gazes at Gabriel with a superior eye. Gabriel wonders if he's Malia's secretary, bodyguard, butler, or something more personal.
Why not all four?
I'd like to see Malia Getty, please.
I'm sorry, but unless you have an appointment or official business, I cannot announce you.
I do have official business.
Really? Please tell me the nature of your business.
Let's try magazine subscriptions.
I have a fine selection of magazine subscriptions for sale.
We do not welcome solicitors.
But I super like her. Okay, so we need official business. I guess we'll come back here later. In the meantime, I'll look at the lawn.
The Garden District is famous for its
She already said that. I guess I will leave. Well, that was fun. Let's see. Okay. Gonna head back to the police station. Mosley said he would be there today. Oh, there's an alleyway. Ooh, look at that.
It's another municipal building, but not one Gabriel has any interest in.
That window leads to Mosley's office.
If Gabriel wants to talk to Mosley, he can go in through the front door.
But It's more romantic this way. Okay.
Those motorcycles belong to the precinct. They're not nearly as cool as Gabriel's bike.
I love the little touches, like the crumbling infrastructure of the police department, and just the garbage. You can't see it, but there's a vodka bottle on the street underneath the map. It's really cool. They did a nice job with this. Talk to me, Frick.
Got a second, officer?
What can I do you for?
Ooh, so much stuff I can ask about.
What do you know about St. John's Eve?
A bunch of crazies out there on St. John's Eve, that's what. We're busy all night.
Really? What kind of crazies?
Oh, your usual howl at the mooners, I guess. They don't look no weirder than them that come in during Mardi Gras. Never can tell, though.
What can you tell me about snakes?
What does this look like? A zoo? Never mind, don't answer that. No, I don't know nothing about no snakes.
What can you tell me about Nolans?
Best food in the world. You can get it right here in Nolans. Muffaletta sandwiches. Beignets, good Cajun coffee. Yep, a man can die happy in this city.
It's practically guaranteed. I'm here to see Detective Mosley.
He's in his office. Go on back.
Tell me about yourself.
Oh, nope.
You see that front door?
Yeah?
Well, I watch people come in. See this book?
Yeah?
Well, I write people's names in it, see? People that bother me. Want me to put your name in this book?
Oh, I think not.
That's what I thought.
He's friendly.
Do you know what caprice and call means?
No. Sounds foreign or something.
What do you know about Marie Laveau?
Marie who? Is she the one that hangs out on Conti and Nash?
No. Never mind.
All right.
Do you know anything about animal masks?
I see plenty of masks during Mardi Gras. Not many animals, though. Of course, there's plenty of animals underneath.
I'll hit one chat.
Kinda quiet in here today.
Summer's like that. Too muggy to mug, too hot to heft.
How clever.
It's a gift.
All right. I can now use this gate to go say hello to my buddy Mosley. Maybe
The
I'll snoop
bulletin
around.
board is littered with everything from wanted posters to flyers.
It's Frank's.
She's not bad. Excuse me, officer?
Yes?
Oh, this isn't gonna go well.
Could you get me some coffee?
Are you speaking to me?
Why, yes.
Wow, Deja, leave it to Beaver. I'm the police photographer, sir. You might be able to find someone around here dumb enough to get coffee for you, but it won't be me.
Oh, thanks anyway.
I can give you precise instructions for the handling of hot liquids if you need them.
No thanks.
Let's keep talking.
So, what's it like being a policewoman?
The glamour never ceases.
You know, that uniform looks great on you.
Uh-huh. Is that a compliment, or are you asking to borrow my dress?
It's a compliment.
Well, you just never know around here. Thanks, but I'm married.
Oh, never mind.
Fine. I'll get back to work.
Good job, Gabriel.
There's a temperature gauge on the wall near Mosley's office.
Let's take a look. Okay, it says don't touch, so we're definitely going to touch it. Let's make it hotter. Boom, baby. Let's go see our bud Mosley.
Hey, hey, hey.
Knight, come on in. Dang air conditioning must be on the blink.
Can I ask you about some stuff?
You're the writer. Ask away.
Okay.
What can you tell me about voodoo?
There's voodoo that goes on in this city, sure. I looked into it a bit at the beginning of this case. But the voodoo stuff found at the crime scenes is all faked. It doesn't have anything to do with the real stuff. I know. I asked some experts. It's intimidation tactics, that's all.
Well, I talked to an expert too. His name is Willie, and he fucking hates me.
Do you know anything about Marie Laveau?
Is she that redheaded chick that works at Freddy's?
No.
Then I don't know her.
Man.
Do you know anything about snakes?
The only thing I know about snakes is that I don't like them.
What can you tell me about St. John's Eve?
That's coming up, isn't it? We get some occasional weirdness in the quarter, but nothing much. Used to have a lot of strange things happen, though, or so I hear.
I got those photographs you left for me.
Really? Great. What'd you think?
Astonishingly lifelike.
Yeah, that's what I thought. You got any more ideas for photos for the book?
A cop author photo might be nice.
You and me? Together?
Why not? Of course you'll have to try to tone down your masculinity.
Well, okay. I'll call the police photographer. Franks, come in here a minute, would you? And bring your camera. I hate to put my coat on. It's so damn hot in here. But a picture's a picture.
What did you need, Detective Mosley?
We need a picture, please. And make it a good one, eh, sweetheart?
Sure, sweetheart.
Say chintzy.
Was there anything else, Knight?
Okay. I'm gonna go check my hair.
Hold on a sec while I go check my hair.
Good God, Knight. Make it fast.
So you better believe that while I do that, it's time to steal some shit from Officer Frank's inbox.
It's an inbox.
Thank you, narrator.
There's nothing of interest in the inbox at the moment.
Maybe I didn't do it in the right order. I might have that wrong. Okay. I'll come back to this.
Would you just get in here? Hurry up, would you?
Okay, ready.
Anytime anything like this
Thanks,
happens
hon.
at a Sierra
Let me
game.
know when you get them developed. The photos, that is.
Yeah, sure.
Anything else, Knight?
How about one of me and Officer Franks?
Gee, I don't know. Franks? Just kidding, Franks. You want to get me fired for sexual harassment, Knight?
Well...
Yeah, ha ha. Now is there anything else, or can I let this lady go back to her desk?
Okay.
Nope, that's about it.
Great. Thanks, Franks. Hey, I made a rhyme.
You're astonishing, mostly.
Don't call me that in front of the lady, wise guy. Thank God I can take this thing off again. Damn, it's hot.
So anytime there's something like that where a character is distracted or something, there's always like a timed event.
Anything else?
Let's see. Oh, I remember. Okay.
How about getting me some coffee?
Coffee? You want coffee?
Should that surprise you?
Nah, you've always been a caffeine addict. It's just that what we got here hardly qualifies.
So I'm desperate.
It's your stomach. I'll get you some when we're done talking.
That long?
All right, I'll go now. Don't touch anything while I'm gone.
That means touch all the things while he's gone. Specifically, his coat that he took off because it was too hot.
Mosley's caught. His badge is in the front coat pocket.
Is it illegal to steal a police officer's badge? Let's find out.
I think I'll just borrow this badge.
Hey, what are you doing with my coat?
It's nothing. I thought I saw something crawling on it.
Just drink this.
Thanks, tons. I mean it.
Okay. Now that I've stolen this man's badge and betrayed his trust, let's continue our nice chat. Okay.
Anything else?
Once it gives me the option. Okay, here we go.
What do you know about the voodoo murders?
Lots. Can you be more specific?
Do you know anything about the killers?
At least 20 people attend the killings. We know this from the variety of footprints found at the scenes.
It's a lot of people.
Footprints? Aren't those as good as fingerprints?
Can be, but we'd have to have a suspect in custody first, and the suspect would have to match one of the few distinct prints we have. Most of the footprints are smudged, trodden over, unreadable. These guys are so casual in their expertise, it's maddening. Like they know we'll never find them.
How many murders have there been so far?
7 murders have so far been linked to the voodoo murders case. The first murder occurred about 8 weeks ago. The MO is the same in each murder. Lake Pontchartrain was the 7th.
What kind of evidence have you found?
No fingerprints, a few bare footprints. Found a few fibers, but not many. The weirdest one was leopard fur.
Leopard fur.
Just like his dream.
Describe the crime scenes.
Well, there's the corpse itself, minus the heart. Around where the body was killed, we find marks in flour and blood. There are traces of wax from candles, red and black. Ordinary wax candles, so the lab reports. Also blood and feathers of chickens, and goat's blood. And plenty of the victim's own, of course.
What's the coroner say?
The victim's heart is always ripped out of the chest and missing. We haven't located a single one of them.
Lovely. Any idea what they do with them?
Don't even want to know. Also, the coroner says some of the victims had heart attacks before the incision. Literally scared to death. The knife wounds are consistent with a long, narrow, wavy-edged knife. Probably a ritualistic dagger.
Like the one between screens in this game?
Any witnesses?
Nope. There's never been a single witness. No one's even heard a disturbance. It's damned weird. Like they just don't want people to see, and so nobody sees nothing.
Know anything about the victims?
The victims are all out-of-towners. We still don't know why.
Oh, nothing. Never mind.
Sure, no problem. Okay, anything else?
Do you know anything about the patterns around the bodies?
Yeah, weird, huh? All 7 victims had those marks around them. We've got all the marks on file, but we haven't figured out what, if anything, they mean.
So, yes, so I have the one pattern that we wrote down in the sketchbook.
Can I see the other 6 patterns?
Sure. People like that kind of stuff, don't they? Might make the book seem more mysterious. Go talk to Officer Franks. Tell her I said you could see the file.
That's what it is. Oh, cool. He's just really helped me out. Time to insult him.
Trying for a real estate job with that coat?
No? Are you trying out for a janitorial job with that hair?
What's the status on the Voodoo murders case?
It's going. I can't seem to make any progress, though. Sluggish damn case. It's weird.
Okay, I think we're good for the moment. I just needed that, that go-ahead to go talk to Officer Franks. See if I can get that.
I'll let you get back to it.
Later, Knight.
Okay, let's see here. Officer Franks, Mosley said I could, see the file,
Excuse me, officer?
Yes?
Can you get a file for me?
What file would that be?
The Voodoo murders file. Detective Mosley said I could see it.
Really? Well, if you said so.
No need to check. That's good police work.
There it is. You can look at it all you want, but don't leave this area with it, okay? And no photocopies either, I'm afraid.
Of course. I understand completely.
Okay, so that's what I have to do. I'll take a look at it real
official
quick.
police file containing the partial patterns from the Voodoo murders.
Oops. Sorry.
The police file contains partial patterns from the 6 Voodoo murders.
Okay.
Gabriel opens and reads the police file.
That means a lot. Definitely need to go back and...
Don't leave the room with that file, please.
All right. So I'll just place that right there. And then see if I can finagle it so she'll take one more picture with us.
I'm done.
Yeah, thanks.
Time for more photos,
my
Mosley.
man.
It's you. God help me. Dang air conditioning must be on the blink.
Love those particles floating around his head. So cool.
Can I ask you about some...
You're the right.
Photographs.
I got those photographs you left for.
So...
Cop author shot.
Let's take another cop author shot.
Great.
What for? Franks, come back in here with that camera.
You can see her in the background like,
coat on.
ugh.
So damn hot in here. But a picture's a picture.
Now what, sir?
This clown wants another picture. You don't mind, do you?
Of course not. What else could I possibly have to do? Ready? Smile.
Time to check the old hair again.
Anything else, Knight?
Hold on a sec while I go check my hair.
Good God, Knight. Make it fast.
While I go check my hair. All right, there's the case file. Okay. Now I grab it. Take it over to the photocopier. Luckily, Frick is terrible at his job.
Just wanna check this machine here.
Perfect. And now, just place the file back up here. Beautiful. Okay. Now back into Mosley's office to take that really non-suspicious picture.
Would you just get in here?
Okay.
Hurry up, would ya?
Okay, ready.
Thanks, hon. Let me know when you get them developed. The photos, that is.
Yeah, sure.
Anything else, Knight?
Nope.
Nope. That's about it.
Good. See you, Franks.
Uh-huh.
Thank God I can take this thing off again. Damn, it's hot.
Perfect. And now I can leave.
Okay. Anything else?
Now that Gabriel has sufficiently used his friend and stolen confidential police information. All right. Well, you know what? Even though day 2 isn't quite finished yet, I think we might call this an episode here. Tomorrow I will finish up day 2 because I got to go to Jackson Square. As you can see, some new stuff is here, and we're making good progress. So we'll see you all tomorrow, and yeah, rock and roll. But of girls. Hey ho, ha! Hello there, and welcome back to episode 3 of Gabriel Knight, Sins of the Fathers. I've returned to Jackson Square, and now there's some new people here, as you can see. And let's take a look, see what we can see. The Rada drummer is still there. Maybe he's feeling more chatty.
Oh, hey! Come back here.
Hey there.
Hey!
Nice beat. I dig it.
The drummer does not respond.
Oh, unbelievable. Rotten luck.
Okay, so the drummer still doesn't give a rat's ass about me, but looks like that artist lost his thing. So let's go chat with him.
An artist is taking advantage of the fine weather.
Those drawing tools are amazing. What an opening line.
Those drawing tools are amazing.
Yeah, they're great for laying lines, angles, circles, you know, anything geometric. It's pretty meticulous, but I prefer it to freehand.
Can you draw anything with those tools?
They're great for ordered, complex forms and patterns, but they won't help me do Monet.
Well, it just so happens I have a bunch of patterns.
How's it going?
Life sucks. I just lost 2 days worth of work.
Okay, that's a little harsh.
What are you working on now?
Just starting another drawing of the cathedral.
Wait. Okay, let me see if I can give him some stuff.
Say, do you think there's anything you can do with this pattern?
I'm a student. I don't take commissions.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so we need to figure out how to get his sketch back to him. And that way we might be able to befriend him enough that he'll do something cool for us. So we've got a tap dancer and a hot dog man.
A small boy is tap dancing enthusiastically for a doobie dog vendor. The vendor ignores him.
Okay, so the tap dancer wants a doobie dog.
A doobie dog vendor has set up business in the square. He has his nose buried in a paperback novel. Gabriel notices that it is not one of his. Big surprise.
God, man, that narrator. Gabriel's out here catching strays.
Do you mind if I ask you a few questions?
Yep, I mind, all right.
Why?
Because A, I don't know anything, and B, I'm busy.
Oh.
Well, let's look in the old inventory backpack. Perhaps he would enjoy a gift certificate. He's a man who makes his living selling stuff.
The vendor wouldn't be interested in seeing that.
Dang it.
The vendor wouldn't be interested in seeing that.
Kinda thought he would. Maybe I can chat with him.
You seem to be quite a reader.
Yep.
Did you ever read anything by Gabriel Knight?
Nope.
Great. This is going well.
The vendor is clearly...
Maybe I could give this
What
to you.
would the little boy do with that?
Man, I don't know.
You dance pretty well for a kid.
Give me some money then.
I don't have any.
Then don't block the view, mister.
Cool.
Do you do requests?
Got any money?
Nope.
Something to eat?
No.
There you have it. No.
Can you fit through the bars around the statue?
Got any money?
Nope.
There you have it. No.
Wow, that kid's a
Can't
little
think of
entrepreneur.
anything at the moment.
Okay then.
I sworn I was supposed to give that to him.
I have this gift certificate.
Oh, okay, cool.
I'm busy.
It's good for $20 at St. George's Books. Finest bookstore in New Orleans.
Really? I'll have to check it out sometime.
You could take this gift certificate with you. If you'll give me a doobie dog.
A doobie dog for a $20 gift certificate? Sure, here you go.
What a deal. Yeah, just slide that hot dog right into your coat on a hot summer day. Seems like the move. All right. Now let me give this processed meat to a child dancing in the hot sun for immediate throw up.
You wouldn't like a doobie dog by any chance.
Would I? Thanks, mister. You got any special requests? Let me know.
Please use your lithe, childlike arms to grab that freaking sketch.
You mentioned something about special requests.
Yeah, you got one?
Can you fit through the bars around the statue?
Can I? Just watch me.
Good. There's something in there I can't quite reach. Can you reach that piece of paper?
Sure thing.
Bless that kid.
Here you go.
Thanks, kid.
Yup. See ya.
Have fun getting back to tap dancing immediately after wolfing an entire hot dog. That's gonna end poorly.
Stupid wind. Now I have to start all over.
No, you don't, my fine friend, because I've got this sketch. Whoops. Whoops. Okay. There we go.
This belongs to you, doesn't it?
My drawing. How'd you get it?
Oh, it was a bit of a squeeze, but I hate to see you lose your work. I lost my only copy of a manuscript once.
Well, you saved my butt. Let me know if I can ever do the same for you, hey?
Well, it just so happens I have a bizarre and creepy interest in these murders that are happening. So maybe I can give you this.
Is there any way you can reconstruct the whole pattern from this partial?
Okie dokie. Well, I might be able to reconstruct the pattern if I had more data. But this is just one small area of it. What is this from, anyway?
You'd never believe me.
I'll see what I can do.
Well, lucky for you, I've also stolen vital police-protected information. So here you go with that.
I have some more of those patterns.
Really? Let's see. Yeah, these are great. I think there's enough overlap now. I'll give it my best shot. I'll show you what I come up with tomorrow.
Great. I appreciate it.
cool. I love the way he says, great. All right. Now, time for the other thing that I illegally did at the police station. I can go to Malia Getty's mansion, and using Mosley's badge, I can pretend I'm a police officer. And hopefully the butler doesn't realize I was the guy who's trying to solicit magazines yesterday.
May I help you?
I've got important business with Miss Getty.
Yes. I'm waiting on some evidence of that, sir.
Oh, I guess I have to show him the badge.
My name is Detective Mosley. I'm here on police business.
Really? How interesting. Wait here. I'll inform Miss Getty. Miss Getty will see you. Right this way.
Sweet.
Miss Getty will be down shortly.
What a beautiful mansion. This is a woman Gabriel likes very much, so it's always good to start a new relationship off with a huge lie.
What can I do for you, Detective?
All right, here we go.
Undoubtedly proof that there is a God. Mind if I ask you a few questions, Miss Getty?
I assume that's what you're here for, Detective.
What can you tell me about voodoo?
Voodoo? Why would you want to know about that, Detective? It's rather silly, isn't it?
There's nothing silly about the voodoo murders.
But that voodoo is faked. That's what I've read in the papers.
That's what the papers say, all right.
But you're not convinced.
No, frankly, I'm not. The police department isn't known for its imagination.
Oh? Well, I can see that your imagination is considerable.
I like you.
Tell me about your life in New Orleans.
The Getty family came to New Orleans in 1800. We worked very hard to get where we are. On the other hand, we've done a lot for this community.
I can believe that. You're doing a lot for me right now.
Very professional, Gabriel.
What can you tell me about St. John's Eve?
I believe it's some sort of local holiday, but I don't know much about it.
What do you know about Marie Laveau?
I've heard of her, of course, but that's about it.
Do you have any idea what Cabri Saint-Caux means?
No, I don't. What does it mean, Detective?
That's confidential information, ma'am.
Again, this is long before the internet, when someone could have just checked their phone and been like, oh, that's what it means.
What do you know about...
The murders.
And what do you read in the papers?
I'm sure you know much more about it than I, Detective.
All capital letters. She doubts.
Do you know anything about snakes?
I'm no expert. I don't fear them like most people do.
Do you know anything about animal masks?
Animal masks? I don't know what you mean.
Tell me about yourself.
I suppose I don't really have a choice. What do you want to know, Detective?
It's always good when a detective leans in close to the mic and is like, tell me about yourself.
What kind of things interest you?
I don't have a lot of free time, but I do appreciate the arts. Opera, symphony, ballet, fine art. If you look around, you'll see that we collect African art, for example.
Yes, it's very beautiful.
It is, Detective. It means a great deal to me.
Do you have a career?
A career? Being the head of the Getty family is a 24-hour-a-day job. We have many holdings and many responsibilities, financial and otherwise. The management of our business affairs and properties leaves me with time for little else.
Poor little rich girl?
Believe it or not, Detective, wealth does have its price.
But luckily it can afford it.
Tell me about your family.
The Gettys? We're a very private family.
How many people are there in your family?
Well, my mother just passed away.
Thanks for asking.
Oh, I am sorry.
So am I. She was a magnificent woman. We were very close. I was an only child.
And your father?
I never knew him.
It's hard to believe that any man would leave a woman like you, or like your mother must have been.
He did not leave, Detective, but that's really none of your concern.
I'm sorry. Go on.
There are, of course, other Gettys in the city. I have a large extended family.
I see.
Oh boy.
Do you have a husband, boyfriend?
I'm very independent, Detective. The women in my family have always preferred it that way.
So, you've never been married?
No, and I never will be.
What about children?
Yes, that is likely. Someday.
What about children? They're not married either.
I'd like to hear just about anything.
I have a business degree from Vanderbilt. I wanted to study psychology, but my family's interests came first.
Oh, why not something like law, then? Surely that would have been an asset to the family.
Law? Please. I do have some morals, Detective.
I wouldn't know where to begin.
As you wish, Detective.
Wonder at what point she would start to realize that there's something off about this.
Tell me about yourself.
What else do you want to know, Detective?
Oh, okay, that was that.
I wouldn't know where to...
As you wish, Detective.
All right.
Can you tell me anything about what happened out at the lake?
I wish I could, but I've never seen or heard anything unusual at the lake, and I do spend quite a bit of time out there.
All right.
Excuse me, but your eyes are really distracting. I don't think I've ever seen a color quite like that brownish gold. It's so deep and rich. Man, if I could bottle that, I'd make a fortune.
Thank you, Detective. That's an interesting observation, though probably not relevant to your case.
A good detective never knows what might be relevant, Miss Getty.
Then you must be truly exceptional at your job.
Yes, I'm an author.
I can't help noticing that you're in incredible shape, Miss Getty. Your legs are so strong. Do you work out at one of the clubs by the lake?
Well, Detective, I do enjoy physical activity.
Oh, me too.
Actually, I was referring to swimming and modern dance. I can't say that I do much exercising at the lake, though.
Ah, well, it was worth asking.
I think this has gone on long enough. You're not really a detective, are you?
Oops.
Who, me? Well, I am on this case, Miss Getty.
I saw you at the lake yesterday. I thought you must be with the police since you were there, but you don't act like a police officer. Besides, I'm rather certain that the other man said his name was Mosley.
Oops.
All right, you caught me. I'm not with the police. My name is Gabriel Knight. I'm a writer working with Detective Mosley on a book.
Well, Mr. Knight, now that we've established who you are, perhaps you can tell me the real reason you're here.
Well, I am researching the book, and I thought you might have seen or heard something at the lake.
I don't like liars, Mr. Knight.
Okay, you're right. I really just wanted to see you again. You can be mad at me if you want, but I swear I've never done anything like this before.
How many opportunities would you have
Mr.
to do
Knight,
something like this?
You've lied about your identity and wasted my time with meaningless questions. If it weren't vaguely flattering, I'd really be angry. You're lucky I don't call the real police. I think you should go, Mr. Knight.
Malia, wait. If you just give me a chance.
I've wasted enough time. I'll have Robert show you out.
Well, that went well.
Robert? Show Mr. Knight out, please.
That's
I most
Detective.
certainly will.
No, well.
Thank you very much. I had a lovely time. Ah, shit.
All right. I guess it's probably time to go back to the homestead and regroup. We had a big day today.
Hey, Grace, here I am.
Oh boy, party time.
Okay, let's see if she came up with anything.
Got a minute, Grace?
What's up?
Here we go.
Could you do some research for me?
Sure, what?
Madame Casino. She is the one, she's the little old lady who came into Willie's store to purchase some voodoo stuff.
I need you to look up a Madame Casino.
Madame Casino? Is she related to the murders the same way your friend Malia Getty was?
Grace, Casino's at least 70.
As if that makes a difference to you. Okay, I'll see what I can find. Well, it's about closing time.
So it is. Good night, Gracie.
Good night, Gabriel. And try not to dream, okay?
Spoiler alert, he's going to dream, and it's going to be terrible. I worry about Grace walking home at night like that. So here we are again. New Jersey, 1986. We have your classic turning into a leopard, but oh, here's the knife. Knife turns into 3 snakes, Jai Draka. And then your classic hanging situation. And so begins another relaxing sunny day in New Orleans. Day 3. Drawn to the halls of learning, I sought there to conspire, but it was in the city of the dead that I found my heart's desire. Don't you do it, you little son of a bitch. Good morning, Gracie.
I'm so glad you could join us today. I've got messages when you want them. I also checked out Casino. There are multiple listings in the white pages. I got the page, but you'll have to figure out the right one.
Great. Thanks.
Now, are you gonna tell me what happened yesterday with Malia Getty, or is it just too embarrassing? Don't tell me you actually got to see her.
All the stars out tonight.
Gabriel, you don't seriously think she's interested. She can have any man in the city. You know, men with bank accounts.
You underestimate the Knight family's tragic poet samurai appeal. When Daddy married Mom, she was the hottest catch in town.
I always suspected there was something fishy in your family tree. But seriously, I think you should be careful.
Meow, Grace.
I'm serious. I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling in the pit of my stomach about this.
It's called jealousy, my dear. And you're right, you should be jealous of Malia Getty. As should every woman on this planet.
I just... never mind. I'll just fix these books. Your life is in your own slippery little hands.
The point is to get it into somebody else's hands. And soon.
Oh, you're jealous? She thinks I'm an asshole. All right, let's take a look at the paper. See what's going on in the world today.
Times dated June 20th, 1993. Gabriel scans over an uninteresting front page. Under the cultural events section, there's a notice about a lecture on African religions. The lecture is at Tulane University. Gabriel's horoscope for the day. An evil eye is upon you. Change your course before it's too late.
Lighten up.
Man, whenever I get fortunes, they're always like kind of vaguely positive and meaningless. If I ever opened up a fortune cookie and it said an evil eye is upon you, I would freak the fuck out. Anyway, the French Quarter with a Spanish twist. The French Quarter, New Orleans' oldest and most famous neighborhood, is most known for the raucous party atmosphere of Mardi Gras. But the Quarter is far more than a week of beads and bourbon. Founded in 1718 by Jean-Baptiste Lemoyne de Bienville, I didn't say that right, it was the original center of the city. Despite its name, much of the architecture is influenced by Spain, after many of the more French-influenced structures were destroyed in the Great New Orleans Fire of 1788. Culture events for today. Noon. Don't miss today's public lecture at Tulane University on African religions. It will be given by Professor Hartridge of Tulane University. All right. Let's talk to Grace and see if what she came up with yesterday.
Got a minute, Grace?
What's up?
Messages.
Do you have messages for me?
Your pal Mosley called. He left a message that they are interrogating a suspect this morning, and you might want to be there.
Sounds fun.
Mm-hmm. I bet.
Great. Okay. Let's see. So, it's time to figure out the address of Madame Casino. So I'll go to my old school phone and use the white pages. Okay, let's see here. We've got a couple. Casino B, 5550127. Boy, this takes me back.
Hello?
Is this the Casino resident?
Yes. What can I do for you?
Do you or does anyone in your family patronize the Dixieland drugstore?
I'm a busy man. What are you selling?
Nothing.
Good. Goodbye.
Well, all right. One more person who thinks I'm a jerk. Let's try this next one.
Hi, Casino residents.
Hi. I was wondering if you could help me.
Yeah?
A woman in the Dixieland drugstore dropped her purse today, and the name Casino was inside it.
Dixieland Drugstore? Never heard of it. Sorry.
Swing and a miss. All right, let's try number 3.
Hello?
Hello, I'm calling from the Dixieland drugstore. We have an order for you.
Oh, you got a winner.
Be quiet. Who is this?
I'm a friend of the owner.
I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about.
That's them. Casino A. Okay, we've got a winner. So let's see here. We've also got the Cajun Critters Veterinary Clinic, specializing in canine care. So perhaps the dog yapping was a little bit of a hint there. Give them a call, see what's up.
Cajun Critters Animal Clinic. This is Melissa.
Do you have a Madame Casino as a client?
Madame Casino? Sure, I know her. She's not here right now, though.
Really? She told me she'd be there. Would you happen to have her address by any chance?
Yes, but I'm not sure I should give it out. Who are you again?
I'm worried about Castro.
I'm worried about Castro. He's missed 3 dance lessons.
Castro? Her little doggy? Oh, he's so sweet. Well, I guess if you know Castro, it's okay. Her address is 345 Dauphine.
Thanks.
And that is how you stalk an old lady. Thanks, Gabriel Knight. At least that's how you do it in 1993. Now I'm pretty sure you just type it into Google and it just comes right up. How disturbing. Okay. So let's head out. Now, her address will be on the map, so we can go check that out at our leisure. But first,
I'll be back later.
Have fun.
first let's head to... okay, there's Casino's residence. First, let's go to the police station, because Mosley is waiting for us. And now there's a drummer outside the police station, which is odd.
A drummer has decided to set up outside the police station.
Hey.
The drummer looks at Gabriel but says nothing in return.
Boy, these drummers, so friendly. Into the police station we go. Now I get to talk to my best friend in the world, Detective Frick.
Can I bother you again?
What is it this time?
I'm here to see Detective Mosley.
He's in his office. Go on back.
Well, all right, we'll spare the formalities today. Because you're such a swell guy.
Gabriel decides to give Mosley a break and not change the temperature again.
Okay, cool.
You! Give me back my badge! Now, Knight!
Sure. Thanks for letting me borrow it.
Yeah? You borrow it again in your history. Now, about today. Glad you made it. It'll give you a feel for how I am in action. You know, handling suspects, that sort of thing.
I'm sure it'll be invigorating.
I love Mosley.
Who is this guy, anyway?
Calls himself Crash. He's been an informant for us before, mostly helping us bust small-time pimps and dealers trying to break into the territory. He's been staying invisible during these murders, but we picked him up this morning at Jackson Square pushing coke. He knows something. Call it detective's instinct.
Detective's instinct. Got it.
What's wrong with pushing refreshing, delicious Coca-Cola?
All right, Crash. I want to hear about these murders. Have you been present at the so-called voodoo rituals?
I don't know nothing. All right, I told you.
Come on now. You can tell me. Do you know anyone who's been to these rituals?
Look, I can't say nothing. You gotta let me go.
Relax. No one knows you're here. The men who picked you up were in plain clothes.
Plain clothes? Like you could fool them. They know I'm here. They've got ears all over the city. They know everything.
Who are they, Crash? Are they the ones doing the murders?
Let me go.
If you're so worried about being detained, start talking. You tell me what I want to hear, and maybe I can get you into the witness protection program. But you gotta earn it.
Witness protection? Are you crazy? Oh, don't make me laugh. Oh, Jesus, just let me out of here.
Oh, come on. Who's behind these murders, Crash? Why are the victims all members of the underworld?
Oh, by now they know I'm here. It's different when I'm supposed to come here. Oh, if I can send a message. Yeah, tell them I didn't say nothing.
Christ, he's freaking useless. Just take him back to detaining, would you, Tony? I tell you, times like this, I'd kill for truth serum. Damn the civil rights.
Can I quote you on that?
Huh? Hell no. Damn, we can only keep him for 24 hours. Tomorrow morning, I'm gonna have to let him go. Sorry it wasn't more exciting. You know, for the book, I mean. Hey, maybe you could punch it up some. You know, what do they call that? Fiction. That's it.
It certainly is. I'll see what I can do.
All right. Let's see if there's anything to talk to Mosley about.
Can I ask you about some stuff?
You're the writer. Ask away.
Nope, looks like all the same stuff. I was just supposed to see that cutscene with Crash. So I'll just insult him and leave.
Have you ever called the hair club for men?
I'd rather have no hair than your hair, Knight.
Okay, good stuff. In that case, we can head out and go back to Jackson Park, and I can meet up with that artist, because he should be done with putting those symbols together today. Should be right up here. Cool.
How's it going today?
What? Oh, it's only you. Man, I have been jumpy all day. That pattern of yours really freaked me out for some reason. There's just something creepy.
You finished it?
Yeah, and you're welcome to it. Here.
Wow, this is great.
Yeah, just don't, like, blow up the planet with it or something, okay?
I didn't mean to upset you.
Forget it. I'm probably just being stupid. Do your thing with it, and, good luck.
Yeah, it's totally in your imagination. It's just a symbol found next to 20 recently dead bodies. Let's take a peek.
The artist's reconstruction of the voodoo murders pattern looks accurate to Gabriel. Something about it seems vaguely familiar and creepy.
All right, let's take a look at it.
The artist
Oops. This one.
The reconstructed Veve was done for Gabriel by a technical artist.
All right, that's it. I don't know what it's supposed to mean, but I'm sure that's fine. Okay. Ooh. Fortune-telling booth.
The booth is a colorful melange. It announces the owner as Madame Lorelei and gives prices for palm readings, $20, crystal ball gazing, $15, and birth charts, $50. Madame Lorelei lounges at the booth, fondling her snake.
$50 for a booth chart in the park? That's a steal!
Madame Lorelei, is it?
What can I do for you, handsome?
Let's see.
How's business?
How's business? I have no time for such dull conversation, darling.
How about a reading?
The prices are listed on the sign.
They seem a little steep.
Well, I sometimes do my intimate friends for nothing, but I am a businesswoman.
I'm sure you are. That's a nice snake you have there.
Oh, I could say the same of you.
Damn.
Well, I know where I got mine. Where'd you get yours?
That's personal.
I'd really like to know more about that snake.
Oh, sorry, sweetie, but I don't discuss Elvis with anyone.
Oh, nothing.
Well, then move aside, sweetie, but stay where I can look at you, okay?
Maybe she knows about the scale. No, maybe not.
Madame Lorelei, the fortune teller, is garbed in a belly dancer's outfit and wears a boa around her neck. A real boa.
Let's see here.
That doesn't work that way.
Maybe I could give her Veve? Nope.
Come on, boys, hoopla!
I was trying to figure out how to trigger her belly dancing sequence,
I'm
but
looking.
she did it herself.
Gabriel leers at the dancer, but she seems to want a more overt demonstration of his appreciation.
Thanks, boys.
Oh, no, wait, I am stuck again.
Madame Lorelei, is it?
What can I do for you, handsome?
Oh, nothing.
Well, then move aside, sweetie, but stay where I can look at you, okay? Come on, boys, hoopla!
Not a bad idea. Baby, I love the way you move.
Madame Lorelei winks knowingly at Gabriel and twitches her hips.
Yep, she wants me.
Nice aside to the camera. Whoops.
Thanks, boys.
She dropped the thing. Here, I stole this from you.
Gabriel examines the veil with the magnifying glass. The fortune teller's veil is studded with sequins. The sequins look a little strange. Why, it's a snake scale.
There we go. So there's a snake scale in there. And so
Gabriel carefully uses the tweezers to remove the snake scale from the veil.
there we go. Okay. Now I can give her her veil back and she can become possessed by satanic voodoo voices. So this, I haven't used this yet, but this combines items. So if I
The
combine...
iridescent scale is hued olive green. It doesn't seem to match the scale from Lake Pontchartrain.
Okay, so that's it. You just need to know that her snake is not the one that you're looking for that was at the voodoo murders.
What can
I think this veil belongs to you.
Oh, my veil! I'm always losing those things.
Okay, I'm just gonna click through this.
Well,
The blood drains from Madame Lorelei's face in an instant. Sweat beads on her upper lip.
are you okay?
There are forces. Oh God, beware! Beware!
Oh man, that gives me the
What
shivers.
is it about me lately?
Okay, now it is time to head to a new spot. We are going to Tulane University to take in a little speech given by
Feels like the
Professor
lecture has just started.
Partridge.
Voodoo is the tribal religion of Africa, but the name Voodoo is actually a banner heading, under which resides an entire body of distinct tribal belief systems.
Time to learn more stuff.
Voodoo may sound familiar to you. What is known in the States as voodoo is actually an amalgamation of African religious systems, voodoo, and European religions, primarily Catholicism. All of the subcults of African voodoo have certain things in common. The most important is the worship of a pantheon of spirits, instead of the single deity that the Christian and Muslim systems have. Some of these spirits are elementals. Some relate to specific tasks or places. Some represent important tribal leaders who have died. This spirit worship is what makes voodoo so easily adaptable. With all these spirits, it's no problem to add a few more. Say, for example, the Virgin Mary. At the height of tribal Africa, warfare was common. One tribe would conquer another, and the Loa, important in the conqueror's tribal system, would be adopted readily into the conquered tribe's Loa pantheon. In this way, many of the voodoo cults spread and mingled throughout tribal Africa, enriching the belief system and causing innumerable offshoots. The basis for the voodoo religion seems to be as old as man himself.
Say.
It has much in common with many early pagan practices. Animal totems, sympathetic magic, elemental spirits in the trees, the heavens, the bodies of the sick. Africa is believed by many to be the cradle of the human race. Some of the voodoo Loa may be as old as the Garden of Eden itself. We still can't explain some of the real power of these primal religions. And note, I said primal, not primitive. There are African Bokors who baffle our scientists with their supernatural powers. Now, let's discuss the elements of voodoo.
Fascinating guy.
In voodoo, the spirits are called the Loa. During a voodoo ceremony, celebrants are possessed by the Loa. This is called being ridden. The human worshipper is seen as a horse, and the Loa as the divine horseman. A person being ridden by a Loa takes on the characteristics of that spirit and becomes, in effect, merely a vessel for the more powerful entity. Some of the older original Africa Loa include Dambala, the great serpent god, Ezuli, the mistress of love, Papa Nebo, or Gede, the lord of death, Awe, the spirit of water, Legba, spirit of the crossroads, and the cruelest and most dangerous, Ogun Badagri, the lord of destruction.
I gotta get more sleep at night.
Tribe-specific Loa can have as much or more power as the more widely worshipped Loa. For instance, a particular tribe might revere highly the Loa of an ancestor who was a legendary hunter or politician. Voodoo temples are called Houndfors. Their priests, Houngan or Bokors, their priestesses, Mama Loa. In a Voodoo Houndfor, there's a ritual circle marked by a center pole called a Poto Meton. During ritual conclaves, initiates dance under the supervision of a Bokor and a Mama Loa, or head priestess. The use of totems, or animal masks and markings, was not uncommon in the original African ceremonies. Now, though, all but the oldest sects have abandoned this practice. Ritual objects used during the conclaves included the ritual gourd, or asan, the ritual knife, or kubasa,
That knife gives me the chills.
the ritual whip, or fouetcache, and the ritual coffin, or seke madule. These items are often optional, called for by the Mama Loa for specific magical rituals. The Mama Loa is the most powerful figure in any voodoo sect. Voodoo is a truly matriarchal system. Even the Bokor knows his power is limited. The Mama Loa is the supreme woman. She goes out of her house at night, sees many things, and tries to get butterflies, and at night again she sees
Gabriel's passing out.
fireflies.
I thought it was interesting.
Gabriel?
What? Can't see.
Gabriel, get in.
Can't. It's too small for me.
You must get in, Gabriel.
It's not mine.
too small. Hide, Gabriel. Hide.
Oh, let me out. Help!
Young man, the lecture is over.
Oh my God. Sorry.
I was having the nicest dream. Cool, now that you hate me because I fell asleep at your lecture, let's chat.
Dr. Hartridge is sharp-eyed and even sharper-tongued. When he condescends to look at Gabriel at all, it is with a dismissive glare.
Are you a student?
No. My name is Knight. Gabriel Knight.
Well, you've already interrupted and slept through my lecture, Mr. Knight. I hope you have something worthwhile to do here. If you figure it out, let me know.
What can you tell me about voodoo?
You already sat through my lecture on the subject, Mr. Knight. Perhaps next time you could stay awake and learn something.
My God, it's like looking into a dork mirror.
What do you know about the voodoo murders?
I've read about them in the papers. I must admit to some interest. But according to the newspapers, the voodoo aspect is faked, so I haven't really pursued it. You know how Americans, especially Hollywood, treat voodoo. I'm sure there are many so-called practitioners out there that have no idea what they're doing or the power they're playing with.
What can you tell me about New Orleans?
I find it interesting to see the occasional fragment of voodoo practices in the everyday culture of New Orleans.
Well, tell you what, folks. This feels as good as any time to call this an episode, and we will continue learning about voodoo and see what this professor has to say next time on Game Grumps. Fantastic. Well, hello there, and welcome to our fourth part in our continuing series of Gabriel Knight's Sins of the Father. We are currently at Tulane University in New Orleans, talking to Professor Hartridge. And yeah, let's just get down to business. He just gave a lecture that we fell asleep in, so he's very annoyed at Gabriel.
What else can you tell me about New Orleans?
The Catholic Church has always dominated in New Orleans, and its imagery, in turn, has dominated New Orleans voodoo.
What can you tell me about St. John's Eve?
It's June 23rd, the feast day of St. John the Baptist. But June 23rd has been a sacred day since the earliest times. Ancient sun worshippers used to roll a flaming wheel down a hill to celebrate the sun's descent on that day.
A burning wheel. Huh.
Ah, Caprice encore.
Do you know what Caprice encore means?
Caprice encore? Yes, I do. It's a Haitian term, I believe. It's French, and literally translates as goat without horns.
As in a female goat?
No, as in a human sacrifice.
Oh, good.
Sacrifices in voodoo are usually of the animal variety. Chickens, bulls, goats. If the gods demand a goat without horns, it means a human being.
Remember, that's what Willie in the voodoo shop said under his breath when we asked him about the voodoo murders. So he knows something.
Do you know anything about animal masks?
As I said in my lecture, which I assume you actually listened to, is that animal masks, totems, are used extensively in most African voodoo religions.
Do you know anything about veves?
If you'd taken notes during my lecture, you wouldn't have to ask.
Damn, he's really not going to let that go.
Do you know anything about Marie Laveau?
While I find the colloquial bastardizations of voodoo somewhat interesting, from a sheerly intellectual point of view, there's not a lot of relation between people like Laveau and true voodoo practices.
Tell me about Damballa.
Damballa is one of the major Rada Loa, also known as Damballa Wado. He is an ancient Dahomian rain god, often represented as a large boa constrictor. Damballa is the most powerful and most violent of the Rada Loa. The Rada Loa are typically benevolent, as opposed, say, to the Patro Loa. He is still worshipped heavily in Haiti, and when voodoo first started in New Orleans, the early conclaves were reportedly based on the worship of the great zombie, the great serpent Damballa.
Oh, man, it's so interesting. Like it's such its own universe that like I had no idea about growing up. I wish schools would make kids play this game so they could learn about voodoo.
Tell me about Ogun Badagri.
Ogun Badagri is one of the Patroloa. The Patroloa are much more violent than the Radaloa. Some people believe the Patroloa originated in Haiti, but I have found some evidence that the Patroloa were African as well, though worshipped only by a small voodoo tribe, and a very bloody one.
Tell me about yourself.
All right, Mr. Knight. I'm 35, a fully tenured professor at this university, as well as a fellow at Cambridge. My doctorate was obtained at Syracuse. Yes, Syracuse, in religious studies. I'm an agnostic, but I find human belief systems fascinating. I specialize in African religions because I grew up there. My father was a Protestant missionary. And I am heterosexual, when I practice sex at all, which isn't very often. Any other questions?
Oh, no.
Fine.
He seems like a relaxed guy.
Tell me more about human sacrifice.
It's very rare. Most voodoo practices do not include human sacrifice as a matter of record, but it is theoretically possible, if that's what the gods demand. For example, one of the chants I had translated for me from a Haitian ritual went like this. Mistress Ezuli, come and aid us. If a cock is demanded, we will give it. If a bull will suffice, behold it. But if a goat without horns is required for sacrifice, oh, where will we find one? Ezuli is the gentlest of Loa, so they call on her for mercy. But I have seen grown and powerful Houngan tremble before a possession by one of the more violent Loa, such as Papa Nebo. Clearly, they are afraid that something of the sort will be ordered, or that Loa will simply take it for themselves.
All right, in that case, looks like we should show him some of the stuff we've found. Perhaps the murder photo.
Is there anything you can tell me about the voodoo aspects of this photograph?
This is a serious voodoo ritual. Nasty stuff.
In what way?
Let's see. I can't make out much detail from this photograph, except for the corpse, of course, but the wound, the face, and what little I can see of the ritual paraphernalia, it reminds me of certain black voodoo practices. Very rare. I've never witnessed them myself, you understand.
Really? Interesting. Thanks.
Maybe you just don't know how to party. And I should definitely show him the Veve.
Can you tell me anything about this?
Wow. Interesting. Very interesting. Mind if I copy this?
Be my guest.
Great. I'll be right back. Here you go. You know, this is a fascinating Veve. You must tell me all about its origin.
Actually, I was hoping you'd tell me. Can you figure out anything about it from the symbols?
Well, some. That's why I wanted a copy. I want to research the design myself.
Have you heard of the voodoo murders?
No. You're kidding. Really? Then the voodoo is authentic. The newspapers are wrong. Boy, are they wrong.
You think this Veve is authentic?
Authentic? Mr. Knight, that's like asking if the Mona Lisa is a painting.
Oh, shit.
Tell you what, I'll look into these symbols myself and see what I can learn about the sect that made this. I'll give you a call when I have more information. You are associated with the police, aren't you?
Absolutely. But I'm undercover. You can contact me at St. George's Bookshop in the quarter.
Oh,
All right.
Gabriel.
Now, I'd like to get started on this, if you don't mind.
All right. He likes us a little more now. Time to hit the road. Let's see. Back to the French Quarter. Let's take a little trip over to the St. Louis Cathedral. Well, this is lovely.
At least the cherub is an aesthetic way of asking for donations. The chancel of St. Louis Cathedral consists of a raised dais, an altar, 2 pedestals, and a choir area.
Pews. Remember, kids, he who farts in church sits in his own pew.
Rows of pews line each side of the nave's aisle.
My friend Joe's uncle told us that joke when we were 10, and it was the funniest thing I'd ever heard in my life. Let's do some confessing, shall we?
Someone is in that confessional. Gabriel will have to wait.
Son of a bitch.
Curtain confessionals are a subtle, old-fashioned presence on the left of the nave. There's a small shelf under the meshed window.
This is very strange. I don't know if this is how confessionals usually look. I'm Jewish, so I've never been to one.
A padded bench provides a soft place for supplicating knees.
There's a knothole.
There's a knothole about the size of a quarter in the wood paneling on that wall. A meshed window provides access to the confessional from the priest's booth. The panel behind the mesh window moves from the other side.
May I help you, my child?
Could you give me a blessing?
Do you feel the need for a blessing?
You wouldn't believe me if I told you.
All right, if it will comfort you.
The priest blesses Gabriel through the confessional window.
Peace be with you, son.
Thank you, Father.
Is there anything else?
Can I ask you a few questions?
The confessional is not the best place for interviews, son. You can contact the parish offices if you need private counseling.
I understand. Thanks, Father.
Is there anything else?
I'd like to make a confession.
All right, if it'll make you feel better.
Wow, so many.
Impure thoughts? You mean thoughts of sexual relations?
You could say that, but worse than what you mean.
Worse? You mean extreme sexual relations?
Well, not involving animals or anything.
Oh, well. Perhaps we should just leave it at that. Pray for forgiveness and say 10 rosaries. Is there anything else?
I've done some pretty rotten things to my friend Mosley.
Rotten? What do you mean?
Practical jokes, insults, among other things.
I see. Are you sorry?
Well...
Pray for forgiveness and say 3 rosaries. Is there anything else?
I haven't paid my assistant for 3 months.
Have you had the money?
Nope.
Sounds like a matter for the courts, son, not the church. Is there anything else?
Luckily, Grace is cool.
Some people say I'm a selfish person, Father.
We can always strive to improve ourselves. Patterns can be broken.
Yes. Thank you, Father.
Is there anything else?
I think I just need to give an overall apology to the universe.
I see. Apology noted.
Thanks, Father.
Is there anything else?
I've had a lot of women, Father.
A lot? More than 10?
Yes, Father.
More than 20?
Yes, Father.
More than 40?
Yes, Father.
Son, I don't think this is a matter for a priest. I think you need a good therapist.
If we're counting therapists, then I'm up to at least, let's see here, count the one, and, this might take a while.
My son, I'm afraid my lunch break is coming on about now. Pray for forgiveness and say 20 rosaries. On second thought, when you finish the math, say that many rosaries.
Gabriel hears him leave the confessional.
I should probably add one more rosary for that while I'm at it. I've been a bad boy.
Boy, you know you've done some fucking up in your life when the priest is like, I gotta take a lunch.
The knothole doesn't seem to operate that way. The knothole is part of the paneling. There's a knothole about the size of a quarter in the wood paneling on that wall.
Okay. I guess it's time to leave. And now that the priest is gone, time to go into where he was.
The other half lives.
Now that Gabriel's confessed to some sins, it's time to do some more sinning.
There's a box under the shelf of the priest's confessional. Inside the box, Gabriel finds a priest collar and some oil used for blessing.
Okay.
You never know when a priest's collar will come in handy.
Inside the box is some oil used for blessing. That oil is for holy purposes, not the sort of thing Gabriel would want to use it for.
I do feel like there's something that I should do with it. Maybe not, though. Okay. So I guess... Yeah. Cool. I guess we're good. Thank you, priest.
He hears someone enter and kneel down on the other side.
Oops.
Father, I'd like to make a confession.
Go on, my son.
I've recently come into a large sum of money.
I don't really see a problem with that.
It's not that. It's how I got it. I literally found a suitcase of money. So I picked it up and took it instead of telling the police or trying to find who it belonged to.
Give it up to charity.
Of course. Why didn't I think of that? Thanks, Father.
The man leaves the confessional.
Now I can say I did one good deed today.
Good job, Gabriel. All right. Time to head out of here. And now, that takes us back into the square. And it is time for a little disguise. Over to the Canizo residence. Let's see. She seemed friendly over the phone.
Yes? Who is it?
Let's see. Try pet supply salesman.
I've got some great pet supplies. Coochie coochie coo, little doggy.
Castro has everything he needs. Don't you, Castro?
Thanks a lot, Castro.
Okay, so here is the sneakiness. She is a very religious lady, deeply into voodoo and Catholicism. well, I'm not sure if it's specifically Catholicism, but Christianity. So it is time to create a little disguise. We will combine the black shirt with the collar. And then put that on.
This disguise is almost ready. I hate to say it, but I need to style my hair to be more respectable.
Okay, much to Gabriel's disgust, we're going to need to use that hair gel that we picked up in the bathroom much earlier.
I don't think hair gel alone is going to convince her I'm the respectable type.
Oh, maybe I have to combine all of them. Okay, the hair gel with the collar and shirt. There we go. And now you've got a priest disguise.
All right, but this is private.
Yeah, much more respectable. Some high-waisted 90s jeans. Marvelous.
Yes? Who is it?
Good thing she's farsighted.
It's Father McLaughlin to see you.
Father McLaughlin, you say? You must be new in the parish. I'm so pleased to meet you, Father. Do come in.
Thank you, my child.
That took me forever to figure out when I was a
Please
kid.
be seated, Father.
Thank you.
Now, what can I do for you?
Well, first I'm going to look around at all of your stuff.
It's a painting of a pretty young lady in old-fashioned clothes. Madame Casino looks fragile and pale under a thick layer of face powder. If Gabriel's not mistaken, she's a slice short of a loaf.
Harsh.
Castro, cute as a flea on a piece of fruit. The painting behind the couch is a Madonna and Child.
What a lovely tea set.
The tea service has been polished recently. Madame uses it with her Creole sisters, perhaps.
Okay, there's a jewelry box here that probably will come into play.
There's an old-fashioned jewelry box on the coffee table. A low wooden coffee table sits in front of the sofa. The sofa is velvet, and it is wearing nearly as much of Madame Casino's face powder as Madame is herself.
It's a banging couch, man. I'd party on that.
Madame's parlor is full of carefully dusted and polished relics of her past. It's a large antique cabinet. It's probably worth something. Madame seems to like candles. Gabriel wonders if these too are specialties of Mr. Walker's shop.
All right. Let me just, plant and lamp.
An old table lamp with a fringe shade gives off what little light there is in the parlor. The plant looks healthy, despite Gabriel's vague impression that Castro makes great use of it.
Let's talk to Castro first.
Nice doggy. Good Castro.
What a little bastard of a dog.
Do you mind if I ask you a few questions, my child?
Of course not, mon père.
What can you tell me about voodoo?
People think I'm just a foolish old woman, but I know the things they do. My family's been in New Orleans since 1750, so I know more than most. Voodoo people are all over the city, in the shops, everywhere. They'll curse you like that, and most people don't even notice. Spit on your bread at the bakery. Take strands of your hair at the store when you try on clothes. Oh, you have to be so careful. But I know their ways, so I can protect myself. I know how to use the magic too, and I can counteract their evil spells.
One of the things I like about this game is the way that the people who would come across as quote-unquote crazy are the ones that are actually right about what's going on in the world.
What can you tell me about New Orleans?
The only true New Orleans are of French origin, you know. My family were among the original settlers of New Orleans. They came here from France. The Creole society used to be so gay in New Orleans. Now it barely hangs on by its fingernails.
Do you know anything about snakes?
Snakes, they're evil creatures. Did you know that evil people can send them into your dreams? They can. That's why I never sleep.
Right, thanks.
Keep in mind that she's talking to someone who dreams horribly about snakes every night. All right, time to ask this nice old lady about human sacrifices.
Do you have any idea what Caprice encore means?
Maybe, I know. I bet you do not know, Father, n'est-ce pas?
I think I'll play it dumb.
It means don't eat the chili.
Shows how much you know.
Nope, I guess I was wrong.
About Caprice encore.
Oui? Are you going to tell me what it means, Father?
It means goat without horns.
Father, you surprised me. You do know what it means. You know what they mean by goat without horns, don't you? A human being. That's right. Slit your throat, cut out your heart. Pure evil murder.
Oh, good.
Do you know anything about Marie Laveau?
Oh, her. I could tell you about her. Voodoo Queen? Ah! My great-grandmother was an acolyte of Marie Laveau. She knows the truth about her.
Tell me the truth.
Tell me more about Marie Laveau.
She was only a front for the real evildoers, Father. And that's the truth about Marie Laveau.
Do you know anything about animal masks?
No, Father. I don't know anything about that.
Do you know anything about Veves?
No, Father. I don't know anything about that.
Do you know anything about black voodoo?
Oh, yes, Father. It is the wickedest kind. The kind they practice here in New Orleans.
Oh, good.
What can you tell me about St. John's Eve?
Oh, St. John's Eve, mais oui. I used to love the St. John's Eve Mass at St. Louis Cathedral. Of course, it is also a night of great wickedness, worse than All Hallows Eve. They will corrupt anything, Father.
They? They who?
Oh, you know.
I don't know.
Have you ever heard of Damballa?
No, Father. I don't know anything about that.
Does the name Ogun Badagri mean anything to you?
No, Father. I don't know anything about that.
Boy, she really knows her stuff or has no idea.
Do you know anything about human sacrifice here in New Orleans?
Well, my great-grandmother could tell stories. She saw it. People say that sort of thing wasn't done in New Orleans, but the real voodoo queens did it. Oh, yes.
Who are the real voodoo queens?
Well, my great-grandmother told me that Laveau was just a front, a flamboyant decoy. She distracted authorities from the real voodoo queen of New Orleans. It's been the same one for almost 200 years. She's head of a secret voodoo enfant. That's what they call their temples, you know. It's so secret, most of the voodoo people in the city don't even know about it. The real voodoo queen controlled Laveau, gave her a little bit of power, and used her like a puppet.
Boy, it's so surreal to sneak into this woman's house dressed as a priest and then ask her all about voodoo murders. you know, nice little Thursday.
Tell me more about this secret voodoo hound for.
Well, I've never seen it. I wouldn't go near it if you bade me. But it's here in New Orleans, I guarantee it. I hear their drums at night, oh yes. That's why I'm so ill, I tell you, those drums. But we shouldn't talk about it. They'll hear us. It's the devil's work that happens there, I can tell you. I'll show you something secret. You mustn't tell anyone, Father.
I swear on my collar.
Here it is, mon père. A true object of evil if ever there was one.
It radiates something, all right.
It belonged to my great-grandmother. She told my mother that it was a token to gain entrance to the real voodoo ceremonies.
You don't say.
To tell you the truth, I've always felt nervous about having it in the house. You know, evil influence and all.
I can see how you would, yes.
And yet, I could never part with it. It's been in the family for generations. Would you bless it for me, Father? I feel strange asking such a thing of you, but surely you understand.
I'll do better than bless it.
Bless this bracelet of a snake. Even though its vibes aren't great, let it do nobody harm when they wear it on their arm. Voodoo spirits, go away. Don't come back another day. And now let us pray.
It's a bracelet in the shape of a snake.
I wonder if I can make an impression of it using the clay.
Gabriel has a thought about the clay.
Bless, oh bless this circlet of silver. Take the curse, oh take it, Wilbur.
A lovely blessing, mon père.
Yes, I think it made a lasting impression. Here you go.
I feel so much better now.
Nice. Okay. Let's see if we've missed anything here. I think we've got most of it.
What do you know about the voodoo murders?
Voodoo murders? Ha! They are nothing new to me, Father. They happen all the time. I hardly go out anymore. It's too dangerous in the streets. They can get you anywhere, you know. Even here, in this room. But I try not to let them know about me. That's the best way.
Stay off the
Tell
grid.
me more about voodoo in New Orleans.
It's just plain evil. It's dangerous to even discuss it.
Tell me about yourself.
Me? I am Creole. My family has been in New Orleans for over 200 years. Real New Orleanians are French, you see. These days, the city is overrun with people with no heritage at all. No offense, Father, but it's true. But the French, naturellement, will always be the true blood of New Orleans.
Cool. That's my cue. All right, let's see.
Madam finds comfort in these iconic images, it seems.
Bless you, my child.
Bless you, Father McLaughlin.
All right. Today, I pretended to be a priest. And I stole an old woman's bracelet mold. Okay, I guess maybe I'll just...
I'm not going back on the street looking like this.
Okay, there it is. It does it automatically. Okay, cool. I think it is time for a little trip back to the drugstore. Now that we've met Willie's client and talked to her.
Hi.
Mm-hmm.
What a charmer.
can I ask you just a few more questions?
Whatever, man.
Do you know anything about a secret voodoo houndfall?
There's no such thing. Not around here.
There definitely is.
I found out what Cabri Sankal means. How did you know about human sacrifice?
I never said them words, monsieur. You must have heard them from someone else.
Do you know anything about black voodoo?
Black voodoo? No such thing, I'll tell you for sure.
Does the name Ogun Badagri mean anything to you?
Don't talk like that around here, man.
What a mix of, I don't know what you're talking about, and shut the fuck up.
Do you know anything about veves?
Like the ones in the voodoo rituals they do for the tourists?
Right.
They curiosities, no? This a curio shop.
Oh yeah, I keep forgetting. Have you ever heard of Damballa?
Damballa is an African legend about a great serpent. Folklore, that's all.
Would you take 50 for Willie Jr.?
Don't insult me, monsieur. The price is $120.
What?
You missed.
Okay. Cool, got some updates. I like a man with a sternum behind his desk. You know he means business. Okay, gonna head to the cemetery. There's my boy Toussaint. But today we are going.
I don't need to go visit the family tomb.
Oops. Going this way. And there's Malia.
Malia?
Mr. Knight, what are you doing here?
My family's tomb is here.
Mine too.
Unnoticed. Subtle.
Well, Mr. Knight, if there's nothing else.
Don't go. I need to talk to you.
Whatever for?
I can't stop thinking about you. I've been in your thoughts too. I can see it in your eyes.
Mr. Knight, you don't know anything about me. I'm not in a position to get involved.
I've said that a million times myself, but this is different. I think we both know we can't fight it. Oh, I can't believe I'm saying this.
I have so many obligations. My family is very traditional. You wouldn't understand.
Hey, I love tradition. I've seen Fiddler on the Roof 100 times.
This isn't a musical, Mr. Knight. We live in different worlds.
Look, I know you got more money than God. Do you think I care? Do you think that's why I'm saying this?
No, I don't.
Why don't you come see my world? I've got a little bookshop, St. George's on Bourbon.
I know.
See, I knew it. You're crazy about me too. Come by tonight, please. My world isn't so bad.
I'm sorry, but there's no place for someone like you in my life. Not now, not ever.
Damn it.
Just another budding graveyard romance goes by the wayside. Very sad. Well, as you can see, the sky's getting a little dark, so maybe we'll just head back to the bookstore.
It's getting late. Gabriel decides to go home for the day.
Whoa.
Excuse me. I'm going inside.
Oh, I'm afraid St. George's is closed for the day.
I'm not a customer. I'm here to see the owner.
Why don't you just leave your name and number with me, and I'll tell him you stopped by.
Listen, if Gabriel is here, he'll want to see me. Is he? Here?
I really couldn't say for certain, but in the morning...
Gracie, say goodnight.
Oh, she super likes him.
You came. I didn't think you would.
I didn't think I would either.
Your eyes. I could show you around a little. It's not much, but...
Please don't. I couldn't focus on much of anything right now.
Yeah, I know. God, what is it about you?
Just shut up and kiss me.
If there was a studio audience, they'd be like, ooh, right now. So night 3 was a pretty wild one. I spoke to one who smelled of death. He gave me to his ears, and crosses that were marked were made into a veil of tears. Man, gone before the morning paper. Okay, there's a dude outside now. That's unsettling. Things are getting weird on day 4.
You're not speaking to me this morning?
Don't be silly. I just have nothing to say.
Have it your way.
Okay, Gracie's upset.
Have you noticed this guy outside the shop?
Yeah, he gives me the creeps. I wish he'd go away.
Let's go ahead and talk to him.
Gabriel watches the man watching the shop.
Get the hell out of here.
The figure outside does not respond.
Okay, very relaxing. Let's talk to Gracie a little bit.
Got a minute, Grace?
What's up?
Do you have messages for me?
Your grandmother called. She said to remind you to stop by and go through your father's things.
Okay.
I will do that. Okay. Let's see if there are any other messages.
Do you have messages for me?
That man from Germany called again. Wolfgang Ritter. Now he's claiming to be a relative of yours.
Interesting.
All right. Let's get Wolfgang Ritter's number.
Can I get that phone number for Wolfgang Ritter?
Sure, I'll give it to you when we're done talking.
Great.
Could you do some research for me?
Sure, what?
Research this pattern, please.
I have a pattern I need you to research.
How interesting. What is it?
It's a reconstruction of the tracings they found around the murder victims. The ones done in flour and blood.
Yuck. You shouldn't carry this kind of thing around. Who knows what these symbols mean?
Well, wear your evil banishing gloves if you want, but check it out for me, would you?
I'll see what I can find out. Anything else?
I can't think of anything.
All right.
Here's that phone number.
Thanks.
Okay, so that is Wolfgang Ritter's phone number from Germany. I'll give him a call at some point.
Today's newspaper is on the...
Whoops. Let's see what's going on in the world. I believe this is June 21st.
Times dated June 21st, 1993. Gabriel's eye is immediately drawn to an article about the voodoo murders. He scans it quickly.
I don't believe this. They've closed the case.
What case?
The voodoo murders case. The paper says that the police have learned that the murders were a result of an underworld cartel war, and that the war is over.
That's not good?
It's ridiculous. And what about the killers? And the voodoo angle, they never got anything on that.
I know you were into it, Gabriel, but if it's over, that's hardly a negative. Anyway, if you're that upset, why don't you talk it over with your pal Mosley?
You don't get it, Grace. Just forget it, okay?
Gabriel decides to check his horoscope, despite his disgust. Death walks close to you today. Resist temptation lest his eye fall on you, too.
Peachy.
Gabriel also spots an ad for Sam Springleton, a jeweler. Sam hangs out at the Napoleon House.
Okay, that's good to know. Especially since we just made a cast of a golden bracelet that could possibly be reproduced by a master jeweler. So, case closed. Voodoo murders solved. The so-called oh man, that's so tough for me. The so-called voodoo murders are over at last, says Detective Franklin Mosley of the New Orleans Police Department. Our investigation has turned up that these murders were the result of an underworld drug cartel war, said Mosley at a press conference yesterday evening. That war has now ended, and the people of this great city are safe again. The police say they are doubling efforts to crack down on the underworld drug trade that briefly turned New Orleans into its private battleground. Okay, and my horoscope said death walks closely, and I wonder if that has to do with the extremely intimidating, terrifying man standing outside of the shop. Okay, let's see. I guess it's probably safe to leave Grace. With a man staring outside the shop, what could possibly go wrong?
I'm out of here. Try not to sell out the store while I'm gone.
Uh-huh.
Okay, now it is time. So we could go to the Napoleon House. But before that, I'm going to go to my grandma's house, Grandma Knight, because she actually is waiting for us. Ugh, I love her. She's the sweetest.
Gabriel, I'm so glad you stopped by.
Oh, sorry it's been a while, Grandma.
Not at all. Give me a kiss.
Now come on, sit down. Tell me how you're doing.
Nice bong, Grandma.
How have you been, Gran?
Just fine, dear. I'm sorry I bothered you at work, but I was hoping you'd get a chance to go through your father's things in the attic.
Don't be silly. You can call me anytime.
Actually, before we get into
Oh,
this,
nothing. Never mind.
All right, dear.
let's take a peek at what's going on in the house.
The sofa has a worn blue chintz pattern that Gabriel remembers fondly. Gran's knitting. She whips through that stuff like there was no tomorrow. Gran has a way with plants and kids. On the wall are portraits of Gran and Granddad when they were young. Gabriel's inherited some good-looking genes. Grandmother Knight rarely uses the fireplace these days. Too much of a hassle to clean. Mostly pictures of Gabriel, his dad, and Harrison Knight. Granny likes soft lighting.
Man, there's so many little touches in this game that really tell you a lot about the characters. I love it.
Fresh carnations, Granny's favorite. That clock has been in the Wright family, Granny's family, for centuries. Gabriel grew up in this room. Just being here makes him feel safe. And after about 5 minutes, claustrophobic.
Okay, guess it's time to talk to Grandma.
That's my Gran. Adorable as always.
You're such a tease.
Can we talk, Gran?
Of course, my boy. How can I help?
What can you tell me about voodoo?
Voodoo? What an odd question, Gabriel. Of course, you always were interested in monster movies and all that other weird stuff. You get that from your father and granddad. I don't know anything about it, dear. Of course, it was very big in New Orleans at one time, but you don't hear so much about it these days. Too much else in the world to worry about, I guess.
Well, I'm into some weird shit, Grandma.
What can you tell me about the voodoo murders?
Oh, Gabriel, nothing. And I don't want to. I sometimes wonder what this world is coming to.
What can you tell me about New Orleans?
New Orleans is very southern, of course, though not as much as it used to be when I was a girl. It's gotten much more influenced by the East Coast and that California stuff. Still, it hasn't changed as much as other places, I reckon. We've always been happy here.
Have you ever heard of Marie Laveau?
Marie Laveau? Oh, of course. She was that voodoo woman, wasn't she? She preyed on people's fears and superstitions, is what I think. There are always those willing to take other people's money for nothing. You stay away from people like that, Gabriel.
Yes, Gran.
I definitely won't sleep with someone who might be related to her an hour ago.
Do you know anything about snakes?
Snakes? What kind of snakes, dear?
I don't know, local kinds.
Well, we used to get cottonmouths in the park when I was a girl, but I haven't heard of one being sighted for years. Milk snakes and garter snakes are also around these parts, but they can't hurt you.
Thanks, Gran. Do you know anything about animal masks?
Why, no, dear. Do you mean Mardi Gras masks?
Never mind, Gran. Can you tell me anything about a secret voodoo hound fall?
Gabriel, my goodness. What are you up to these days?
Oh, nothing, Gran, really.
You'd better not be. You know you're the only family I have left.
I know, Gran. It's okay.
I swear, next time I go to New Orleans, I'm just gonna walk around and ask people, like, do you know about a secret voodoo hound fall? I'm sure that'll go over well.
Do you know anything about black voodoo?
I don't know much about any kind of voodoo, Gabriel.
What can you tell me about St. John's Eve?
St. John's Eve? I remember when I was a girl, we always had a St. John's Eve Mass. The Mass was said at midnight, and we held candles. One time, on the way home, we were waylaid by a large group of drunken revelers. They didn't hurt us, but oh, I was frightened. My father was furious. We never went to St. John's Eve Mass after that.
Maybe a little bit more?
What can you tell me about St. John's Eve?
I haven't celebrated it in years, Gabriel. I'm sure there's still Mass in the more traditional churches, but I don't go.
Okay. Gonna ask my grandma about human sacrifice. I'm sure that'll go over well.
Does the phrase Cabri Sanko mean anything to you?
Something without something, I think. Oh, my French is so rusty, I swear my mind is going.
No, it's okay. Thanks. Does the name Ogun Badagri mean anything to you?
What, dear?
Never mind. Have you ever heard of Damballa?
What, dear?
Never mind.
This is going well.
Tell me about yourself.
Me? Surely you have something more interesting to talk about.
No, come on, Gran.
Oh, all right, dear. What do you want to hear?
What do you do all day?
You know how I love to knit and work in my garden. I also take long walks. It's the only way to keep an old bottle like mine from stiffening up.
You're not old.
Oh, don't be foolish. I'm older than the hell.
I love his grandma.
Tell me about before you met Granddaddy.
Well, you know I was born Rebecca Wright. My daddy owned a lot of land outside of town. We grew peas and corn and cotton, all kinds of things. It was a good childhood, but my father was very strict. He didn't much let me out of his sight.
Tell me how you met Granddaddy.
Oh, I met Helson at a church revival. There was a traveling preacher back then, a big fella named Reverend Jim. I even remember his slogan, "Come to me to find your way." Your granddad was sitting right behind me and my girlfriend, Alma. And at one point, old Reverend Jim was flinging his hair around with his fine brimstone annex. And a piece of it, one of those small add-on do's for men, went flying off. I swear, Helson and I were the only ones that noticed. We both started laughing to beat the band. Everyone looked at us like we were a couple of loonies. Oh, it was then I knew that he was for me.
How you feeling these days?
Fit as a fiddle, and don't you worry your head about it.
Just tell me anything at all.
I had your father when I was 22. The doctors told me I couldn't have any more after him, so I'm afraid I spoiled him rotten.
Oh, nothing. Never mind.
All right, dear.
Tell me about our family.
Who would you like to hear about? Your granddad, your father, or your mother?
Tell me something about Granddad.
Your granddad immigrated to America when he was 21. He worked his way through school, met and married me, and we had your father, Philip.
Tell me about my father.
Your father was my only child. How we adored him.
Tell me something about Granddad.
Your granddad supported me and your father with bookkeeping. Oh, I tell you what, though, he hated every minute of it. Didn't really like bookkeeping one bit. Maybe that was why he had the worst luck with jobs. Oh, the nights he'd come home afraid to tell me he lost another. And I'd tell him it didn't matter to me, but he felt ashamed, Gabriel.
Tell me something about Granddad.
Helson was only 36 when he died. Your father was 8 years old at the time. Your granddad was hit by a streetcar in the business district. It took me nearly a year to believe he was really gone.
I'm sorry, Gran.
Oh, I know you are, dear.
Damn.
Tell me something about...
Did you know that your granddad was a poet? He was. He wrote the most beautiful poetry for me when we were courting. I always thought he should have done something with that gift, but he was such a practical man. Didn't believe in chasing after dreams.
Tell me about my father.
Philip suffered from terrible nightmares, just like your granddad did. Oh, they were two peas in a pod.
Tell me about my father.
When Philip met your mother, oh, it was love at first sight. They were married 2 weeks later. Never looked at a girl seriously until then, and he looked at plenty. You have your father's way with women, Gabriel. And your granddad's.
Tell me about my father.
I wanted to just lay down and die when he and your mother were killed in that car crash when you were only 8. It was the thought of taking care of you that kept me going, Gabriel. The police say your father swerved off the road after being frightened by something. Perhaps a deer in the road, or wildcat.
It's interesting. You can see... I mean, I didn't pick up on this as a kid playing it, but Gabriel's troubles with women, and a lot of the behavior that he shows comes from, you know, that void of not having parents and, you know, not having that guidance in life. Also, it's interesting that his granddad and his dad were both killed when their son was 8, and it was both car accidents. So that's worth noting.
Tell me about my father.
Your granddad wanted Philip to have a normal life. He was obsessed by that thought. He pushed Philip to go to law school, but Philip was driven to art. He painted almost in a daze. He would get so inside himself when he worked.
Tell me about my father.
He always hated that it was Margaret's money that supported the 3 of you when his painting couldn't. I kept telling him, try something more cheerful, like a landscape or two, but he couldn't do it. His work was just too dark and disturbing for the public, you know.
Tell me about my mother.
Your mother was Margaret Templeton when your father met her. She came from a very wealthy Creole family in New Orleans. She was beautiful and reckless. She was madly in love with your father, of course, but I also think she liked to find her family. Since you're so interested in family history these days, why don't you go by St. Louis Cemetery No. 1 and visit the family tomb? It would be such a sweet gesture.
It's just past the Ross tomb, right? Oh, maybe I will.
All right, more graveyard fun.
Tell me about my mother.
Your mother's family refused to give her money after the marriage. All she had left was a modest trust fund from her great-aunt, who happened to like Philip. The remainder of your mother's trust fund became yours when she died. That's what you used to open your bookshop.
Tell me about my mother.
The Templetons are all gone now. Every last one of them. Oh, they never wanted anything to do with us, of course. What a waste.
You know, you get prettier every time I see you.
Oh, you.
Oh, nothing. Never mind.
All right, dear.
All right, time to go get those things from the attic.
I'm gonna go up to the attic, Gran.
Be careful of the dust.
All right, here we are up in the attic, and next time on Game Grumps, we'll explore this place. I hope everyone's enjoying this playthrough. I know it's very relaxed, but that's kind of what I love about this game, and we're making some good progress. You can see we've got 126 points out of 362, so even if we're missing stuff, you can tell we're almost halfway through the game. So, all right, I will catch you later, and hooray, you're wonderful. Bye. It's sushi time. Well, hello there, and welcome back to episode 5 of Gabriel Knight, Sins of the Father. We're cruising right along. We are at Gabriel's grandma's house up in the attic. Look at these particles. Gotta love it. And we're here to find what we can find.
A skylight lets welcome sunlight into the attic.
Here's a little clock.
An elaborate mechanical clock, probably of German origin, is among the discarded treasures of the attic.
Let's take a closer look at that.
I think I'll leave that up here.
Okay.
There's an interesting design in the base of the clock. A keyhole sits empty on the side of the clock.
Okay. Maybe that's all we can do with it for the moment.
The old trunk looks like it's gone to hell and back.
I know how it feels.
There's a lot of Granddad's old stuff in here. Might be something interesting.
This feels like one of those Christmas Find 'em games that Aaron and I play. Hey, a key.
What's this? It's some sort of key.
Thank you, don't mind if I do.
Some old clothes, including a pair of leather shorts.
Aren't those called lederhosen?
That's a good looking Stein.
More of Harrison Knight's German books.
Just what I need.
A bundle of letters. Love letters between Harrison and Rebecca.
That's nice. Okay, I guess the key was what I was here to get. So let's go back to that clock because it had the keyhole. Now this was another thing I got completely fooled on, or stuck on, I should say, when I was younger. So this goes all the way back to the book that we looked at in our own bookshop, which was Dry Drakens, the 3 dragons. So here, you see the symbol. You want to put the dragon at the top, and then turn the minute hand until the clock strikes 3. And then use the key.
There's an interesting...
Oops.
The key winds the clock's mechanism.
Granddaddy, you old fox.
Boom, baby. And now we got some photos and letters.
A secret drawer has opened in the base of the clock.
Okay, let's take a look and see what we got.
The back of the photo has the following written on it. Schloss Ritter, 1925.
Three handsome young fellows.
The letter is written in German, but Gabriel determines what he can about it. It was sent from a place called Schloss Ritter in Rittersburg, West Germany. The letter is addressed to mein Sohn Heinz and signed Wilhelm Ritter. One of the reoccurring words strewn throughout the letter is the word Schattenjäger. The only other thing that Gabriel can decipher about the letter is a sense of urgency in the handwriting and in the heavy use of a quill tip, bold strokes, and underlining.
Okay. Time to take this stuff down to Grandma and see what she thinks about it.
Does this mean anything to you, Gran?
No, dear. I'm afraid I don't speak a word of German.
Okay, maybe the photo. Maybe I'll show her the murder photo. That'll make her really happy.
Does this mean anything to you, Gran?
That one in the middle is your grandfather. Those other two, oh, I don't know.
Let's see. Maybe there's more I can do with this. Nope. Let's see here. Huh. Oh well. Maybe if we talk to her,
Can
something
we
will
talk,
come.
Gran?
Of course, my boy. How can I help?
Oh yeah, there it is. Okay. Now I can ask her about Schottenjäger.
Have you ever heard of a Schottenjäger?
Schottenjäger? Schottenjäger? Oh, how odd, Gabriel. I haven't heard that word in years. My goodness, you've given me a chill. Your granddad used to say that sometimes in his sleep.
Really? Do you know what it means?
No, I'm afraid not. I asked him about it once. I don't think he answered me. Odd.
Huh. Thanks, Gran. Do you know anyone named Heinz Ritter?
Heinz Ritter? Oh, Gabriel. Where did you hear that name?
I found a letter in Granddaddy's clock.
Oh, I promised I'd never tell you or your father, but I suppose it doesn't matter now.
Tell me, Gran.
Your granddad's name was Heinz Ritter before he came to America. He changed it to Harrison Knight legally when he arrived.
All right then.
Why did Granddad change his name?
I don't know. I tried to ask him about his family and his life before America, but he didn't want to talk about it. He never even told me about his name change. I found out one day when I saw his passport in a drawer. Since he obviously found it painful, I never questioned him about it. But I'm sure it wasn't trouble with the law. Your granddad was the best man I ever knew.
Didn't Granddad ever say anything about his past or his family?
Only that his family was crazy and that he never wanted to see them again. He believed in some family curse. Thought that he could spare Philip and Philip's children from what he called old nightmares. Whatever Harrison wanted to spare you, though. Oh, it cost him plenty. He never did sleep well, and he would often get a far-away, guilty look in his eyes. He was wrestling with something he thought he should be doing, someplace he thought he ought to be. I don't know how he could think that he should be anywhere but with me and our child. It's a terrible way to live.
All right. Let's talk about Wolfgang.
Do you know anyone named Wolfgang Ritter?
Wolfgang Ritter? Oh, no, dear.
Huh. Odd.
As I said, your granddad's surname was originally Ritter.
Okay. Never mind then.
Oh, nothing. Never mind.
All right, dear.
Well, this has been relaxing and lovely. No voodoo horrors in here. But it is time to leave Grandma's house and go back to the cemetery to check
well,
what...
Gran, I'd better get going.
All right, dear. Be good and keep safe, Gabe, honey.
I will, Gran. See you.
Head to the cemetery like she requested. Maybe we'll go see our family. All right, here we go.
DeMarco reads, Franklin Wright.
These are Gran's folks. I never knew them.
DeMarco reads, Merrill Planter Wright.
These are Grant's folks. I never knew them.
Wonder if it's the same for all of them.
DeMarco reads, Margaret Templeton Knight.
My mother.
DeMarco reads, Philip Knight.
Daddy.
Oh man, that gave me a chill.
DeMarco reads, Harrison Knight.
Granddaddy.
DeMarco reads, Harley Wright.
Grand sister. She died young.
Someone has left a small vase by the Wright family tomb.
Not sure who else comes here besides me and Gran, but that was nice of them.
Gabriel doesn't want to take the nameplates from his family tomb. This family tomb bears the inscription, Rest in Peace, and the name Fullermill.
There's a talk option for this one.
How's it going, Granddaddy? Miss you, Mom. Hey, Daddy. Oh, shoot. Huh. Looks like someone left something in that vase.
$20 bill. Thanks, little squirrel.
Inside the broken vase, Gabriel sees a $20 bill.
It's cool that they mixed in photographs with certain parts of this game. Makes it feel more real.
Looks like it's my lucky day.
All right. I do believe it is time to leave my family. Maybe head back to the bookstore. Make sure that guy's not bothering Grace. He is still there.
Hey, kids.
Bruno, how nice.
Gee, a customer.
Of yours? Hardly.
How's the flower business?
Well, better than the used book business, I see.
Rare books.
That explains why I so rarely see anyone in here. Are you gonna sell me that wonderful painting of yours today?
Well, it's a priceless one-of-a-kind painting by my father, who's dead. How much?
How much would you give me for it?
Oh, you're serious? You'll let me have it?
Gabriel, don't you dare sell your father's painting.
Yeah, I'll let you have it, all right. How much for the painting?
Well, I could give you 100. That's all I can let go at the moment, you know. My affairs are so tied up.
Gabriel, $100 for your father's painting?
Stay out of this, Grace.
All right, let's do it.
Fine. It's yours.
Gabriel!
Here's the 100.
Need that cash money, baby.
You better take good care of this, Bruno. This is not just another of your hip art pieces, you know.
Really? Well, I fully intend to make the most of its display. Though not for your sake, I'm sure. At least in my shop, there'll be a chance of someone actually seeing it. I can't believe I actually got it. Just wait until I show Sid.
That guy staring in the window's like, what the fuck, man? $100.
I don't believe you.
It's just a painting, Grace. There are things I have to do.
Okay, so That was something I wasn't sure about, but whenever you get the twing diddly ding, you know you did something right. So that's good. Now it is time to call Germany. So here's Wolfgang's number.
Didn't Grace say you had to dial 011 first to get international?
Classic.
Guten Tag, Sie haben Schloss Ritter erreicht.
I'm looking for Wolfgang Ritter.
Ja, einen Moment.
Yeah, is this Gabriel on the phone?
This is Gabriel Knight. Why are you calling me, Mr. Ritter?
I've been having premonitions of great danger for you, Gabriel. You must leave New Orleans this very day.
What in the hell are you talking about?
It is hard to explain on the phone. I have had dreams about you. It took me a long time to have you tracked down. I knew that Heinz had a grandson, but until this dream started, I did not know if I should contact you.
You say you're related to my grandfather?
Heinz was my brother. There is much about the family that you should know. Come to Schloss Ritter in Rittersberg, West Germany. It is our family home. I will tell you everything when you come. You must come immediately. You are in great danger there.
Look, I appreciate the family spirit and all, but frankly, I don't know you from Adam. And I'm not going to fly off to Germany, even if I could afford it.
Gabriel, please. If you won't listen, at least let me send you something. It is a journal from one of your ancestors. Promise me you will read it. You are the last of our line. I'm too old to carry on. You are our last hope. Please, for your family, read the journal.
All right, I'll look at it.
Good. Now be careful, and come to me as soon as you can. Goodbye.
Wow. That really time capsules this game, the fact that he referred to it as West Germany. Okay, so looks like we might be going to Germany at some point in this game, but in the meantime, I think we're good here. Apart from the fact that we're clearly in grave danger, and someone across the world can feel it. But I mean, hey, what weird thing has happened since I started playing? Oh, that's right, the man. Okay, the man is definitely still there. But in the meantime, you may have noticed that I now have $120 in my possession after selling the painting and grabbing the $20 from the cemetery.
I'm going out.
Don't hurry back on my account.
Oh, Grace. And what cost $120? Well, you better believe it's Willie Jr., the crocodile mask. So we're going to the Dixieland drugstore.
Hi.
Mm-hmm.
Hi. Gotta love Willie.
Can I ask you just a few more questions?
Whatever, man.
Great.
Have you ever heard of a Schottenjäger?
Man, I don't even know what language that is.
It's French.
Would you take 50 for Willie Jr.?
Don't insult me, monsieur. The price is $120.
Okay. So let's hit him up with that cash. And hopefully he sells it to us because this guy clearly hates our guts.
I have $120. You still want to sell that crocodile mask?
That's 120 sure enough. That mask is yours, sir.
Wow, he named it and everything, but money talks, I guess.
Here you go. Carefully don't bite you now.
Yeah, thanks.
Now don't you go forgetting your lagniappe. A free bottle of Master Gambling Oil.
The sign said I could get Lady Luck oil instead.
Well, I was thinking a man as young as you wouldn't be needing that kind of remedying. But, if you's having problems with your,
That's all right. Believe me, I don't need it. I'll just stick with this. Thanks anyway.
'Cause it ain't none of my business if you do need it now, huh?
I don't need it.
Oh, of course you don't.
Oh, man. Willie thinks you have erectile dysfunction. That's fine. Let's hit the road. That guy is unfriendly. All right, so now it is finally time to check out the Napoleon House. That's the other thing. That's where that master jeweler is known to hang out. So let's check it out. Okay, a lot of stuff to look at.
An unhappy-looking man exposed the dangers of drinking alone.
Can I ask you some questions?
I'm here to relax, friend. Now buzz off.
Right. Sorry.
Well, at least he's relaxed.
The bar is a 19th century antique in lovingly polished walnut. Gabriel and the bartender are old pals. His name is Stonewall King, and he knows everybody around here.
Good. Maybe he knows who I need to speak to.
Could I ask you a few questions?
Sure. I'm not too busy at the moment.
What can you tell me about voodoo?
Voodoo? Don't believe in it myself. I invented a drink once called Laveau's Tomb, but it wasn't very popular. Some people do believe, though. Even some of our regulars here at Napoleon House.
What do you know about the voodoo murders?
It's all over the papers. Some kind of serial killings.
Man, bartenders have such great mustaches.
What do you know about the voodoo murder?
They say a lot of voodoo stuff is found near the bodies.
What do you know about the voodoo murders?
Everybody's talking about them. It's starting to scare off the tourists.
What can you tell me about New Orleans?
Greatest city in the world. I'd never want to live anywhere else.
What can you tell me about New Orleans?
This city must get about 1 million tourists a year, especially around Mardi Gras.
What can...
A lot of people come here because they think it's mysterious. All that talk about voodoo.
Do you know anything about snakes?
What about them?
No, just anything.
You ask the weirdest questions. I don't know anything about snakes.
Have you ever heard of Marie Laveau?
Sure. She's kind of the patron saint of voodoo in New Orleans. Don't know too much about her, but the tourists sure get off on all that stuff.
Have you?
There's a voodoo museum in town. They'd know more about it than I do.
Do you know anything about animal masks?
Come Mardi Gras, you see all kinds of masks in here.
Do you know anything about black voodoo?
Black voodoo? No. I prefer not to think about that kind of stuff, personally. Crime, perversion, weirdos. Just makes me depressed.
Does the name Ogun Badagri mean anything to you?
Never heard of it.
Have you ever heard of Damballa?
Never heard of it.
I really like that about this game. Just the way different people have different reactions to the same questions, and they all come from different parts of the world, even though they all live together. Like, just mentioning that Badagri name to Willie, he's like, shut the fuck up, like, immediately, don't say that in here. But the bartender's like, I don't know.
What's the significance of St. John's Eve?
All I know is it's some kind of voodoo holiday.
Just makes it feel like everyone has their own lives and belief systems.
Can you tell me anything about a secret voodoo hound fall?
Are you kidding? Around here? Hope they aren't serving drinks.
Well, if they are, I don't think anyone in his right mind would want one. Does the phrase caprice encore mean anything to you?
Never heard of it.
Have you ever heard of a Schottenjäger?
You know what goes in it?
I don't think it's a drink.
Oh, then I probably don't know anything about it.
Tell me about yourself.
A good bartender listens to other people's life stories without telling his own.
What can you tell me about your regulars in here?
See those old guys at the chess table? That's Sam and Marcus. They've played there every day for 20 years. Sam, the one with the purple jacket, he's lost every one of those games.
That's like Aaron and me with
Not that
chess.
he's a bad player. I've seen him beat guys twice as good as Marcus. But Marcus has Sam so psyched out, he loses his nerve every time. By the way, Sam, the chess player, he's into that voodoo stuff. He's always talking about spells and gree-gree and such.
Really? Thanks. So what has Sam told you about voodoo?
Well, about 50 years ago, Sam was too shy to talk to this pretty girl he was in love with. He went to a voodoo-ien and had her make him a love charm. It was a little pouch that he had to bury under the girl's front porch. Well, he buried the pouch, and the next day he went up and talked to the girl. And sure enough, she didn't reject him. Now she's his wife, poor guy.
Cool. Okay. And Sam, just so you remember, is the master jeweler that we read about in the paper.
Tell me about the street musicians around here.
I like music as much as the next guy, but they get pretty monotonous sometimes, you know? Like that drummer right outside. They say there's been a drummer outside Napoleon House since the day it opened. Now, I like drums, but this character really gets on my nerves. It sounds like the same thing over and over. I just want to say enough already.
Sounds like my life.
Oh yeah, there is another drummer there.
A young man is deep in conversation with his girlfriend and feeling no pain.
Hey, how's it going?
Could you excuse us? We're talking here.
Hey, how's it going?
Could you excuse us? We're talking here.
All right then. Let's talk to Sam.
A man in a loud tie stares morosely at a chessboard.
Excuse me, I hate to interrupt your game, but could I ask you a few questions?
What game? This ain't a game, it's a slaughter.
He's right, you know. So let me die in peace, would you?
Oi, Sam, he's got the Jewish voice. But of course he's a jeweler. What is it?
Are you sure I can't bother you with a few questions?
Mister, please, I'm trying to turn this game around.
Yeah, right. Got a crowbar?
Shut up, you bastard.
Oh, Marcus is kicking the crap out of him.
A sharp-eyed gentleman in a gray sport coat hunches over a chessboard, chuckling to himself.
Sorry to bother you, but could I ask you a few questions?
I'm not the chatty type, am I, Sam?
No, you old bastard, you're not.
Besides, I'm busy sucking poor old Sam dry. Go bug someone else.
You're a real sweetheart, Marcus, you bastard.
All right, well, Sam, it just so happens that I have some master gambling oil. Maybe it'll help.
Got a second, Sam? It's about your game.
I don't have a game, that's my problem. Don't you touch those chess pieces while I'm gone, bastard.
I ain't never needed to cheat yet, you loser.
Thought you might be interested in this gambling oil.
Let me see that. Master Gambling Oil. What's it for?
Hair tonic. Marcus uses. That's definitely the way.
Don't you ever wonder why Marcus wins every time?
Whoa, hold it. You really think Marcus uses this stuff?
Would I make something like that up?
Get out of here. Marcus would never use something like this.
Well, if that's what you want to believe. This is a powerful voodoo oil.
Ah, go on. Really?
This voodoo oil could make a nun get lucky.
Really? You think it really works, huh?
I'd stake my reputation as a novelist on it.
And you say Marcus uses this? That explains a lot. Let me see that bottle. This looks authentic.
Oh, it is.
If I could really beat that bastard. Stonewall, give me a Pim's cup, would you?
Coming up, Sam.
How much you think I ought to put in here?
Careful, you don't want to overdo it. Too much luck can be dangerous.
Ha! There's no such thing as too much. Now stand back.
Come on already, I'm ready to checkmate.
We'll see about that, Mr. Smarty Big Mouth.
Go get him, Sam. Don't take any of that shit.
Checkmate! Checkmate, you bastard!
Son of a bitch.
20 years I've been waiting to say that. Checkmate! Checkmate! Checkmate!
You are the biggest butthead, Sam Singleton, that I have ever met.
Checkmate!
You can just put that chessboard where the sun don't shine.
Hallelujah! I did it! Yippee!
Good winner, good loser. Very nice.
Nice game.
Nice game. Hell, I was brilliant. Course, I gotta give some of the credit to that oil of yours. I've been losing to that guy for 20 years. If you ever need a favor, you come to Sam, you hear?
Will do.
Well, as a matter of fact, I do have a favor. Here is the bracelet mold that we got from Madame Casino.
Could you do anything with this?
What is this, a clay mold? Well, I am a jeweler, you know. And I owe you one. Would you like me to cast this for you?
If you can.
You got it, pal. Actually, it'll be a pleasure to get my tools out. First time in years. I've been too busy playing that goddamn game. I'll have the bracelet later today. Right now, I feel like I could do anything. Meet me here in a few hours.
Great, thanks.
All right. Today I made an old Jewish chess player very happy. That's what life's all about. Okay, time to head out. Take a peek at the drummer.
A street drummer has found a spot outside the Napoleon House.
Okay, standard stuff. Now, it's time to check out a place we haven't been to before. We're going to go to the Jackson Square Overlook. It's a nice place. This looks over the place where the mime and the artist were and everything.
4 pairs of binoculars are rigorously mounted on the cement floor.
Okay. Not much going on there. Try this one. Nope.
that's Crash.
There we go.
What the hell is he up to with that drummer?
Crash, as you remember, was the guy being interviewed by
Crash
Mosley.
and the drummer. Interesting.
Okay. Let me just take a quick peek around here.
The Pontalba buildings are historical landmarks, built in 1849 and 1850 as residential apartments.
I'm gonna have to do a tour of this place.
St. Louis Cathedral. The original church on this site was built in 1724 and was named for Louis IX of France. That church burnt in the Great Fire of 1788. The present church dates from 1851. A fancy wrought iron railing marks the end of the balcony. The Pontalba buildings are...
Whoops. Ah, sky.
It has been overcast all week. The air has been moody and thick. Strange weather for June.
Okay. Let's see if Sam is back now that we went and did something. There's our boy.
Sam, my man.
Hey there, it's you. I got that bracelet for you. This piece was a real toughie. For some reason, the metal just wasn't setting. I must be out of practice.
Well, it looks good to me. Thanks, Sam.
No problem. By the way, I'm heading out of town tonight.
Yeah? Where to?
Marcus used to tell me that if I ever beat him at chess, he'd take me around the world. The old bastard has enough money stuffed in his mattress to cover the federal deficit, and he hates spending a penny of it. I'm going to enjoy watching him squirm through every mile.
That's
Sounds
romantic.
like fun. Good luck.
Are you kidding? Luck is my middle name.
All right, perfect. I've got a snake bracelet. This, you will recall, will get me into any kind of voodoo ritual.
Sam's replica of Madame Casano's snake bracelet looks just like the original.
Okay, cool. Now, back out we go. Time to head over to the cathedral. And, of course, this playthrough is running smoothly because I've played this recently. Normally, you're fucking lost for hours all the time, just wandering around places trying to see and figure out what to do next. But that's also why they give you so many people to talk to and so many things to say, because they just want to make sure it's interesting whenever you go anywhere. And it's our boy Crash. He looks like he's doing well as always.
Crash is huddled in a pew. He looks seriously ill.
I need to talk to you. Ask you some questions.
No way, man. I'm too sick. Go away.
Come on. I have to know what you know about these voodoo people.
You don't know nothing about nothing, man. You are so far out of it, you wouldn't understand anything. Just like that friend of yours, Mosley. Go away!
I'm not like Mosley. I know more than you think I do. I'll believe you.
Oh, forget it, man. It's not worth my breath.
Perhaps the snake bracelet will convince him otherwise.
Do you recognize this?
Where did you get that?
Why? Do you know something about it?
Know something about it? Look at this.
Crash opens his shirt and reveals a tattoo.
It's the same snake.
It's their sign, man. The mark of the snake. Without it, they'll never let you get close.
The sign of the snake, right. Your tattoo, my bracelet. Now do you believe that I know something about these people?
All right, yeah. You know about them. I guess.
Will you answer some questions for me now?
Okay, I'll talk to you. A little, but make it fast.
Hey, he looks like he's doing great.
Tell me what you know about voodoo.
Look, take some advice. Stay away from this voodoo shit. You don't really want to know, man. Believe me. Do yourself a favor and leave me alone.
Come on, tell me what you know about voodoo.
I told you, man. Leave me alone. Can't you see I'm dying?
Dying to get to a barber?
I want to know about the voodoo murders.
You're on the right track. That's all I can say. I'm not gonna risk my life by talking about it, man.
What can you tell me about New Orleans?
Man, can't you see I'm sick? Don't bug me with stupid questions.
Does the name Ogun Badagri mean anything to you?
No! Don't say that name.
Why not?
It's evil, man.
What's evil? Ogun Badagri?
Do you know anything about snakes?
The eyes. Snake's eyes. Damballa.
Okay, calm down. What can you tell me about St. John's Eve?
Nothing. Just leave me alone.
God, this guy's so helpful.
Do you have any idea what Capri San Call means?
I never heard of that.
Do you know anything about Marie Laveau?
I don't know her. Honest.
Tell me what you know about a secret voodoo hound fall in New Orleans.
Oh, man. Just shut up about that. Can't you see I'm sick? Are you trying to kill me?
Time to press him.
Tell me what you know about a secret voodoo hound fall in New Orleans.
I told you. I'm not gonna talk about that. Go away.
Do you know anything about animal masks?
No. Leave me alone about that shit.
What do you mean? You've seen them, haven't you?
No, not me. Leave me alone.
Also, watch your profanity.
Tell me about the animal masks you've seen.
I said drop it, man.
Do you know anything about black voodoo?
Black voodoo? What the hell is that? Voodoo's voodoo, man.
Tell me what you know about Damballa.
No! Don't say that word. They'll hear you.
They who?
Shut up, man!
Tell me what you know about Damballa.
I told you. I can't talk about it.
Do you know anything about Veves?
I never heard of that.
Have you ever heard of a Schottenjäger?
I never heard of that.
Oh, you look pretty sick. Shouldn't you be in a hospital?
Nah, a hospital wouldn't do nothing. Just leave me alone.
Tell me about yourself.
Tell me about yourself.
I'm sick. Dying. Eating the big enchilada, man. What the fuck else matters?
Language?
I saw you talking to that drummer. What did you tell him?
You saw me with the drummer? Nobody's supposed to see. Oh, shit! I blew it again. Promise you won't say nothing to no one. It'll get back to him. Everything does. Promise me you won't tell anyone you saw me.
Okay, but you have to tell me everything I want to know.
Okay, alright. I was sending a message, man. They have these Rada drummers posted around the quarter. They see everything, and they report.
Report? How?
The drums, man. It's some kind of code.
There we go.
Now tell me what you know about voodoo.
All I know is these people are into some weird shit. They have power. Real power. They can write your name on a piece of paper, chew it, and you end up like minced meat, like you've been through a grinder. They know things in their heads. Things that no one ever knew about you. They know when you lie. They can smell it. They are fucking scary, man. I don't know if it's the devil or what, but it ain't no fake shit, man. It's real.
Crash, tell me more about this voodoo cartel.
I told you all I know. I don't want to talk about it no more.
Now tell me about the voodoo murders.
They did the murders. And that's not the only way they kill. No, they can get you from miles away, just by saying your name.
Come on, you don't really believe that, do you?
No, I seen it, man. You can't cross them.
Tell me more about the voodoo murders.
There's nothing more to tell. They kill people.
Tell me about the Rada drums.
I already told you about that.
What can you tell me about St. John's Eve?
They always meet outside somewhere that night. I saw them last year. Dancing and howling. You don't want to be anywhere near them.
What can you tell me about St. John's Eve?
I told you everything I know about that.
Tell me what you know about a secret voodoo hound fall in New Orleans.
All right. There's this underground cartel in New Orleans. A voodoo cartel. They control everything that happens on the street. I mean everything that's bought or sold. They have fingers in the legit world too. Banks, foreign stuff, you name it. There's supposed to be this temple. What you said, a hound for. That's their headquarters, man. I heard people say it's underground, somewhere in the Quada. I don't know where, though.
Have you ever been there?
No, I've never been in it. I'm nobody, man. A runner. But I saw them once. Out at the lake. They became animals, man. Beasts. I remember the eyes. The eyes.
Hey, are you okay?
The eyes. The eyes of the snake.
I think I should go get a doctor. Hey, are you all right? Someone! I need help!
The eyes. The eyes of the snake. Dambala.
Crash?
Crash spasms twice more, then dies as Gabriel watches.
Oh my God. Oh, poor bastard.
Well, at least he died in church. Shorter trip to heaven. He looks well.
On Crash's chest is a tattoo of a snake.
That tattoo looks like Casino's bracelet.
It looks like Casino's bracelet. It looks like the snake on the garbage can of the police station. There's a lot of stuff going on. Maybe I'll just take the sketchbook. Make a note of the tattoo.
I guess I'd better copy this tattoo.
Man, I'm gonna miss Crash. He's my favorite guy.
Crash's face shows signs of strangulation. His death was not a pleasant one. Moving the body is the job of the coroner's office.
Well, that's my mama. Guess I'll just leave that body there. Very awkward. But okay, so now we know that the Rada drummers are sending signals. And that's also why they're so dang unfriendly.
It's getting late. Gabriel decides to go home for the day.
Good night, Grace.
Hello?
It's me. I can't sleep.
Oh, me neither.
Can I...
Yes. Come.
And that's the end of day 4. The road was blocked, the truth was shunned, the white flag had been waved. Reversal cost me all I had, and everything I'd braved. I have to say, I really love the rhythm of this game. I like waking up every morning and seeing the paper. There's just something comforting about it. Good morning, window man.
Are you okay, Gabriel?
Sure. Great. Why?
I'm worried about you.
If I were any better, Grace, I'd be dead. Now what's up?
You got another package this morning, overnight from Germany.
I was expecting that. Where is it?
Well, it kind of came open, but I salvaged the contents. There was a letter from your great-uncle Wolfgang and a journal.
The package just came open, huh? How'd you like the journal?
Someone has to look after you. You're in trouble, in case you didn't know it.
Yeah, you've been reading my horoscope again, haven't you, Grace?
Just read the journal carefully, Gabriel. Please.
I got it. St. George's books. Oh, Professor Hartridge. I'm glad you called. Did you? Oh, you did. You did. Oh, wait. Slow down. The Agree. Really? You think that's them? Well, you're within a wheel. Ogun Badagri, huh? Well, that does sound like it. Dambala, the snake. That's the wavy pattern at the bottom. Okay. The 1791 slave revolt in Santo Domingo? Well, why would the Veve show up there? Uh-huh. Okay. Look, I'll come over as soon as I can, okay? Relax, Professor. I'm excited too, but you're gonna give yourself a heart attack. Okay, thanks. See ya.
I wish you'd tell me what's going on. I swear you're gonna step into a hole you may never get out of.
Don't look so worried. No one knows what I'm doing. I'm perfectly safe, and I'm getting some great stuff for the book. Besides, there's something about all this. My dreams.
What about your dreams?
Oh, nothing. I'll be careful. I promise. Did you find out anything about that pattern I gave you?
Yeah, I did find something. I checked the microfiche at the public library. I found an article about a murder in 1810. The newspaper published part of a pattern found around the body. It looks damn close.
You're incredible. All that work.
Forget it.
That's something you hear about a lot these days. Microfiche at the public library.
Got a minute, Grace?
What's up?
Could you do some research for me?
Sure, what?
Could you research Rada drums for me?
Rada drums? Sure. I don't think we have any books on that topic in the shop, but I'll contact our suppliers. Assuming any of them will extend you any credit.
Tell them it's an emergency.
Uh-huh. I can see where a Rada drum book would be incredibly urgent. Anything else?
I can't think of anything.
Okay. Let's check the morning paper, see what's going on.
Times dated June 22nd, 1993. Disgusted with the state of the voodoo murder case, Gabriel turns right to his horoscope. The shadow upon you is no longer reversible.
Wonderful.
Those are amazingly dark horoscopes to be put in the main paper. I love it. Dixieland Deuce Dance Festival. Next weekend will feature the 15th annual Dixieland Jazz Festival, an all-day outdoor affair celebrating jazz of all kinds and for all ages. Jazz performers will play for free throughout the day at various venues, including up and down Bourbon Street. Many local restaurants, cafes, and bars will be providing performance space as well. See the local events section for the full festival schedule of performances and locations. All right. Lovely. Let's take a peek at Wolfgang's letter. Oh, maybe, you know what? Let's read the voodoo article first.
The newspaper clipping describes a ritualistic murder in Congo Square. It includes a rough sketch of a pattern found around the body. The sketch is very similar to the reconstructed Veve.
Yeah, that looks like the one.
Wolfgang's letter says,
Dear Gabriel, please read the enclosed journal carefully. It might help you understand your family's special obligations and our current predicament. God be with you. Uncle Wolfgang.
Let's take a look at the journal.
Gabriel reads through the pages Wolfgang marked. He reads of Gunter Ritter's journey to Charleston as a witch hunter, hired by the townsmen to solve a series of ritualistic murders. He reads about Gunter's meeting with the beautiful slave woman, Tetelo, and of Gunter's tormenting urges for her.
Poor bastard.
He reads of their physical union and passion, and of Gunter's investigation into the murders. The victims were all crew members on a certain slaving expedition to Africa, it seems. The second to the last entry describes Gunter's plan to set a trap for the coven committing the murders. He'd found a name on one of the surviving members of the crew, a man now living in the West Indies. Gunter has spread a false rumor that the man is returning to Charleston. He himself will impersonate a sailor and allow himself to fall into the hands of the coven. Naturally, Gunter has arranged for able-bodied assistants to follow and attack the coven before they can do him harm.
Ballsy son of a bitch, wasn't he?
Gabriel turns to the final entry of the journal.
Dear Father, I offer these final words as apology for the harm done to our sacred office. The woman I wrote of, Tetelo, was the witch I sought. I have committed terrible crimes. I loved this witch, and then used our sacred family power to free her and aid her in destroying this colony. The talisman is gone. Tetelo took it. I can but pray for the swift recovery of the talisman, and that my punishment in hell will be long and bitter. Thy undeserving son, Gunter. Well, that's nice. Well then, looks like we've got a whole new situation to deal with. And maybe we'll take a little break now, because my voice is shot for the day. And yeah, we'll continue this, I do believe, tomorrow. All right. Have a good day, everyone. Weehaw. Well, hello there, and welcome back to Gabriel Knight, Sins of the Father, one of my favorite games of all time. And yeah, here we are. It's the beginning of day 5, and we've received a message from Professor Hartridge at Tulane University that he's very excited about the Veve we showed him. So let's take it from there. Also, we know that these guys, we've got some sort of voodoo cartel after us, and they're communicating through the drummers that are stationed throughout the city.
This guy's really starting to bug me.
No kidding. I have a feeling if he can see us, they can see us.
That's relaxing. All right. Let's go to the university and see what's up with the professor.
I've got some things I need to do.
Good luck.
Good luck with you too. I'm leaving you with a very disturbing gentleman outside. All right, to Tulane University. Let's see here.
Gabriel isn't in the mood to give a lecture.
Well, all right. Let's go to Hartridge's office.
Hey, Hartridge, what's the good word? Hartridge?
That's not good. That's bad.
Oh, God, not again.
Sir? Sir? Let's talk to him.
Whatever Hartridge may have learned, he can't share it with Gabriel now. At least not vocally.
We're gonna need a Ouija board.
He's looked better.
That would be up to the coroner.
I'm not touching that body.
Okay. Let's take a look at see what he was working on at least.
There must be something here about what Hartridge found out about that Veve. There must be something here about what
This is a crime scene. Gabriel wants to disturb it as little as possible.
All right, let's take a look at the notes.
Damn, this is his notepad. But the top sheet's been taken.
Oh, man. Murderers, am I right? Very, very inconsiderate. Pencil. Ah. Using the Indiana Jones maneuver.
Hartridge's notes. This must be about the Veve.
Excellent. All right, let's take a look.
Thank God Hartridge was a doodler.
Okay, it says authentic. There's the Veve. Benin? Basin? I can't tell. But he was excited about whatever it was. Okay, we should probably leave before someone thinks we had something to do with
The
this.
shelves behind Hartridge's desk are full of old books.
Maybe take a fish.
Exotic fish lend even more color to the cluttered office. Gabriel doesn't want to upset the fish.
Well, that's considerate.
You want me to talk to a fish?
And then you give me the option. Whoop.
It's an enormous stone head.
Nice.
Gabriel doesn't want to disturb Hartridge's treasures.
Yeah, I mean, why? He seems like he'd be real possessive about them now.
A round pottery vessel hangs from the ceiling. An old globe sits atop Hartridge's file cabinet. Gabriel fights the urge to give the globe a spin.
Just imagining him in front of a dead body, like spinning the globe, like, whee!
There's not enough interest in the wastebasket.
Okay, well, man, what a drag for Hartridge. We were just getting to know him. Oh well. Let's see. I guess we leave?
Before leaving the university, Gabriel notifies campus security about Hartridge's body.
Good move. Okay, so I guess our business at Tulane is just about wrapped up. But as this is now June 22nd, we can now go to the Moonbeam residence and talk to Magenta Moonbeam. And there she is.
Welcome, Seeker. You must be the one Dr. John called me about.
I guess so. My name is...
Wait! Gabriel Knight.
You're too quick for me.
Actually, Dr. John told me. You have come to the right place, Mr. Knight. Tell me how I can help.
I was hoping you might be able to tell me more about that terrifying mask head on your wall. It really upsets me.
A large, sluggish snake rests on the floor of the fancy bird cage. Apparently, Magenta is not a fastidious housekeeper. A shed skin shares the cage with its original owner.
Could I ask you a few questions?
Of course, Seeker.
What can you tell me about voodoo?
My practice is mainly selling charms and potions with magic power, such as gree-gree and voodoo oils. You know, everything from unrequited love to wandering spouses to winning a lawsuit. But my spells and charms are powerful, and they work.
What can you tell me?
Much of a voodooienne's work is protecting her clients from the spells of others. I make special protective gree-gree to be worn in secret. They keep evil spells from working against my clients.
What?
The recipes for voodoo charms have been handed down from master to apprentice for centuries.
Oops.
I have told you all it is proper for you to know, Mr. Knight.
Well, all right then. Let me ask you about murder.
What do you know about the voodoo murders?
Why, that has nothing to do with me and my clientele.
Okay,
But I can
guilty
tell you that you
conscience.
should stay as far from it as possible. There is badness there. Very bad.
Wow, so murder is bad. You are a voodooienne priestess.
So you don't think the voodoo aspects of the case are fake?
Fake? Let me tell you about fake. If I get information through the grapevine and make use of it, is that fake? No. That is part of a voodooienne's power. If people don't believe, there's not much I can do. But if they do believe, that is a part of my power too. But there are things, monsieur. Things not even a little bit fake, I can tell you. Believe it or not, but stay away from it.
What do you mean? Do you know something about the case?
I work hard on fine-tuning my spiritual antennae, Monsieur Knight. And I get a clear signal from that direction. Beware.
I think I'll get right into it.
What can you tell me about Nolans?
Nolans is the center of voodoo practice in the United States.
What can you...
It is a fascinating city with many dark secrets.
What can you...
It is my favorite place in the world.
That is one thing I like about this game. Everyone who lives in New Orleans seems to really love it there, whether it gets them killed or not. It really adds to the charm of the game and the city that's tied to it.
Do you know anything about snakes?
Snakes? You mean like my beloved Grimwald? She's a python, you know, quite deadly in the wrong hands. I was trained by one of the great voodoo queens to learn how to hypnotize and handle snakes.
Tell me more.
Tell me more about snakes.
Oh, I wouldn't want to give away my trade secrets.
What's the significance of St. John's Eve?
St. John's Eve. It is the greatest night of the voodoo year. There is always a traditional conclave on St. John's Eve. Most of our voodoo churches these days hold functions in the church hall. But in the old days, they had ceremonies out in the wild. They wore animal masks and had a huge bonfire and dancing. I used to go when I was an apprentice. Sometimes in the swamp, you know, Bayou St. John. Sometimes at the lake, Lake Pontchartrain.
Do you have any idea what Cabri Sankar means?
No, I don't.
Sure.
Do you know anything about Veves?
I don't know anything about that.
I guess she's into the nice voodoo.
Do you know anything about Marie Laveau?
Oh, yes. She was the first of the great voodoo queens.
Tell me about the animal masks.
I saw them used once or twice when I was younger, but you don't see them much anymore. They're too close.
Too close to what?
Just bad karma.
Do you know anything about a secret voodoo houndful?
There are many voodoo churches in Nolans, no?
Yes, but have you heard of a secret voodoo houndful?
Wherever did you hear such a ridiculous story? There is no such thing.
Of course not.
Do you know anything about black voodoo?
It is the oldest, darkest heart of voodoo.
Do you know anything about black voodoo?
There are some things it's better not to know about, Monsieur Knight.
Does Ogun Badagri mean anything to you?
I don't know anything about that.
Have you ever heard of Damballa?
I don't know anything about that.
Great.
Have you ever heard the word Schattenjäger?
I don't know anything about that.
You've been very helpful, thank you.
Tell me about yourself.
Yes? What would you like to hear?
How did you get into this business?
I trained in the voodoo arts for many years with the great Queen Tabitha.
Really? Who's she?
You have never heard of her? For shame. I can see you know little of the world of magic.
I'm beginning to get that impression, yes. What kind of people come to see you?
Seekers after the truth, such as yourself.
Do you do anything else?
I'm a voodooian. That is plenty. It takes much spiritual effort.
How many voodooians are there?
No one knows exactly. Many practice in secret. There are probably hundreds. But of course, the level and the power of the voodooians differ greatly, depending on their training and natural gifts.
Tell me anything at all.
I haven't always lived in Nolans. I came here from Kansas as a young woman.
I can't think of anything.
Very well.
Okay.
Dr. John tells me you're a voodoo practitioner of some kind?
Yes, I'm a voodooian, a voodoo priestess.
Let's talk about your snake.
About Grimwald.
What about her?
Where did you get Grimwald?
She belonged to a traveling reptile show. She was being terribly mistreated, so I offered to buy her. She's named after a spirit guide I had once. The spirit Grimwald was a very powerful female snake priestess in Egyptian times.
Grimwald doesn't sound Egyptian.
I only know what the spirits tell me, monsieur. I am sure they know better than we.
How did you learn how to handle Grimwald?
I told you, a great voodoo queen taught me. She learned from Marie Laveau herself.
Uh-huh. Fascinating. Would you consider giving me one of Grimwald's scales?
No, I couldn't do that. You might do some gree-gree of your own, no? One must be very careful with such things. Hair clippings, nail parings, and snake scales.
Wow. Good thing I don't cut my hair. Or clip my nails. Let's talk about something else.
Are you sure you wouldn't consider giving me one of Grimwald's scales?
I told you, I couldn't do that.
Okay, so that gives me the impression that we need one of Grimwald's scales, for sure.
How about showing me how you handle Grimwald?
Really? You would like to see me dance, perhaps?
That would be swell.
No matter what you see, do not be frightened.
I'll give it my best shot.
You know, considering I've seen 2 dead bodies in the last 24 hours, I don't think seeing a person dance with a snake.
Except for a shared snake skin, the cage is currently empty.
I think seeing someone dance with a snake is really going to move the needle for me. Just wander over here real quick. Just boopity boop. Just put that away. All right.
Gabriel grabs the shed snake skin while Magenta is otherwise occupied.
Fantastic. I hope you enjoy your game, SpongeBob. Wow, good thing she doesn't notice that giant python snakeskin missing now. Fortunate.
There. Truly inspiring, isn't it?
That's certainly one word for it.
Okay. So let's give her the code that we saw on Marie Laveau's tomb in the cemetery, because she might actually know what to do with that.
Do these symbols mean anything to you?
Ah, the voodoo code. It is very secret, yes. I studied it with my mentor, the great Queen Tabitha.
Really? Great. Can you tell me what it says?
I'm afraid I could never translate this code for an outsider such as yourself, Monsieur Knight.
Oy vey. Let's talk a little more.
Could I ask you a few more questions?
Certainly.
Happy to answer questions from an outsider like yourself.
Are you sure you can't translate this for me?
As I said, it's a very secret code.
Surely you can see I'm trying to learn as much as I can here. How am I supposed to become an insider if you won't help me?
That's true, I suppose. Perhaps if the Loa were to grant you their approval.
How do I get that?
By using my Ask the Loa machine.
A machine?
Yes. A spirit guided me to it years ago in an antique store. And its guidance has never faltered. I trust it implicitly.
I see.
The spirits often work in mysterious ways, Mr. Knight. If you aren't willing to ask...
No, I'll ask. Let's see here.
Okay. Now, this is where I got stuck as a kid. I can't fully remember what this is or how to do it correctly, but I'm just going to use the walkthrough for this part. There were some puzzles in this game that were very difficult. I think I called a hint line, actually, when I was a kid to learn how to do this. I seem to remember being on the phone with someone at Sierra while they were, like, talking me through it, and I was, like, incurring many charges. Okay. I don't believe that worked. Let's try again. Ah, I got it close. Okay. So we start. Okay, pull the third lever one time. Here we go. Oh, labeling the lever. Oh, okay. I was one lever off. Sorry. I'm supposed to get it to say trusted friend. How? I do not fully understand. Bless you, Allie. 1, 2, 3. Sorry, I know this isn't the most exciting part of the game to watch, but it must be done. And the first one. There we go.
Well done, Mr. Knight. You have earned the Loire's approval.
Truly, it's an honor. Now, about that code.
Let me see. Well, some of it is nonsense, I'm afraid. Whoever wrote this wasn't very good.
That's all right. Just tell me what it says.
It starts with a D and J. Then, okay, this part makes sense. It says, conclave tonight, bring, well, then there's more nonsense. FWETKASH. The last bit might mean cash. Fresh cash? Doesn't make much sense.
That's okay. Thanks.
I love fresh cash.
DJ conclave KASH. And it's a start.
I'm happy I could help.
All right. Okay, so now we're going to head to the Voodoo Museum because, as you may have noticed, that was for DJ, who could absolutely stand for Dr. John. But I've accidentally gone to the drugstore where it's with Willie, who hates me. So I'm just going to leave. Later, Willie.
Why is it so dark in here? Dr. John? Hello? Uh-oh.
It's a snake. All right, okay, switch. Use the switch.
You bastard!
Whew.
Good day, Mr. Knight.
That thing just tried to kill me.
He did. I am sorry. The museum is closed today, you see. We were not expecting visitors. But if you will excuse me, Mr. Knight, I must go look for him. He is incredibly valuable.
You don't need to ask twice. I'm out of here. By the way, you might want to lock your door the next time you're closed.
Not a bad idea. Goodbye, Mr. Knight.
God damn, dude. All right. Sorry, we're closed. We murder anyone who enters the store when we're closed. Okay, let's go back to the bookstore and try to gather ourselves.
What happened to you?
Who, me? Nothing. Why?
You're kind of a pale green color. Come here.
Pale green, you say? Charming.
What's that on your face?
I'm sure you'll tell me.
Looks like a sparkly or something. Got it.
I love it when you pick stuff off my face, Grace.
Well, excuse me.
Let's see.
Got a minute, Grace?
What's up?
What's the thing you got? Where's the thing? Oh, maybe she put it in the ashtray. Yeah, there it is.
There's something in the ashtray.
Maybe I can use the tweezers.
That doesn't work that way.
Dang it. Oh, maybe use the magnifying glass first.
There's a snake scale in the ashtray.
Okay, so now we grab the tweezers. Take a peek at this thing.
Gabriel finds a snake scale in the ashtray. It's a souvenir from the museum's python.
That looks like it might be a match.
He places the two scales together. The two iridescent scales are a perfect match.
Oh, baby. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. So Dr. John's python could conceivably have been the snake that was at the site of the voodoo murder that we first investigated. That is very interesting. And let's just compare the snake skin. Okay.
Gabriel magnifies the shed skin from magenta moonbeam snake. The snake scales are hued brown. They don't match the scales from Lake Pontchartrain.
Okay. All right then. So definitely not magenta moonbeam and definitely Dr. John. This guy is really relaxing me. Okay, let's head out to the police station. Because we've definitely got enough now to talk to Mosley about the case.
See you later.
See ya.
Because remember, he closed the case, so we have to try to get him to open it again, and we've definitely got a lot of stuff going on now. Hello.
3 nearly identical little girls are playing jump rope outside the station. There's something a little off about them.
Hey there, girls.
The little girls stare at Gabriel, but say nothing to him.
Boy, everyone is so friendly around here.
Of all the things I could go to jail for, that is not going to be one of them.
And just trying to play jump rope.
Gabriel's double Dutch skills leave something to be desired.
Okay. All right, I guess they're just there to be creepy. See, there's the snake can, the design on the garbage can, which is very suspicious. Let's just go right to Mosley's office.
Knight, hate to tell you this, but you're out of a book. The voodoo murders case has been closed.
I had a feeling you were gonna say that. Son of a bitch.
Well, let me tell you about some murders. Now that you've closed the murder case.
I have to tell you, bud, I'm pretty pissed off about this case being closed. You guys are making a big mistake.
Hey, I'm not any happier about it than you are, Knight, but I've got my orders.
Okay. Partridge's death? Well, let's talk about Crash's death first, because he knows Crash.
Crash is dead.
What? What are you talking about? I let him go yesterday.
Yeah, and I watched him die yesterday at St. Louis Cathedral.
At the cathedral? I guess he was trying to get a last-minute A-train ticket, huh? Poor bastard.
I think you should go find the body at the morgue. He was killed by the voodoo cult. Crash said...
Crash said? What, he mentioned pink elephants too?
Aren't you going to investigate?
Civilians. Did you actually see someone kill him?
No, actually I was with him when he died. Could have been poison, though.
Yeah, well, when they get the body in, they'll do a quick autopsy, standard procedure. If it's anything other than an overdose, I'll get a report.
All right, let's talk about Partridge.
There's been another murder. A professor at Tulane.
Oh, Christ. You're not gonna start this again.
Just listen. This guy's name is Hartridge. He was a professor in African Studies at Tulane.
He's a real dick.
Yesterday, I went to see him about the voodoo murders case. He agreed to do some research for me. He calls me up this morning, tells me he's on to something big, and when I get over there, the guy's dead.
You know, you're really getting your ass in a sling over this thing, Knight.
It's not about me. Look, Hartridge's death looked just like Crash's. I'm telling you, they were both murdered, and by the same people who did the voodoo murders.
Did either Crash or this new guy have their hearts ripped out?
No.
Then there's nothing to link either to the voodoo murders M.O. Besides that, the case is closed, Knight. If the coroner's report asks for a homicide investigation on either of these guys, fine. But it's not going to be related to the voodoo murders case unless we find damn good reason to do so.
But I'm the link to the voodoo murders case. Don't you see?
Look, if I were you, I wouldn't repeat that to anyone. Because if I weren't an old friend of yours, I might take you seriously and lock you up. As it is, maybe you should start keeping your mouth shut and not involve other people with this shit if you think it's so dangerous.
Well, you've been very helpful, Mosley. Thank you.
How can I convince you to reopen the case?
Look, the department's not interested.
So, couldn't you make them interested?
With what? I got 7 bodies and still no leads. The voodoo angle's worthless, and besides, these people aren't hurting anybody but out-of-town drug dealers and hitmen.
The voodoo stuff is not worthless. It's the key to the whole thing. And these people are dangerous. They need to be stopped.
Okay, you want me to reopen this case? Prove what you just said.
What do you mean?
You need to prove that there's a legitimate voodoo cult in Narland. Prove that they're a threat. Get me a lead on the cult.
Okay. So let's see. To prove that, it would be helpful to show him the Veve first. Do I still even have it? Yes, here it is.
You know those marks you found around the murder victims? This is a reconstruction of the whole pattern.
What makes you think this is an accurate reconstruction?
Well, I borrowed the partial patterns from your police file and did my own tracing of the pattern at Lake Pontchartrain. An architectural artist reconstructed it for me from the partials.
Really? So this is the whole pattern, huh? That's pretty good work, Knight, but that doesn't prove that this pattern is really connected to voodoo.
Well, what happened was there was a small boy who wanted a hot dog, so I got him the hot dog, and then he got the... well, never mind. I love Gabriel's voice. Great. All right. If I show him Hartridge's notes, that could also help me. Let's see. Here we go.
I have this. Take a look at these notes. They're from Professor Hartridge at Tulane University.
Yeah? What about them?
They confirm that the pattern for the murders is of African origin.
Really? That's incredible, isn't it? Something like that showing up here.
It's been here for quite some time, so it seems.
I'm impressed. Okay, you convinced me. The murders were done by a legitimate voodoo cult.
Sweet. Well, it just so happens that Grace also gave me an article from the last time this cult murdered a bunch of people.
This is a newspaper clipping about a murder committed in 1810. That murder is an exact match of the voodoo murders, right down to the marks around the bodies.
This does sound like the same M.O. 1810.
1810. They killed then, they're killing now. Isn't that proof that they're likely to kill again? Or that they are a threat?
Okay, they're a threat.
A lead, you ask? Well, I'm glad you brought that up, Detective. Because I just found these snake scales from Dr. John's python that tried to kill me.
I have these 2 snake scales. One's from the crime scene at Lake Pontchartrain. The other's from a snake in the Voodoo Museum on Ursulines and Charters.
Is this common? Do they all look alike?
Not at all. They're both constrictor scales and the coloring is the same. A a python's coloring is quite individualistic.
A python?
That's right. Hardly an indigenous snake to Louisiana. Somehow, some way, the Voodoo Museum's python was at the scene of the Lake Pontchartrain murder.
Well, I'd call that a lead, all right. It definitely suggests certain lines of inquiry at the museum. Not bad work, Knight. Okay, I'll reopen the case. Yes. I hate to admit it, but you've done some pretty good detective work here, Knight.
Well, you know what they say. Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery.
Well, point taken. Glad I could inspire you. I'll check around the department, but I have a feeling I'm on my own. I'll be in touch. Meanwhile, you stay out of trouble. I mean it.
I'll try. Thanks, bud.
You too, Mosley. I love you.
Now lay low and let me handle this.
Yeah, fine.
Nothing suspicious about the way he just left that place? Looking around suspiciously? All right. Let's hop on out of here. Great success. All right, you're freaking me out, everybody. I'm just gonna head
It's
to the map.
getting late. Gabriel decides to go home for the day.
Well, great. Good night, Grace.
Damn.
No luck calling Malia tonight, I guess. But when your booty call is thwarted, what better than to have a horrible, pilgrimish nightmare about voodoo murders? That's new. Another relaxing evening in the books. Good morning, New Orleans. It's day 6. And then the night became as day. I glimpsed nature's reddest claw. The face of fear looked back at me as I gazed into the maw. Oh, well then.
What is it? What's wrong?
Gabriel!
I see it, Grace. Hold on. There's no one in the shop, and I know there's no one in the back. It's okay.
Okay? Gabriel, that thing is still barely alive. How could someone do this?
With a knife, maybe?
Oh, God, don't even start. We should call the police.
No, I'll take care of it.
Gabriel?
I'm
I
hungry.
said I'll take care of it. Why don't you go get some coffee? I'll have it all cleaned up before you get back.
They know where you live now.
Shh, it's gonna be fine. Now go on. Are you sure you don't want to go home? I could close the shop today.
No, I'd rather keep busy. I'll be fine. At least that creepy guy is gone. Not that they aren't still watching. Anyway, speaking of keeping busy, we got that book you ordered in this morning. The one on Rada drums.
Really? Great.
Gabriel!
I see it. Stay back.
Special delivery, it seems.
Okay. Let's see what that's about. Things are starting to get weird. let's take a look here.
Gabriel opens the envelope and finds a note from Mosley and a small brass key. Mosley's note says,
Gabe, I have to go underground with this thing. It runs wide and deep throughout the department and the city board. I'm already being watched. It was suggested that I take vacation time, so I am, at least as far as they know. Try to keep out of this. It's too hot for a rookie. Just in case, I'm sending you my office key. You might find some useful things there. P.S. I think this note will look great in the book, don't you? Make sure you save it.
the note is signed by Mosley.
I love Mosley. Always thinking about a cool book. Okay, let's have a sip of coffee. Just relax. Take a deep breath. Try to chill out. Ignore the fact that there was a half-dead chicken here minutes ago.
Good coffee.
Okay, let's take a look at the newspaper.
Times dated June 23rd, 1993. Gabriel finds an article about St. John's Eve. It discusses the day's Catholic roots and its adoption by voodoo devotees. In the early to mid-1800s, St. John's Eve was celebrated with elaborate voodoo gatherings at Lake Pontchartrain, Bayou St. John, and other sites outside the city. These days, the day is commemorated commercially in some of the local shops, and a few churches still hold a St. John's Eve Mass. Despite his better judgment, Gabriel reads his horoscope. Today you will either die or your life will change forever.
Sure, why not? It is St. John's Eve. They'll be out tonight for sure. But where?
That is a very disturbing horoscope. Although I guess it's true for every day. You'll either die or your life will change forever because of not dying. Anyway, the root of St. John's Eve. Tonight is St. John's Eve, a traditional folk holiday in New Orleans. It originated with the Catholic Church. June 24th is the feast day of St. John the Baptist. It also corresponds to the midsummer solstice. Voodoo practitioners adopted the holiday in the early to mid-1800s and celebrated the night before. St. John's Eve, with elaborate voodoo gatherings at Lake Pontchartrain, Bayou St. John, and other and other sites throughout outside the city. It is hard to read. Today, the day is commemorated commercially as in some of the local shops, and few churches still hold a St. John's Eve Mass. Okay. Well, I gotta be honest. It's been a rough start to the day, but we gotta find out where the voodoo gathering's going to be held, and take it from there. But first, let's chat with Gracie and see if she's got anything else.
Got a minute, Grace?
What's up?
Okay, it looks like the same stuff as usual. Maybe we'll just chat with her for a sec.
Are you okay?
I'd be peachy if you'd give up all this voodoo crap, Gabriel.
Maybe just one more chat to leave it on a better note.
I'm sorry I got you involved in this, Grace.
Don't worry about me. Just get yourself out of this mess.
Okay. He likes you too, Grace.
I'm going out for a bit.
Be careful.
That's sweet. You can see in their exchanges, like, there's less snarkiness as time goes on, and more genuine, like, I'm worried about you. So let's go to Jackson Square. Okay, let's see who's here today. Oh, the fortune teller's back.
You're back. You know, you really freaked me out running off like that. Anybody home?
Stay away from Malia Gede, or you shall pay with your life.
What the hell is going on?
You know what? I don't think I'm going to visit that fortune teller anymore. That is not worth $50. Okay, so now we know that this guy is sending messages.
You know, I know who you are.
The drummer ignores Gabriel and just continues drumming. Unnerving, isn't he?
I don't know, I think he's got a good groove.
He's one of the Rada drummers. They transmit coded messages through the quarter for the Voodoo cartel.
Okay, so let's take a look here. Because now we've got this book. Where is it? Here we go.
The book contains several pages of Rada drum codes. Grace actually managed to find a book under Rada drum code.
Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to try to use the book to decode what he's drumming.
Gabriel listens carefully to the drum and opens his Rada book to translate.
Okay. So we basically have to find any part of this code that's noticeable in this book. So let's see. Okay, I see tonight. All right. Let's try page 2. Oh, there it is. Swamp. Okay, page 3. Oops. Okay, right there is call conclave.
If Gabriel's translation of the drum code is correct...
There'll be a conclave tonight in the swamp. That must be the bayou.
I shouldn't be saying this out loud. So close to the drummer. But we have decoded it. There, his secret's out. All right. Let's see if we can go to the police station now. Let's see if the key Mosley left for us can do anything in his office. It's interesting that he said to lay low, but also gave us the key to go waltzing right into the police station suspiciously without him. Oh, wow. All right, there's all kinds of stuff here now. We've got the 3 creepy girls, the creepy drummer, and the car that I believe the Griswolds took to Wally World in the first Chevy Chase Vacation movie.
An abandoned car sits in front of the police station, one tire removed. Gabriel doesn't know how to hotwire a car, and if he did, he wouldn't want that one.
Oh, God. That's awful.
Apparently, someone ran over this bird with a tire iron repeatedly.
I get the feeling this tire iron wasn't just used to take off that tire.
Another crack detective job, Mr. Gabriel.
That dead bird doesn't look like an accident. A warning? Not a chance in hell. It might come in handy.
Cool. Okay. Alright, I don't know exactly what it means, but it's not good. Nothing's good. Okay.
You got no business back there now. Move along.
But Mosley's my boy.
I'm here to see Detective Mosley.
We don't have a Detective Mosley here.
What? I've seen him here all week.
Listen to what I'm saying. We don't have a Detective Mosley on the force.
Okay, that's really not good.
About Detective Mosley.
I told you there's no Mosley here. Now get lost.
Man, you suck, Frick. I'm gonna touch your garbage can.
It's not going to look any better somewhere else.
All right. Luckily for me, remember that alleyway that led right to Mosley's office? We can check that out.
It's stuck. I need a tool of some kind.
Maybe the tire iron will do it.
All right, I'm going in.
Breaking into a police station? Sure, that's legal. Okay. Let's see, we've got stuff to do here. We are now in the office of someone who is no longer with the department.
Mosley's desk has more growing on it than his head.
Damn, narrator.
It's locked.
Well, then let's use the key that was specifically for this exact purpose. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Got a tracker?
There's a tracking device in the drawer.
Okay, let's grab that.
This tracker might come in handy.
Wow, he actually left that donut and the Men's Hair Guild. Excellent. Poor balding Mosley. I guess that's it for now. Is it? Is there nothing else here? Okay. Okay, that's not good. I'm gonna call the police. This is getting very weird.
What the hell was that?
Holy shit. Okay, whew, got the shivers. Let's go talk to Dr. John, because, It's about time. He answered some of our questions.
Hello, Dr. John.
Glad you could return to us, Mr. Knight.
I promise not to kill you this time.
The Voodoo Shrine is filled with items that both fascinate Gabriel and also make his skin crawl.
Okay.
Professor Hartridge called this a Sakei Madule.
All right, so I saw this in my dream, and I do not like what's up with it. So, I'm going to place one of the signal devices that we got with the tracker into this coffin. So if Dr. John ends up taking it anywhere...
Gabriel slips the signal device into the Sakei Madole.
We'll know what's
Can I
up.
assist you, Mr. Knight?
No, just looking.
Now if only
Definitely.
they take the coffin to the ritual.
Definitely not messing with your shit. Okay. All right. We're making good progress. And now, I do believe it is time for next time on Game Grumps. Man, we got through like a day and a half of stuff in this one episode. It's really good. Shit's getting very spooky, and you can kind of feel where it's all starting to go. So I hope you're enjoying it, and we will see you tomorrow. Later, everyone. Hey, ho, hey, ho. Well, hello there. This is Dan, and it's getting hot and heavy here in Gabriel Knight, Sins of the Father. New Orleans is becoming a threatening place full of dark voodoo mystery, and yeah, you can kind of feel that things are sort of going where they're going now. So we'll talk to Dr. John real quick just to make sure there's nothing we need to say, but I don't trust this guy at all.
Do you know of anything interesting going on this evening?
You mean St. John's Eve? Mr. Knight, I know of nothing that you would find amusing.
Let's chat again since you're so friendly now.
Could I ask you some more questions?
No.
All right, I'm gonna go.
I hate to rush you, Mr. Knight, but I am afraid I must close the museum early this evening. This is St. John's Eve, and it's getting on towards dusk. I have things I must do.
I see. No problem. I'll just,
Leave. Goodbye, Mr. Knight. May the spirits guard you well tonight.
Yeah, well, I hope they do, because you might murder me otherwise. Okay, let's head to the cemetery. So this is the part of the game where I got stuck when I was a kid and never finished the game until I was like an adult 25 years later. This part was really tricky. But let's take a look at the markings.
A new series of crosses is on the wall. The wall doesn't work that way.
Oh, sorry, we have to use the translation. Let's see. Where is it? Here they are.
Gabriel can't put his sketch back on the wall.
All right, let's... How about
Gabriel
this?
can't take the marks with him that way.
Please, lady, just let me see
A
them.
second message from the voodoo crosses is on the wall. The wall doesn't work. The wall doesn't work.
Okay, let's see. Maybe now it'll let me, now that I'm closer?
Gabriel can't put his...
Let's take a look here.
Gabriel gazes at the translation of the code that Moonbeam gave him, pondering who wrote it and for whom it was meant. The wall doesn't work.
Am I seriously about to get stuck again? Maybe my sketchbook?
Let me get these new marks
There we
down.
go. Okay.
I should check this against the code Madame Moonbeam translated for me. Maybe I can figure out what this new message says.
Okay, so now we use the voodoo code.
Gabriel can't put it.
Oy. Let's see. Voodoo code page 1. Maybe that's what I need to do.
Gabriel can't put it.
Oy, oy, oy.
The wall doesn't. Gabriel can't.
You are giving me all kinds of sauce right now, game.
Gabriel can't put.
Maybe it needs to be page 2.
Gabriel can't put.
I might. Well, let's see. Maybe it needs to be the sketchbook again. Boy, this part is so tricky for me. Where is Gabriel's sketchbook? Oh, there it is.
Gabriel already copied the marks on the tomb.
Oh, okay. Maybe I need to exit and then compare them in the sketchbook. Okay. Combine sketchbook with voodoo code page 2. Okay.
Gabriel checks the tomb messages for duplicate symbols and transfers the letters from the matches to the new message.
There we
He
go.
finds that he has the translation for all of the symbols except for 3.
Okay, so now it says DJ keep E_ESON GKB. Okay, got it. I remember. Okay, so it says DJ, meaning Dr. John, keep eyes on GK, Gabriel Knight, but do not harm. So Dr. John's going to be watching me, but not hurting me. Thanks, kind person. So now, here's what I had no idea how to do. You've got to erase those messages
I think I'll leave a message of my own.
and subterfuge their whole deal. Okay, select the top right corner, select the erase button. Okay. All right. So I had no idea how to do this, but what you want to do is write DJ bring the seke module. So you want to make sure that he brings that little coffin to the ritual tonight, and this is how you can ensure it. See, this is the Y to eyes. But that is pretty esoteric. That was a really tough puzzle. And it took me 2.5 decades to figure out. Mod U? Where's the U? Oh, it's here. Okay. That's it.
Sensing that his message isn't quite right, Gabriel rubs it off in frustration.
Okay. Guess I have to do that again. Boy, this is bringing back really terrible memories of frustration. DJ. Bring S E K E Y modulate. Oh. M O D. Oh, it's M-A-D. Can I erase? No? Can I oopsie? Can I oopsie this back? Nope.
Sensing that his message isn't quite right, Gabriel rubs it off in frustration.
He's not the only one. He's about to rub it off in frustration. Don't take that out of context. K. S. E. K. E. Y. Boy, you really have to do everything exactly right. Okay, M-A-D. U. O-U. L-E. Where is the L? Okay.
Pleased with his message, Gabriel tosses the brick down. Now if only DJ reads it in time.
My God, I'm not kidding you. Like 1993 to 2018. That was that one eluded me. Okay, so, but now we can officially get past where I was when I played this as a kid. So, now it is time to move on from this part and get back to the bookstore.
Hello, beautiful. It's me.
The excitement of seeing you is killing me.
Okay, let's see what's up here.
Got a minute, Grace?
What's up?
Do you know anything about animal masks?
I'd rather not hear about your sex life, Knight.
All right. I beg to differ. But, okay, so what we need now is the snake tattoo in order to get into this ritual, like the one Crash had. So let's give this to Grace because she's an art student, as you may recall.
Will you do me a favor?
What?
Use your paints to copy this snake tattoo onto my chest.
Now why on earth would you want me to do that?
Costume party?
I'm going to a party tonight. Costume, you know.
You don't say. I guess you're going with Malia.
Yeah. That's right.
And why should I help you out when I don't even like Malia?
Well, if you're jealous.
Well, if you're jealous about my feelings for her.
You know that's not it. I just think, as your friend, that she's trouble.
It's perfectly understandable. I know that you have certain feelings for me, quite naturally.
Me? I would rather be hung by my hair over a bed of scorpions.
I know it must be hard having it in your face like this. No chance to avoid hearing about it, seeing it day by day.
What a tool.
Fine, I'll do it. Just shut up. Can we at least go in the back?
Sure, but could you say that one more time and pout your lips more?
Ugh.
What'd I say?
She super likes him.
All right, let's go. The shirt, please.
You don't know how long I've been waiting for this moment.
Now. Hold still.
Maybe you'd like to tie me up.
One more remark and I'm leaving.
Okay, okay.
Oops. The tension in the room is palpable.
Done. It's just stunning.
Good job.
Sorry I couldn't make it last longer.
Well, it was about what I expected from you.
All right, Grace, I'll try not to die while I'm out.
I'm going out for a bit.
Be careful.
Okay. Now, if we go to Greater New Orleans, there's the Bayou St. John. So this is where the ritual is happening tonight. Let's go check it out. Okay. So, we now have the tracker. Let's see. And hopefully, if Dr. John brought the Seke Module,
Gabriel pulls out the tracking device, hoping that the Seke Madele made it to the ritual and that this thing will work.
All right, there's a blip. They must be here with the Seke Madule.
Seke Module. Now I know how to say that. All right. Let's go a-tracking.
Damn Mosley and his infernal machine. This better be working.
Okay, so if you don't do this correctly, and you don't set up everything and use the tracker and you just come to the bayou, you'll be lost here forever. It'll just keep repeating the same screens, which is why it's so crucial to get everything right in this game. So up and then right. And then up. Then down. You can hear the drums getting a little bit louder as you get closer. As you can see, you go up and then down, but it brings you to different screens, which is extremely confusing when you don't know what to do here. And this should do it.
The entrance to the clearing is marked with voodoo skulls. At last.
Okay, so again, pretty critical that we get everything right here. Time to put on the crocodile mask.
When in Rome. Here goes nothing.
Welcome, Brother Crocodile. Please join the other celebrants.
Yes, Dr. John. Brother Eagle.
But first... Name the great serpent who crushes all in his coils.
It's Damballa, baby. I've been paying attention.
Damballa.
You are correct, Brother Crocodile. Who is the destroyer of men?
Ogun Badagri.
Ogun Badagri.
You are correct, Brother Crocodile. Enjoy yourself well tonight.
Man, chickens have it rough in this world. Starting to look very familiar.
Gabriel!
Malia?
It's Malia.
I know you now. I can smell his blood in your veins.
No!
You cannot change your destiny or ours.
No!
I will find you. I will destroy you.
No!
Where is your necklace now, witch hunter? Where are your pretty, pretty gems?
Okay. So it would appear that the woman that you're in love with is possessed by the spirit of the demon witch who you've been searching for. Day 7. My last ally laid to waste. I ran towards the light. I prayed for one to change my path, to give me strength to fight.
Gabriel! Gabriel, wake up!
Ow, my head.
Oh, it's about time. I've been trying to wake you up for hours. There's no time to lose.
I had another dream.
It wasn't a dream, believe me. Now come on, get dressed.
Wait a minute. I'm starting to remember. Something about Malia.
She's the head priestess of the Voodoo Cartel. They're responsible for the murders. They've been doing it for years.
Malia? Last night. She was the leopard. Like in my dreams, Grace.
I know, those dreams were a warning. Now come on, get dressed.
But last night, Malia changed. She became something else. And then I blacked out, I think. How did I get home?
I followed you last night. I knew you were gonna try to sneak into a ceremony. Lucky for you that I did. If you'd been left at that circle last night, I don't know what she would have done to you.
You're wrong. Malia wouldn't hurt me.
What about Tetelo?
Tetelo. They were chanting that last night. That's the name from Gunter's journal, the woman who took the talisman.
Yes, Gabriel, it's your destiny you're facing. You can't just blunder your way through this or you'll end up dead. You have to call your great-uncle in Germany. He knows more about this than we do.
Okay, I'll call him. But Malia isn't responsible for those things, Grace. It's that spirit, that Loa. It's Tetelo.
Yeah, possession is convenient that way. Call Wolfgang, Gabriel. I'll be in the shop.
Oh, thank God for Grace. I like her more than Malia anyway. I don't get what Gabriel's doing, man. Okay. Let's go to the phone. call our Uncle Wolfgang.
Didn't Grace say you had to dial 011 first to get international?
All right.
Guten Tag. Sie haben Schloss Ritter erreicht.
This is Gabriel Knight. Can I speak to Wolfgang, please?
Ja, Herr Knight. Einen Moment bitte.
Gabriel, it's so good to hear your voice. I had such a dream last night.
Same.
There's a good reason for that, Uncle Wolfgang. We need to talk.
Gabriel fills in Wolfgang on the events of the previous evening.
It's even worse than I thought.
We have to talk about what I should do.
It is verse. Just wait till we get to the chorus.
What can you tell me about voodoo?
My library contains many books on the occult and religions, and I have read about some particularly evil voodoo cults. But you, at this point, have more direct experience than I.
That's relaxing to know.
What can you tell me about voodoo?
It sounds as though you have learned much during your investigation in New Orleans. Perhaps you will fill me in when we have a chance to sit down and talk.
What do you know about the voodoo murders?
I only know what you have told me. They seem to be very similar to the killings in Gunther's journal.
What can you tell me about New Orleans?
It was just another American city to me until I started dreaming about you. Now I feel it's not safe for you there. I wish you would leave.
But it's so cool.
Do you know anything about snakes?
I have not studied the subject. I have an intense dislike for them.
What can you tell me about St. John's Eve?
I'm afraid I've never heard of it.
Do you know what Caprice Encore means?
No? What does it mean?
It means goat without horns. It's a term used for human sacrifice in voodoo.
Well, let's hope we can avoid any more of that in this family.
Do you know what goat means? It means the greatest of all time. That's who you're fucking talking to, bro.
Do you know anything about Marie Laveau?
No, I'm afraid not.
Gabriel goddamn Knight. Remember the name.
I've heard rumors of a secret houndfall here in New Orleans.
Yeah, I am sure they have a temple there. Would probably a very elaborate one. You should not go near it, though. Not alone.
Do you know anything about animal masks?
Yeah, Tetanus people wear animal masks for their rituals, don't they? It is not at all uncommon. Many occult groups are based heavily on animal totems. Animals have such pure, primal traits. Spirituality, good or bad, is about reaching these pure levels. Aggressive and cunning like the snake. Agile and nurturing like the monkey. Even our family is associated with the image of a lion.
Do you know anything about Veves?
It is a visual symbol of one or more Loa. Each Loa has its own sign, which is used to summon it.
Have you ever heard of Damballa?
Damballa is a snake. He is a Loa, a voodoo god.
Yes, he's one of the primary Loa of the Getty tribe.
Ah, I see. Good work. That information might prove useful.
Does Ogun Badagri mean anything to you?
It is a voodoo Loa, is it not?
Yes, a particularly nasty one, so I understand. Have you come across anything about it in your research?
He seems to be feared by most voodoo groups. That's all I know.
Do you know anything about black voodoo?
My library contains many books on the occult and religions, and I have read about some particularly evil voodoo cults. But you, at this point, have more...
I think you said that already.
What can you tell me about Schottenjägers?
Of course, I sometimes forget how little you know of the family, Gabriel. I never understood how Heinz could allow his sons to remain ignorant. But now is not the time for that discussion. Schottenjäger is really two words in English, Gabriel. Schotten means shadow, and Jäger means hunter.
Shadow Hunter.
Yes, Shadow Hunter. We Ritters have been Schottenjägers for many centuries. No one is sure when it began or how, but we have records of ancestors as early as the 13th century fulfilling this role. Some believe that the role was given us when... but such fantasies cannot be of use to you at the moment, Gabriel. Most people are completely blind to the fact that evil does exist. Shadows of darkness, spirits, vampires, witches, demons, these things are real. It is to their advantage that the world has become so scientific, so cynical. But we know they exist, Gabriel, and we hunt them.
How do we hunt them? And why?
Why? Because it is our duty. As for how, that is something you will have to learn. But it's not easily explained over the phone.
There you go. That's huge information. Gabriel Knight is from a long, long line of badass demon hunters. God, I love this game.
Do you know anything about Rada drums?
Rada drums? You mean ceremonial drums?
Yes. The Getty tribe uses drummers around the quarter as relay messengers to keep track of their business.
Ah, so drums have a ceremonial use too. It would be useful to know their code, Gabriel.
I had Grace find some information on them.
I can see you already have the mind of an investigator. I hope it serves you well.
Yes, I've annoyed many people with badgering questions.
Tell me about yourself.
I hope there will be time for that later, Gabriel, after this is all over. For now, we must deal with the matter at hand.
Tell me about Tetelo.
Well, from your description of the ritual last night, I'd say that Gunther's mistress, Tetelo, is now the primary Loa for the Getty tribe. It seems she still controls them by possessing her female descendants and speaking through them. You remember in Gunther's journal he said that Tetelo was possessed by her father's Loa during the killings in Charleston. This sounds similar, but Tetelo has obviously become a much more powerful Loa than her father ever was. Probably because of the added power of the talisman.
Let's talk about the talisman.
I myself have only seen it in old sketches and paintings, and in my dreams. It was in the family for centuries before Tetelo took it. It is believed to be as old as the role of Schottenjäger itself. The talisman has genuine power. I don't know how or why, but it is so. The Schottenjäger swore to use the power for good, never for evil, for defense, not offense. We've been searching for the talisman for years. It's a terrible thing to know that something powerful that was entrusted to us is in the wrong hands. With the talisman, Tetelo has all the power and we none. The only possible way to fight her is to regain the talisman. Then we will at least be on more equal footing.
How can we regain the talisman?
The talisman is probably buried with Tetelo's remains. That's what gives her Loa so much power. To find the talisman, we must find her remains.
Oh, good.
Is there anything else you can tell me about the talisman?
The most important thing about the talisman is that it be once again in the hands of the Schottenjägers.
How would we find Tetelo's remains?
We have pondered that question a long time, we Ritters. There are two probabilities. The first is that her remains are with the tribe in New Orleans. The other is that the remains were returned to a sacred place near the tribe's original homeland. We've tried to locate Tetelo's African homeland, but Gunther says so little in his journal about her tribe, and slaving records are practically non-existent. As for the other idea, we had no clue that Tetelo's people were in New Orleans until now.
How would we find Tetelo's remains?
We must locate the tribe's original African homeland. Her remains might be there, or they might be in New Orleans, buried among her descendants.
let's discuss the possible African homeland.
All right. Have you learned anything that might help us locate it?
I spoke with the Professor Hartridge. Unfortunately for him, he thinks the tribe's name was Agree, and that they live near the Fawn tribe in what's now called the People's Republic of Benin.
This is incredible, Gabriel. I must go research this new information in my library right now.
Wait, what should I do?
Stay low. If you get a chance, you might look into the possibility that Tetlo's remains are somewhere in New Orleans. But don't try to broach their private areas without my assistance, Gabriel. You will make a fine Schottenjäger, but only if you are not dead.
Sure. I'll wait.
Goodbye then, Gabriel. And remember, if you need a place of safety, come to Schloss Ritter.
That was a good talk. I like him. Whew, holy crap. A lot of big world-changing information there. Let's talk to Gracie.
Got a minute, Grace?
What's up?
Have you ever heard of a Schottenjäger?
No. Is that a voodoo word?
I don't think so. It's German.
No, sorry. I don't speak German.
Grace, about last night.
I've already said everything I have to say about that.
Are you okay?
I'd be peachy if you'd give up all this voodoo crap, Gabriel.
Okay. Take a look at the paper.
Times dated June 24th, 1993. There's nothing about the voodoo murder case in the paper today. Gabriel finds a humorous tidbit under the Life is Stranger Than Fiction column. Apparently, there were reports of ghosts in the Bayou St. John last night. Various people called the newspaper with stories about hearing strange noises and seeing weird lights over the swamp. Some folks claim it's a ghost of Marie Laveau. The paper relates it to similar delusions that crop up every Halloween. Gabriel knows better. Gabriel's horoscope today reads, "Wise is the warrior who knows when to fight and when to get the hell out of Dodge."
God help me, I'm actually starting to listen to this guy.
Okay, so life is stranger than fiction. New Orleans is full of ghost stories. Its residents can be forgiven for having a fertile imagination stoked by the Louisiana heat, the gumbo, and the dark, starry nights. But even for Nola, last night was a doozy. The New Orleans Times reported a dozen phone calls claiming that there were ghosts in the Bayou St. John. People reported strange noises and weird lights over the swamp. Some folks claim it was the ghost of Marie Laveau. In other, colder cities, mass hysteria tends to crop up on Halloween. Here, our spirits walk on St. John's Eve. Okay, so now that we know we're looking for Tetlo's remains, seems like the cemetery would be a good spot to start our search.
I'm going out for a bit.
Be careful.
Thank God for you, Toussaint. You make me feel comfortable. Ooh. The panel's open.
There's a small marble plate near the tomb doors. The plate is up. Beneath the plate is a button.
You better believe we're pushing that.
Gabriel hears the faint sound of breaking glass.
That's good. Hello?
Damn, you'd think there'd be a light.
Okay, fortunately I have a flashlight. Okay. Some broken glass here, which just happened.
There's broken glass on the floor. Someone's broken the light in here. No wonder it's so dark. Gabriel doesn't need any broken glass.
You never know.
Gabriel has a feeling it wouldn't be wise to screw around unduly in this tomb.
Oh, shit. That's not good.
This wall is covered with decorated skulls, an ossuary shrine to some of the Getty ancestors.
Ugh, I hope no one ever builds me a shrine like that.
Whose skulls?
I think I know what happened to the men in the family now. Huh. Some of these look loose. Nothing.
I think I was supposed to do that in a specific way. Maybe like the way you cross yourself. I'm Jewish, but I've seen it done.
Hey, one of the drawers popped open.
The plaque on the drawer has an etching of the Veve on it, but no name.
Mosley!
No!
Shit! I dropped my flashlight. Huh?
My sweet Mosley!
Ouch. Oh, my head. What the hell was that?
God damn it, the cool ones always end up in the mortuary.
Mosley's body is gone.
Then he won't miss this wallet.
Perhaps Gabriel should pick it up first.
Okay.
Gabriel opens the wallet and finds some ID belonging to Mosley and an American's repressed card.
Love it.
It's a man's wallet. Mosley's American's repressed card. Credit. What a concept. Mosley's wallet has obviously been in his back pocket for a long time. It's shaped just like him.
Okay. Well, it's sad when your friend dies, but at least you got his wallet. I think we better get out of here. How do I get out of here? Hello? Oh, push the button. Man, even for a trip to the cemetery, this has been a drag. Okay. Now we move on. Let's see. I think better go back to the bookstore. Tell Grace that our only other friend besides her in the world is dead.
Where have you been? I was worried about you.
For good reason, apparently.
What happened? Do you need a doctor?
Nothing you want to know about, and no, just some aspirin.
Gabriel, this is nuts. You have to get out of New Orleans.
No kidding.
Well, listen. Wolfgang called while you were out. He said, and I quote, "Tell Gabriel that I found what I was looking for. It's time for me to do my duty. Schloss Ritter is his now. Now call me crazy, but I don't think that's good news."
Not for Uncle Wolfie, no.
What are you gonna do?
If I figure it out, I'll let you know.
Uncle Wolfie? As a furry, that really appeals to me. Okay, so let's go into the bedroom and use the phone. Give Wolfgang another call.
I have a number for a travel agent on that phone book page if I need to call them.
Okay, that's good news.
Didn't Grace say you had to dial 011 first to get international?
Oh yeah, there is a travel agency here. Okay, we'll get back to that.
Guten Tag, Sie haben Schloss Ritter erreicht.
Let me speak to Uncle Wolfgang, please.
Ah, Herr Knight. He cannot come to speak here.
What do you mean?
I cannot get him. Sorry. Goodbye.
But...
Man. Alright, well, tell you what. Next time on Game Grumps, I'm going to call this sweet travel agency, and then I think we're going to Germany. Because you better believe that I've got my dead friend's credit card, and a really urgent need to get over to what I believe is now my own German castle. So things are escalating quickly on day 7. All right, see you then. Hello. All right, good stuff. Hello there, and welcome to episode 8 of Gabriel Knight, Shadow Hunter. Hell yeah. All right, so we just talked to our Uncle Wolfie, and or we just tried to, and we couldn't get a hold of him. But it's clear that we need to now fly to Germany, call this travel agency, See the World Travel Agency, which is very convenient because it keeps us on the C page, which is where the veterinary clinic in Casino were. And now we can set up a little something. You know what? I've never done it, but I bet if you call any of these numbers in the game, they have something recorded for each of them. That's actually funny. Canker sore. I never put that together. But let's do what we're supposed to do.
Hello, See the World Travel Agency. How may I help you?
Okay. Rittersberg, Germany.
How much for a trip to Rittersberg, Germany?
Rittersberg, Germany. Hold on, let me look that up. I can fly you into Munich. That's the closest airport to Rittersberg. You can rent a car from there or take the train. Let's see, the best price I can see for the flight is $1,400. What would you like to do?
That's very expensive. Luckily, my dead friend will be paying for it.
Charge it to my Americans repressed.
Yes, sir. And your name was?
Mosley.
Feeling a little guilty, Gabriel gives the travel agent Mosley's card number and is informed that he can pick up his tickets at the Nolens International Airport.
All right. Excellent. I'll have to take a car and stuff when I get there, but that's fine. It'll all be in a cutscene. Let's just tell Gracie I'm getting the hell out of here.
Got a minute, Grace?
What's up?
Time to go to Germany.
Guess what? I'm going to Germany.
Really? That's great. But how on earth can you afford...
A man's gotta do what a man's gotta do.
Oh my god. I wouldn't like the sound of that even if you were a man.
I'll miss you too, Grace.
Aw.
I'm sorry I got you involved in this, Grace.
Don't worry about me. Just get yourself out of this mess.
Any last things to say?
Got any ideas, Grace?
Yeah, get out of town.
You're so helpful.
All right, time to go. Goodbye, Grace.
Goodbye, Gracie.
Good luck. Let me know what's going on, will you?
Of course. Are you gonna be okay here by yourself?
I'll be fine. Just fix this, okay?
I'm trying, Gracie.
Lock the door. All right. Time to hit the airport. There we are. I do like that they set this up loyally according to the actual New Orleans map.
Gabriel picks up his tickets at the airport and boards a plane for Munich.
Just kidding. Look at that.
Wolfgang?
Hello, my name is Knight. Gabriel Knight.
Herr Knight! Oh, kommen Sie bitte herein. I mean, come in, please, Herr Knight. I was not expecting you. Has Wolfgang sent you here?
Uncle Wolfgang? No, I came to see him. Isn't he here?
No, he is gone. I'm sorry. You came all this way.
No, great. That's all I need.
Herr Knight, Wolfgang told me all about you and gave me instructions for you to feel welcome here. Please, this is your home. You are a Ritter, no? I'm just doing some work. I will continue and you may make yourself comfortable. If there's anything you need, please ask me. You may use Wolfgang's bedroom. It is at the top of the stairs.
Thank you, miss.
You may call me Gerda, Herr Knight.
Galda, I promise I will be asking you 1,000 questions. It's just how I roll. In fact, let's do it right now.
Can I ask you a few questions?
Yeah, of course.
What can you tell me about voodoo?
Wolfgang is the only one who would know about that.
Tell me what you know about Schattenjägers.
As Wolfgang may have told you, Schattenjäger means shadow hunter. The Ritter family have always been Schattenjäger. It is a kind of priesthood, though not as restrictive as most.
Tell me what...
Each Schattenjäger passes on his knowledge to a younger man in the Ritter line when the time is right.
Tell me what you know about Schattenjägers.
I am sure Wolfgang meant for you to take his place someday as Schattenjäger.
Tell me about Wolfgang.
What would you like to know?
Where do you think Wolfgang went?
I don't know, but I have a feeling he has gone off to be Schattenjäger again. He is too old for such chasing around. His heart is very weak. He has not left this castle for 5 years, and now this?
Do you know when he'll be back?
I only pray he will be back. Before he left, he said Schloss Ritter now belongs to Gabriel. It worried me so to hear him say that. I'm afraid Wolfgang knew he would never return.
What's Wolfgang like?
Wolfgang is a truly wise and good man, the best I have ever known. But his life has been so full of disappointments.
What kind of disappointments?
His only son died in infancy, so there was no one to carry on the family line. And the family's financial troubles have been hard on him. Wolfgang wanted to do so much for the world, but it was all he could do to just hold on to Schloss Ritter. He has not left his mark as he wished to.
What is your relationship with Wolfgang?
Herr Knight, my relationship with your uncle is really none of your business.
You're right, Gerda. I apologize. Forget I asked.
You kind of answered it.
Can you show me Wolfgang's library?
How do you know about his library?
When we talked on the phone, he said he was going to do some research in his library. I thought maybe if I saw what he was researching...
Ah, yeah, a good idea, Herr Knight. But I'm afraid I cannot show you the library. You see, I have never been in it. Only a Schattenjäger can enter the library.
I see. Just tell me anything.
Wolfgang has dedicated his entire life to the role of Schattenjäger.
Oh, nothing. Never mind.
As you like, Herr Knight.
Tell me something about the Ritter family.
I can tell you what they say in the village, what I heard when I was small. To the villagers, the Ritters are a little, how do you say, tragic, to be pitied. They say that the Ritters were chosen by God to fight evil. But something happened. One of them was cursed, and so the Ritters lost the way. They struggle still, but like a lame dog, you see, without the power or magic they once had.
Probably due to the talisman being missing.
Tell me something about the Ritter family.
There are legends of how powerful the family once was, of some of their mighty deeds, of the richness of the castle and, in turn, Rittersberg itself. But at the end of the 17th century, that all changed. Since then, the Ritters and Rittersberg have been in decline.
Tell me something about Schloss Ritter.
Schloss Ritter has stood for many centuries. No one knows how long. It was once the pride of Bavaria, but now it is in disrepair. Wolfgang received offers to open the castle for tourists. He has resisted, though, even though the castle is in desperate need of repairs. To him, this ground is sacred.
Tell me something about Schloss Ritter.
The castle has many, many rooms and passages, Herr Knight. Most have been closed off and are decaying in the dark and damp. Only a few rooms have been kept up due to the cost.
Didn't Wolfgang mention a library?
There's a library, but I've never been in it. There are places in the castle where only the master is allowed to go.
Tell me something about Schloss Ritter.
Schloss Ritter is the center from which the Schattenjäger have always gone out to battle the forces of evil.
Dope.
So, what do you do when you're not puttering around the castle?
Every day, I go to Rittersberg to do the daily shopping and visit my friends.
And I bone your uncle.
Tell me something about yourself.
I was born in Rittersberg, the village below the castle.
One more thing.
Tell me something about yourself.
I am not well traveled, but Wolfgang has been kind and has tutored me in many subjects. It was from him I learned to speak English. He must have sensed you were coming, Herr Knight, and that you would have need of me.
Tell me something about yourself.
I am very devoted to my position here with Wolfgang.
Missionary. Just kidding.
It's a lion's head, carved in stone. A few ancient weapons adorn the hall.
This Shadowhunter stuff is serious.
There's a dragon's head on the wall.
Oh, I love tapestry stuff like this.
A few tapestries hang on the wall. Gabriel isn't sure if they mean something or if they're just good insulation. It's a shaker of salt. Gabriel is sure he'll end up getting some of those for a meal sooner or later. Gerda wouldn't appreciate Gabriel messing with her lunch.
I'll mess with whoever's lunch I want.
At the moment, Gabriel can't think of a need for the salt.
Lunch messer.
Gabriel can't do much with the salt while it's on the desk.
Okay. So we've got the chapel and the bedroom. All right, let's try the chapel first. Lovely.
3 panels hang from each side of the chapel. Gabriel can't determine what their purpose might be. Perhaps it's an illusion caused by the colored light from the window. But this chapel gives Gabriel a sense of something truly mystical. Candelabra flank the altar. A magnificent stained glass window depicts the legendary battle between Saint George and the dragon. There are pews on both sides of the center aisle.
Okay.
A plain wooden altar occupies the center of the chapel. A cushion kneeler at the bottom indicates that the altar is a place of prayer. Tree panel.
I think that is all we can do in here for now. Let's try the bedroom. Okay.
It's an old-fashioned canopy with heavy bed curtains. A fire blazes steadily in the stone fireplace. It's the biggest bed Gabriel has ever seen.
Cool.
A Gothic-style window looks out over an incredible view.
I love a good window seat.
There's a window seat on either side of the window. Gabriel isn't interested in sitting at the moment.
Okay.
Man, I gotta get more sleep.
It's okay, man. You've had a tough couple of days.
A large display case hangs on the wall. It contains a scroll.
This scroll looks interesting.
Think I'm gonna start stealing stuff from the house.
There's a small pair of grooming scissors on the cabinet.
Okay, take those.
Gabriel takes the scissors.
Ew, a bedpan.
It's a chamber pot.
Take me back to the 20th century, please. I don't have to right now. Even if I had to, I wouldn't.
Be in the bowl, man. Just do it.
The cabinet holds a few items for personal grooming.
Let's see what this poem is up here.
The portal says, Nor der Rheins darf passieren, diesen Herz ist rein wie Glas, diesen Seele rein wie Feuer, schreitet heuer durchs Portal.
Okay. Clearly I've got to do something here. Maybe Gerda knows what's up with that poem.
Can I ask you a few questions?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, there we go.
What can you tell me about those wall panels in the chapel?
The hangings. They describe the Schattenjäger initiation ceremony.
Tell me about the Schattenjäger initiation ceremony.
Each young man of the Ritterline must go through the ceremony when he dedicates himself to be a Schattenjäger.
But what does this ceremony do?
I do not know, Herr Knight. The only people present are the old Schattenjäger and the new. But I think it must be similar to a priest's ordination or a wedding. a ceremony of intent and oath.
Ooh, yeah.
Is there a problem, Herr Knight?
You said wedding. I'm okay now.
All right, so I'm definitely going to have to do that if I want to enter the secret library that's just for shadow hunters.
There are some words over the locked door in Wolfgang's bedroom. What do they mean?
Ah, yes. Wolfgang had me translated as part of my English lessons. In English it means, only the purest here may pass. He whose heart is pure as glass. He whose soul is pure as fire. Through this portal passes higher.
Great, thanks.
I believe those are Doors lyrics.
What was that door?
Oh,
okay.
Great, thanks.
Great. Let's see.
Is that a shaker of salt?
yeah, salt.
Mind if I take it?
No.
Thanks.
Is that a plate of lunch meats? Mind if I take them? That's like the person who like comes into your room and is like, wow, is that pizza? I've never had that before. Can I eat all of it?
Gabriel is sure.
Okay. So let's see here.
The first panel shows hands and water. The second panel shows hair and a knife. The third panel shows a chalice on a table with ocean waves in the background.
Okay.
The fourth panel shows a knife and a few drops of blood. The fifth panel shows someone kneeling. The sixth panel shows a scroll.
Okay, so now that they're giving us clear direction, it's very clear that we're going to need a bunch of stuff around here. So, let's take a look. Sick.
A large handcrafted dagger hangs on the wall. It looks quite old, but it's been polished to a high shine.
It's totally badass. All right. It is time to go around and do a little bit of initiating. Here's a puddle.
Outside the window, there's a nice thick ledge where some rainwater has gathered into a puddle.
Okay, so the first panel said I had to wash my hands. So let's use the puddle.
Thinking of the first chapel panel, Gabriel washes his hands in the water.
Okay, so panel 2 had the hair and the knife. So I'll use my scissors to cut my hair a little bit. Gabriel's gonna hate that.
Thinking of the second chapel panel, Gabriel cuts his hair.
I hate this. There. That's plenty.
Knew it. Okay. So the third panel was the chalice on the table with the ocean waves. So we don't have a chalice, but we do have this pot.
Gabriel takes the chamber pot.
Now let's head downstairs. Okay, so we'll put the pot on the altar.
Thinking of the third panel, Gabriel puts the chamber pot on the altar.
And since we're talking about the ocean here, can need a little salt for the salt water.
Thinking of the third panel, Gabriel pours the contents of the salt shaker into the chamber pot.
Now, we've got a few drops of blood into the chalice. Luckily, I just pulled a dirty, old, rusty dagger off the wall. So, no problem cutting myself with that.
Thinking of the fourth panel, Gabriel holds his arm over the chamber pot and nicks it with the dagger.
Oh, oops. Nearly hit an artery.
All right. Now, have to kneel down according to the fifth panel.
Thinking of the fifth panel, Gabriel kneels at the altar.
And now all that's left is the scroll.
Thinking of the sixth panel, Gabriel reads the scroll.
Saint George, patron of the light, who hunts the shadows of the night. Upon my blood I call thee now. Purify me, for I avow to set my feet upon thy road. Thy sword I take up for mine own. It worked. Something's happening.
The sacred vacuum's been turned on.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, I know
I
it.
was just vacuuming. I did not know you were in here.
No, that's all right. I've done about all I can do in here anyway. I give up.
You look tired, Herr Knight. Why don't you go to bed?
Sure, why not?
I will clean everything up. You need not worry.
I can't believe I cut my hair for nothing.
There is a lot of blood and salt in here. That night, Gabriel dreams.
Your soul smells, Gabriel Knight. You seek to be shot, Jaeger?
I do.
You must first burn away the past. How much sin do you have to burn? You have used people all your life, never committing to anything. Turn back now, and I will forget that you asked for this.
No.
There are only two things that redeem you. First, that you have ritter blood in your veins. Second, that 3 women have loved you purely. You asked to start on the path, so you shall. But you will not be a shopkeeper until you have earned it.
How?
I cannot show you the path, but I can tell you that you will have to let go of the greater part of yourself, Gabriel Knight.
No problem.
Yes, now you ask for purification. You shall have it.
Oh no.
Damn. Day 8. Inside a hidden chamber where I had no right to be, I found the wheel at last, or could it be the wheel found me?
What a night. I'm sore all over.
All right, then. Let's take a look at this library.
Near the bed is an elaborate wooden door. The door has a very large, very oddly shaped keyhole.
Well, it looks like there's a very large, oddly shaped key right here, just waiting for
There's
me.
a key on the table.
I don't believe it. It's the key from my dream.
Let's see what's in here.
It fits.
Okay. All right, there's a lot of stuff to look at in here.
More colorful tapestries soften the stone walls here. On the wall is the image of a shield taking up several stone tiles. However, the image in its center looks jumbled and out of order.
Well, let's fix that. Oh, I hate these games. I'm terrible at this. Aaron is much better.
It moves.
Oh, cool. Maybe I could just put them in places. You know what? I think this is supposed to be in the center. Let me work from the bottom up. Yes. Oops. Okay. Didn't mean to hit whatever that is. This is starting to look right. Okay. Oops. I guess these aren't quite correct. Let's see here. Okay, so I would need this to be up here. And then this to be mirrored there. And then maybe this puppy here. Okay. This side's looking pretty nice. Oh, but maybe not. Something should be connecting to that. Maybe that is right. If that's the case, then this should be here. This should be here. Oh, I'm so bad at these. Maybe yes? How's that? That looks good to me. Nope, something's wrong. Son of a bitch.
Gabriel
There
slides
we
the
go.
last tile into place,
Whew.
revealing a compelling coat of arms image of a lion and a snake that looks familiar somehow.
Those
With
are
the
not my
shield
strong
image in
suit.
the proper order, the wall opens to reveal a hidden room.
Okay. Let's waltz on in.
Behind a wall is a shrine to Schottenjäger's past, their weapons, trophies, and legacy.
A Schottenjäger trophy room. Fucking awesome.
Sick. All right, let's take a look at some stuff. You know, it is fucking awesome, actually.
A title catches Gabriel's eye. People's Republic of Benin by Lowell Cayley. Gabriel pulls out a book entitled People's Republic of Benin and scans through it. The People's Republic of Benin is an area of rich and diverse cultures and a proud heritage. Before slaving devastated many tribes, this area was populated by some of the oddest, fiercest, and most powerful tribes in tribal Africa. The Fons, the Dahomies, and the terrible Agri. The book The Primal Ones by John Roots provides insight into these fascinating cultures.
Okay, good. That's good to know. Let's just scan through here and see if we can find anything else. I think that might be all that I need to see. That might be the dragon from my dreams, though. Okay. Let's take a look for that book that it mentioned in the library. Occult books? Geography, archaeology, religion, science, Ritter journals, history. Wonder what that would be. Maybe sociology.
There are books on sociology in this part of the library. Gabriel recognizes a title, The Primal Ones by John Roots.
There it is.
Gabriel takes down The Primal Ones and opens it. In contrast with the peaceful, nomadic tribes of northern Africa, certain tribes of the southwest were vicious and xenophobic. This part of Africa is called the Red Basin area because of the vast amount of bloodshed that occurred there over the centuries. In this one area of Africa existed, in a perpetual state of war and raiding, some of the most powerful and efficient fighters the world has ever seen. Why did this region inspire such violent behavior? To understand, one must look even further back. See Ancient Roots of Africa by Early Days.
Okay. I guess that would be history books.
Gabriel removes Ancient Roots of Africa and browses through it. The ferocity of the tribes in the Red Basin region is traceable to their predecessors. In Egyptian time, 4000 to 2000 BC, this region was ruled by powerful sun worshippers. We know a little about this mysterious cult by the remnants of ruins far older and of a culture far more advanced than any that exists in Africa today. See Sun Worshippers by A. Curate.
That's gotta be archaeology?
These shelves contain books on archaeology.
No.
Gabriel wouldn't know where to start reading the
Let's take a look.
These shelves contain books on archaeology. There are books on... Gabriel recognizes a title, The Primal Ones, by John Roots. These shelves display books on geography. This part of the library contains books on the occult, necromancy, witchcraft, demonology, lycanthropes. These shelves contain books on religions of all kinds. A title catches Gabriel's eye. Sun Worshippers by A. Curate.
Okay.
Gabriel takes down Sun Worshippers and scans it. One of the most earliest religious practices was that of sun worship. The most powerful cults of sun worshippers lived on the continent of Africa. The African sun god was violent and terrible, and so became his worshippers. They practice a particularly bloody form of ritual sacrifice. The homeland of this ancient cult is still considered a sacred site of power. See Ancient Digs of Africa by Professor Seymour Shards.
Here?
These shelves contain books on archaeology. Gabriel recognizes a title, Ancient Digs of Africa, by Professor Seymour Shards. Gabriel takes Ancient Digs of Africa and opens it. The most fascinating archaeological site in Africa is the Great Snake Mound in the People's Republic of Benin, located 50 miles south of the capital in the Red Basin. Like the snake mounds of North America, the origin and meaning of these great mounds remains a mystery, though clearly they were the result of profound and urgent spiritual belief. Unlike other snake mounds, the African example is a double snake mound, a small snake ring within a larger snake ring. The mound is thought to have housed an ancient temple. Although archaeologists explored the mound site, the interior remains largely unchanged from ancient times. This is partially due to stringent government regulations and partially to local superstition. The local people regard the mound with fear and won't go near it.
A double snake ring?
Gabriel flips furiously, looking for a picture.
Oh my God. It's a wheel within a wheel.
Gabriel decides to hang on to the Snake Mound book.
I don't know if you've ever seen serpent mounds, but they are really cool and bizarre looking. And now we've got our information. I do believe. We might have to go to Africa.
Guten Morgen, Herr Knight. I'm cooking your Frühstück, a good German breakfast. Please, feel at home.
Frühstück.
Can I ask you a few questions?
Yeah, of course.
You wouldn't know anything about this key I found in Wolfgang's bedroom now, would you?
Key? Why no, Herr Knight. I cannot say that I do.
Would you know anything about this riding crop I found in his bedroom? No? Okay.
I found this book in the library. I think it might tell us where Wolfgang went.
Africa? You think Wolfgang went to Africa?
I know he did.
Then I shall make you a plane trip right now, yeah?
Well, I guess so.
Good, good. My poor Wolfgang. You have money for the plane, yeah?
Can't you pay for the fare?
No. How Wolfgang bought his ticket, I don't know, but we have no money left. Have you no money, Herr Knight?
Oh, Mosley.
I know. We can use his credit card.
Terrific. I will go make the call. Then, while we wait, breakfast.
Does that mean I can get some coffee now?
Off we go, baby. Boy, you really get moving around the world in the final part of this game. Oh, baby, it's day 9. And then the wheel went round and round. I could not find my way. 12 and 3 and turn the key, I heard the madman say. Thank you. I love a good shaky ride.
Wheel within a wheel.
You want I stay here, right? It's a long walk back to the city.
Yeah, sure. Wait here, please. I may be a while, though.
No problem. I could use a nap.
Yeah, let's take a look at what we got here.
The snake mound consists of an outer ring and an inner ring. 2 snakes eat in their tails.
Relaxing stuff. We have found this snake mound. Take a look at the sky.
The morning sky is still thick with mist.
This is the guy who drove us here.
The Jeep driver has settled into his seat for a nap. The Jeep was one of several private taxis trying to pick up business at the airport. The driver knew exactly where the snake mound was located, and his rates were very cheap.
Well, that's nice.
The Jeep driver can do nothing more for Gabriel at the moment.
Okay, cool. I guess it's time to enter the snake mound. And see what horrors await. Okay. So, here we are. Let's take a look at these vines. 6 seconds each.
Vines, some as thick as Gabriel's wrist, hang from the damp earthen ceiling.
Just a mummy. No problem.
Mummy-like figures in contorted poses appear to be the only residents here. Gabriel wonders, was this a burial mound, or does their presence serve some ritualistic purpose?
Okay. Here's a tile.
On the floor is an etched stone.
Let's take a peek at that.
This stone looks interesting.
Okay, here's a slot.
In the center of the wall painting is a square sunken area. Holes about the size of a quarter appear in the wall there.
Okay, so the gist here is we've got loose tiles with snakes on them.
There doesn't seem to be any writing on the stone, unless the snakes themselves are a code of some sort.
So you've got 10 snakes here. That is important to remember. Essentially, this took me a while to figure out as a kid. This place is circular like a clock, and you want to put the corresponding tiles to fit the faces of the clock.
The walls bear ancient paintings, the handiwork of the sun worshippers, no doubt.
Is anybody here?
There is no answer.
Let's start walking.
A shadow flickers in the corner of Gabriel's eye.
Okay. So here's a tile that's already in...
An etched stone is on the wall.
Let's take a look. Okay, so this has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, and I don't think I can remove it. Maybe I can?
It's stuck.
Okay. So that's definitely where the 7 is supposed to be. So let's keep walking. Which would make this room 8, I believe. Grab this tile. And this one. So that's 2, 10, and 5. We walk on.
A shadow flickers in the corner of Gabriel's eye.
This one has a snake rod, so you best believe I want that shit.
A long rod lies in one corner of the room.
It's shaped a little like a snake.
Let's pick up this tile. Can't see which one we got. 6. Okay. Oh, I don't like the mummies. They make me uncomfortable. Okay, so that's 3. Maybe I'll talk to him.
That mummy doesn't appear to be capable of speech.
Suppose that's the case with all mummies, really.
Mummy-like figures in contorted poses appear to be the only residents here. Gabriel wonders, was...
Okay.
Gabriel would rather not mess with that mummy.
All right. Just keep going and collecting. It's got very Indiana Jones all of a sudden. Or I guess more the mummy, really.
An etched stone is on the wall.
Okay, so this one has 12. Okay, so now we know which direction the clock tiles are supposed to move. And I guess I technically have been going clockwise, so that makes sense. So this one would be the 1 o'clock room.
Gabriel has the creeping sensation that he's being watched.
Man, Gabriel's a brave dude. I would not go in here by myself. This place is fucking scary.
Gabriel has the creeping sensation that he's being watched.
I think I'll just go around grabbing all the tiles, and then I'll come back and place them in the proper spots. So many dang mummies. Ugh. Gross.
A shadow flickers in the corner of Gabriel's eye.
So many dang shadows. I have completely lost track of where we are. Okay, great. We're back at the beginning. So, let's see. Where was...
A shadow flickers in the corner
Okay, so
of
this was
Gabriel's
number
eye.
7. All right, so I'll just go doing it like this. Tile 8 goes in here.
It fits.
I've always liked this part of the game because basically all it is
From
counting.
off in the mound echoes a sound like the scuffle of a shoe.
Oh, good. All it is counting, but it gives me a real unearned sense of accomplishment.
That doesn't work that way.
So this would be room 9. I feel like in old Sierra games, he would say, "It fits," for each one, but I think by this point they got a little more like, okay, this is kind of taking people out of it. Honestly, though, I have to say,
Gabriel has the creeping sensation that he's being watched.
if I was walking around an ancient burial snake mound and I had the creeping sensation I was being watched, and also there were a bunch of tiles that fit perfectly into corresponding holes, and there were a bunch of dead mummies around, I wouldn't go putting the tiles in the holes. I'd freaking leave. I would just go somewhere else. But
From off in the mound echoes a sound like the scuffle of a shoe.
such is the life of a Schottenjäger.
Gabriel can't see a way.
Whoops. Okay, so now we're back at we're sort of at the top of the clock. So this would be room 1. Room 2. This is, I gotta say, this is very relaxing under the circumstances.
Gabriel has the creeping sensation that he's being watched.
So here's 3. Only a couple more tiles to go. So, whoops. I think after I do a couple more of these, I will save the game, because I think we can all feel something's about to happen. And it might not be great.
A shadow flickers in the corner of Gabriel's eye.
Ooh, did you hear that whispering? It's creepy. Although, the sound of the fire, very relaxing. Here we go. Oh, good.
A shadow flickers in the corner of Gabriel's eye.
Nothing happened. Let's see. Let's take a look at this mural.
An elaborate mural with a masked design has been carved into the wall in this room.
Is anybody here?
There is no answer.
Perhaps the snake rod fits into this situation.
The rod fits into the hole in the stone. Nothing happens.
All right.
Gabriel has the creeping sensation that he's being watched.
Oh, that's right. Okay. So I had the right idea. I just forgot the room that I'm supposed to do it in.
From off in the mound echoes a sound like the scuffle of a shoe.
No problem. Okay. I believe it's this one that requires that snake roddy goodness. For the dry dragons.
From somewhere off in the mound, Gabriel hears a soft click, then a rumble.
Uh-oh. I have a feeling that did something.
Okay. All right. All right. Think we're gonna exit to the next room. The bubbies are alive. We're good. Oh, fuck. Son of a bitch. Excuse me. Oh shit.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
Boom, baby.
Oh shit.
Oh hell yes.
I presume.
Uncle Wolfgang.
In person? Now go to it, boy. I can't hold these creatures for very long, and there are more on the way.
Go to what?
The secret panel, boy. These creatures are only alive while it's open. Close it, Gabriel, and hurry.
Okay, snake rod here?
It's too late for that now.
Oh shit. Alright, I'll just go. There we go.
I think I found something.
Very good, Gabriel. Now stand back.
He is pretty spry for an old guy.
Wow. The inner wheel.
Yes, wheel within a wheel.
Are you okay? You don't look so hot.
I'm fine, Gabriel. The wheel, you dreamt it?
Yes, and you?
Yes. I must congratulate you on the Three Snakes connection. I had missed it. You will make a wonderful Schottenjäger.
Who, me?
Yes, it's a long path, my boy. I myself have still the last of my 3 quests to meet. But let's see what is here. You have found the heart of the apple, but it might be poisoned still.
Uncle Wolfgang looks frail and shaken, but determined to make a good impression for Gabriel.
Let's talk it out, man. I love you. My only family member, other than Grandma.
We probably have a little time here. Yes, all right.
What can you tell me about Schottenjägers?
We have not the time to discuss that here. You have started the path. I can see it in your eyes. You must trust yourself and be true to your inner voice. The good voice, Gabriel. You'll know it when you hear it.
Tell me about yourself.
This is not the time nor the place, Gabriel. I am sorry, but I assure you, my life has not been all that instructive.
Is there anything else you can tell me about the talisman?
The most important thing about the talisman is that it be once again in the hands of the Schottenjägers.
Is there anything else you can tell me about Tetelo?
I can feel her presence here. I wouldn't be surprised if she knew we were violating her sanctum.
People love it when you violate their sanctums. It is like the main thing to do with sanctums.
Do you think Tetelo's remains are here?
I have a feeling that they are, Gabriel.
It's nice to finally have someone around who knows what the hell's going on.
I know, my boy. I know.
Let's chat more. I really like you.
Torches light the inner wheel.
Look at that table.
Yes, it is very old. There is a story being told through the carvings on the side.
Can you make it out?
A tribesman discovers a snake mound hidden in the jungle. He manages, after much time, to find the secret entrance to the inner real. In this room, he bows down to a small idol of some sort. The thing is radiating, like a sun. That explains the source of the Geddes' tribal power. They found this mound and the idol in it. Where the idol came from originally is hard to say, but it is definitely older than the Geddes. The idol was probably once kept in this table, but they would have it with them now. It must be destroyed.
He seems like he's doing well. Just gonna turn the music up a little bit. Because this is some rockin' shit.
The table's lid fits heavily on the base. At the seam, there are 2 large holes on either side. On top of the lid is a trough.
What was the story on this table again?
A tribesman discovers a snake mound hidden in the jungle.
Check.
He manages, after much time, to find the secret entrance to the inner real.
Done.
In this room, he bows down to a small idol of some sort. The thing is radiating, like a sun. That explains the source of the Geddes' tribal power. They found this mound and the idol in it. Where the idol came from originally is hard to say, but it is definitely older than the Geddes.
Okay. Maybe the snake rod?
Shall we try this lid?
I suppose it wouldn't hurt. Sorry, I'm not... more help, Gabriel. I don't think it would open so easily, though. Very 10 strong men.
Do you have a few other frail old men that could help?
The lid won't open that way.
Oh, what are these?
On the wall is a rack containing 2 long iron bars.
Sweet.
What about these iron bars?
Good idea. Let me help you.
Perhaps these holes. There.
Great. You know we gotta get that other iron bar, dog. There's no time for leaning.
Let's get the other one.
Man, poor Wolfgang. He does have rockin' hair, though. Okay, now what?
The table's lid fits heavily on the base. At the seam, there are 2 large holes on either side. On top of the lid is a trough.
Let's try to lift this top. I know it's in there.
Yes, it is in there. Oh, I've not felt this powerful since, well, ever.
Why won't the damn lid come off?
It is a sacrificial table. It can probably only be triggered by the proper use of that trough there. With a heart.
Oh, great. Where are we gonna get a heart?
Gabriel, you must take the talisman and be Schottenjäger. You performed the ritual and dreamt of the dragon, no?
Yes, I did, but you're the current Schottenjäger. I only did that because...
Because you were driven to it. I have done nothing with this title for many years. Even in my prime, I had few cases. No, if my life had a purpose, it was to bring you to this point.
But I have no idea what I'm doing.
It's not a science, Gabriel. It is instinct. And you have it in your blood. Trust it. The castle is yours now. It has many documents and records, which will help you in the future.
Well, thanks for the confidence, but what about this table?
I want you to go into the next room and get the heart from that dead creature on the floor.
Will that work? Doesn't it need to be fresh?
Let us try. Perhaps there's some of the old Ritter magic left. Go on.
Good thing there's conveniently a mummy here. Guess the dagger? Here we go.
Great. My first job was a Schottenjäger, cutting up dead monsters.
Wolfgang! No! No!
Holy shit.
Titolo, you're gonna pay for this, you bitch!
That motherfucker just ripped his own heart out. What a badass.
No, it's okay. I'm just a little anxious. No, they haven't. I just need to talk to Gabriel.
Holy shit. Deep in the earth, I faced a fight that I could never win. The blameless and the base destroyed, and all that might have been. Gabriel Knight. Day 10, baby.
After arranging for the shipment of Wolfgang's body back to Rittersburg, Gabriel returns to Norlands. He carries with him the Ritter talisman. He has not heard from Grace for over 24 hours, and he could not reach Malia by phone. And although he has some idea of what he is coming home to attempt, he still has no clue where to attempt it. Or does he?
Grace, I'm home. Grace? Oh no. Grace!
Maybe she just knocked over a chair and left.
Who's there? I have the talisman.
Yeah? Good for you.
Mosley!
I got a headache.
You? Don't come near me, you're dead.
Huh? Oh, that was you at the tomb? You should have said something.
You mean you weren't dead, you son of a bitch?
Do I look dead? No, wait, don't answer that. I was searching the tomb. When I heard someone coming, I broke the light and got in the drawer. I'm sorry I brained you, but I thought you were one of them.
Christ, you about killed me.
Hey, I said I was sorry. Besides, I owed you one for stealing my badge. If it makes you feel any better, I lost my wallet that day.
Your wallet? Oh, I guess you're right. We are even.
Like I said. Anyway, We shouldn't stand out here and gab. Someone on the street might see us. Let's go in back and talk.
Well, our uncle ripped his heart out, but at least our police friend is alive.
Okay, now let's talk.
Okay.
All right, let's talk. What can you tell me about voodoo?
Well, you're the big expert now, not me. This stuff is way beyond anything I was looking into at the beginning of this case.
What do you know about the voodoo murders?
Well, you and I know who did them, don't we? But we got to prove it to somebody who'll listen.
Do you know anything about a secret voodoo houndfall?
Do you know where it is?
I have an idea.
Great. Let's talk about it when we make our plan.
Tell me about yourself.
I'm scared shitless. That's all you need to know.
I feel you, Mosley.
You know, mostly.
Don't even start with me, Knight. I've been through too much for you lately.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry. What should we do about Grace?
Them voodoo people have taken her, the goddamn bastards. We have to find her and save her, and we can't count on the police department for any help.
So, fill me in on what you've been doing for the past 5 days.
I've been getting smart, that's what. They got me running, I'll admit, but the day a bunch of drum-banging, mumbo-jumbo chanting magicians can catch old Lightfoot Mosley is the day I die.
Maybe tomorrow.
Can't argue with that logic.
Now these guys have it wired, I tell ya. From the mayor to a couple of major judges, right down to the beat cops. The Gettys are untouchable from that angle. But once I really started digging, it was like I could see clearly. These guys are into everything that happens in this city. And most people are scared shitless of them, or they don't know about them at all.
Let me fill you in on what I've learned in the past 5 days.
Okay, have at it.
Well, Malia Getty is the head of the cartel. Dr. John is her right-hand man.
I learned that much. You sure know how to pick 'em, Knight.
She's not really responsible, though. Because during these ceremonies, she's ridden by the spirit of her ancestor, Tetelo.
You don't say.
It's true. Anyway, I have something, a talisman, that I can use against them. It will help, but they probably still have a power source somewhere in their houndfall. Also, this whole thing kind of ties in with my nightmares, see? And my family history. My family does this shadow hunting thing, and about 300 years ago...
Look, don't confuse me, okay? You worry about all that metaphysical stuff, and I'll just try to catch the bad guys.
Yeah, you'd never believe me anyway. Let's make a plan. What do you think we should do?
We need to find the headquarters of the Getty cartel, rescue Grace, and dig up some concrete evidence so that I can take this straight to the FBI.
Sounds easy.
Uh-huh. Do you have any idea where their headquarters might be?
Perhaps.
Well, you do seem to have a knack for sniffing out this voodoo stuff. Why don't you see if you can locate it for sure? Meanwhile, I got some things I gotta do. I'll meet you there later.
How will you find it?
Damn, that's right. If I only had the tracker from my office.
I have it.
Really? Good going. You give it to me and leave a signal device at the entrance to the headquarters.
All right.
Let's keep talking about making a plan so I don't have to bring up the credit card.
What was that plan again?
Ah, shit. All right.
We go.
Oh, yeah. By the way, I found your wallet. And your credit card.
Hey, thanks. You didn't put anything on this, did you?
Who? Me?
Don't.
Here's the tracker.
Great. Don't forget to leave the signal device near the entrance to the Hound 4. And be careful.
I didn't go to
You
Germany
too.
and Africa. Okay, bye. He might put that together eventually. a note.
There's a note on the desk. The note is from Malia. It says,
Gabriel, I hope you survive long enough to get this. Tetelo knows you have the talisman. Your life is worth nothing, my love. I fight to save you, but she controls things far more than I. She has taken Grace. Return the talisman and leave New Orleans forever. If you don't, I can't help you. Please, I can't bear to see you die. Please believe me. I love you. Malia.
Oh, man. Can I fix this chair? It's really setting off my OCD. No? Okay. Wait. No, I can only look at it.
Grace's chair looks hastily abandoned.
All right. Let's check the newspaper. Should be relaxing.
Times dated June 28, 1993. The Weather Service is baffled by the series of bizarre storms that rocked the South yesterday. 20 died and close to 100 were injured. The storms only accentuate the bad luck that seems to have gripped the South. The crime rate for the past 3 days has peaked to unprecedented levels, and there has been 50 reports of food poisoning in New Orleans alone. In other words, keep your heads down, folks, and pray that August will return us to sanity. Warily, Gabriel reads his horoscope for the day. Gird thyself with mercy, arm thyself with righteousness. The final hour awaits.
There's a school teacher somewhere who's damn confused.
New Orleans Times, Monday, June 28th, 93. A season of storms. The Weather Service is baffled by the series of bizarre storms that rocked the South yesterday. 20 died and close to 100 were injured. The storms only accentuate the bad luck that seems to have gripped the South. The crime rate for the past 3 days has peaked to unprecedented levels, and there have been 50 reports of food poisoning in New Orleans alone. In other words, keep your heads down, folks, and pray that August will return us to sanity. Oh, man. This calls for a refreshing cup of coffee. It's good. Game reminds you, it's never too crazy to take a minute for yourself. Have a nice sip and relax.
Good coffee.
You're goddamn right it is, Gabriel. Anyway, there's a lot to do, but we have to find the secret voodoo hound for, and get the information for Mosley, so we can give it to the FBI, and we can blow the roof off this thing. Aw, there's no one to say goodbye to. All right, so as he was flying in the plane, he looked out at the St. Louis Cathedral. As in, I know where it is. So let's go Dora the Explorer style. Do you know where it is? Because it's not the easiest thing to figure out. But if you recall, when we went into this confessional, there was a very suspicious looking knothole that was right here that we couldn't do anything with. So, if you take the snake rod and use it on the knothole, boom, baby.
Something about this knothole looks familiar. It's moving. I knew it.
The entire confessional is an elevator into the Voodoo Hound Floor.
Ride's over.
Okay. So, we need to leave things for Mosley here. We need to leave the rod so he can get in.
Gabriel puts the snake rod under the bench for Mosley.
And we need to leave the tracker so he can find us.
All right, Mosley. There's your signal.
Oh, baby. And here we go.
I think I've got everything I need. Might as well see it through.
The elevator stops at a room underneath the cathedral.
Express elevator to hell.
Those masks look friendly.
That piece of art on the wall looks like something the Gettys had transplanted from Africa. Gabriel won't solve anything by messing around with the Hound for art.
All right. Oh, you see the 6 snakes above the door? That is important. So 6 snakes is the elevator room.
Pedestals display the smaller pieces in the collection. The Hound 4 is decorated with priceless African art. The Hound 4 is decorated. Gabriel is in the outer ring of the Getty Hound 4. The Hound 4 carpeting is even thicker and more luxurious than Gabriel's hair.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, right.
All right. So this place is set up just like the snake mound in Africa. So we can use that as our guide. I think it'll probably say the same thing, but I'll just check.
The Hound 4 is decorated with priceless African art.
Okay, so here's 7 snakes.
This sign has 7 snakes on it.
This looks like a supply room.
Okay, let's see what we can take.
This is perfect for Mosley.
Oh, I get it, because he's a pig and he's a cop. Got it, got it.
This ball mask seems appropriate for Mosley. If he ever makes it.
Okay, cool. Got that. Let's just scan over all this and see if anything pops up. Nothing yet.
No accounting for voodoo fashion, but it'll get the job done. I think I'll take this wolf mask for me.
Rock and roll? Oh, some robes.
No accounting for voodoo. These robes will make good disguises.
Okay, just make sure there's nothing else in here. Okay, good. All right, let's keep moving. I can't remember, but I think you'll get killed if you hang out too long. Check out room 8.
It's locked.
Oh, all right. We'll move on. See what room 9's got for us.
A rather sterile-looking bed is the main feature of this room.
Looks comfy.
Standing lamps made from heavy bronze help highlight the objet d'art. A bathroom is provided for the guest, it seems. The Hound Fort is decorated with priceless African art.
Okay. Guess there's not much going on in this room. Our quest continues. Ten snakes. Thank God this place isn't well patrolled. But I guess how many people would they think would have the snake rod?
Christ, it stinks in here.
Oh, here are the animals, kept for the rituals.
Animal cages of various kinds occupy a small room. So this is where they keep the animals they use in their rituals.
That poor sweet goat.
The goats look unconcerned. At least they have no idea what's in store for them.
Not if I have anything to say about it. God damn it, I'm going to talk to the goat.
What are nice goats like you doing in a place like this? You poor chickens are history.
Damn, that's a big-ass python.
This snake is quite a bit larger than the one they use in the rituals. Perhaps he's more of a tribal mascot. He's obviously too large for one person to handle. Animal cages of various kinds occupy a small room. So this is where the small cages
Oops. Sorry.
The small cages contain tarantulas and rats. Although Gabriel feels sorry for the doomed creatures, he wouldn't get far on his mission carrying around live animals.
I want to be like Pee-wee Herman at the end of Pee-wee's Big Adventure, where he's just racing out with all the animals, saving them from the pet store fire. Okay, I'll come back here later. Damn, what a drag.
It's locked.
All right. This feels like real detective work. Kind of scary, kind of boring.
A rather sterile-looking bed is the main feature of this room.
Looks comfy.
Alright, I guess it's another empty bedroom. Okay. It's a little nerve-wracking not knowing what each room is going to be.
It's locked.
Okay. Ooh, that's different.
The room smells of Malia's perfume. Someone's coming.
Tetelo, come to me. Your daughter requests an audience.
What is it you seek, child?
Tetelo, I beg you again, for my sake, spare Gabriel's life.
Do not protect or mourn that one. He would only betray you.
Gabriel would never betray me.
He will.
As Gunter betrayed me, blinded by the light, he will despise your darkness.
No, I don't believe that. You were betrayed, but Gabriel is different. I cannot serve you any longer. Choose another. I cannot go on.
Ha! So you say, because you are drawn to the light. What you do not know is that the light will never have you. You only corrupt it when you draw near.
I don't believe you. This way, this life is too painful. I must be free of it.
You can never be free. You will see, my daughter. What I have told you is true. You will see.
Wait! I won't go through with it! I won't!
Man, you'd think Tedalo would have just been like, he's right there. It's like, I'm looking right at him.
Behind the screen is a small voodoo shrine. It might not be wise to steal from the spirits.
I think we're a little past that.
Hanging above the small altar is a copy of the Getty Veve. Candles burn atop the table, and some offerings have been left there. Gabriel hasn't the heart to mess with Malia's things. A decorative vase occupies a pedestal just inside the door. That doesn't seem to work. A second door leads off of the bedroom.
Okay, it won't let me go in there, so let me just grab a quick nap. Just kidding, let's get the hell out of here. Okay, that's Dr. John.
Better to die than run away.
I'm gonna run away. Whew, okay, we'll get back to that. We do not want him to know we're here right now. As it turns out, Dr. John was not being 100% truthful with us when he said he didn't know about a secret voodoo hound for in the city. Oh, okay. Probably some good information in here.
A portrait of a beautiful, intelligent-looking woman is on the wall. She reminds Gabriel of Malia. Her mother, perhaps? Although Gabriel likes the painting, he doesn't want to carry it around right now.
This is like what goes on in my head when I try to figure out how to open a door.
The whiteboard contains what looks like calculus equations.
Who knows what these guys are into?
Geometry? Trigonometry?
Although Gabriel is no computer expert, those look like high-priced models to him. No expense has been spared in the cartel headquarters. Desk chairs. They look ergonomically sound.
Well, that's nice.
The Norlands underworld is probably run from these desks.
Gabriel looks at the inbox and sees a black record book. The book looks like an accountant's record book. The cover is printed with the words Getty Tribe. The Getty Tribe record book contains the names and rotted drum codes for tribal members.
Oh, hell yeah.
This record book might be the kind of thing Mosley wanted for the FBI.
It's exactly the thing you wanted for the FBI. Okay, perfect. All right, let's see.
The Norlands underworld is probably run from these desks.
Doesn't look like there's anything else to do here. Okay, so that must be what we needed. Okay, so that is just about it. We've almost made the complete circle.
Gabriel looks at the papers in the box, but sees nothing of interest. A painting of a shadowy figure is on the wall. One of the Loire, maybe?
The Norlands underworld is probably run from these desks.
Okay, I guess this is just a... Yep, just an empty office. Other than these sweet boots. Wish I could take those. All right. We have now made the complete circle. Now that we've made the full twirl around the whole place, time to check out the inner sanctum.
A few wall panels appear to open. They probably conceal air supply systems or other control mechanisms that support the underground structure.
I'm no mechanic. I don't want to mess with the controls down here.
Okay. Oh, this is good. This is good.
This table has a trough on top, just like the Snake Mound stone table. Gabriel shivers, remembering what that trough is for.
Ketchup disposal.
Rada drums, like those used by the Getty relayers around the quarter. The Getty Hound for Potomac. These panels seem to tell a story.
Heck of a family album.
Tetelo holding up the talisman. A ship sailing. Slaves rising up and killing their owners. Haiti, probably. Looks like Tetelo's people arriving in Narlands. They accumulate great power through voodoo. The Hound Fort is built under Jackson Square.
Okay, so here's the trick here. When we went into Dr. John's room, I don't know if you noticed, but there was a key card hanging from the ceiling, and I just could not get it because Dr. John's there, and he will kill the shit out of us. So, now that we have the record book and the Rada drum codes, we can use those together. So, let's see. Okay, not like that though. We can go play the drums.
Okay, I'll give it a shot, but I'm no musician.
So, what we want to do is summon. And then we use the record book Oops. Oops. Let's see, how would I do this? Oh, there it is, Brother Eagle. Okay, perfect. So, summon Brother Eagle.
A door opens in the distance.
Okay, time to get the hell out of here. And now, we've just got to quickly get up to his room, which was room 3. Okay, real quick with the getting of the key card. Because, this room doesn't look like Dr. John's a cool guy, as it turns out.
Got it.
Okay with the quickness. Bloody machete. Not great.
A door opens and shuts in the distance.
Oh.
Dr. John must have returned to his room.
Okay, that was close. Okay, now I can go into the rooms that were locked. I think it was 8, 11, and 1. Okay. So, you know what? I'll do it this way. Hopefully you won't hear that, like, where the hell is my key card thing, and like a Dennis the Menace kind of thing. Okay. Perfect. Holy shit.
How come the bad guys make all the money?
Well, that does explain how they've been running the entire city.
Gold bullion. Lots of it.
These guys obviously have little confidence in the U.S. government. Those bars weigh a ton.
But this cash is light as hell. Whoops. I love it. A lot. Didn't even think twice about it.
Gabriel feels a little guilty as he looks at the stack of bills. He hopes he isn't breaking any shot. Of course, the family castle really is in need of some serious repairs.
If I ever steal a great deal of money, I'm definitely going to use the excuse the family castle just needs some repairs.
The bag contains no doubt more incredible wealth. Those bags look heavy, like about 40 pounds apiece.
I know it's dirty money, but it's for a good cause. Me.
Okay. Wow, ain't that some shit. I love that he's kind of an anti-hero a little bit. He's not like, oh, that's not my money, I couldn't possibly. He's like, yep, you got it. They're bad guys. Okay, 11 was locked too, I believe. Whoops. Oh, gosh, sorry, I couldn't even find my key card. There was just this stack of $100 bills in the way. Embarrassing. Holy shit. Oh my god.
Underneath the surgical lamps is a gurney with a body on it.
No one I know.
Tools of the trade, it seems.
These guys have got to be stopped.
A stainless steel bucket is on the floor. Its contents are better left unsaid. More corpses are stored in wall compartments. It looks like a deep freeze in there.
Wow, that's some Texas Chainsaw Massacre shit.
I hope those are rubber masks.
They're not, Gabriel.
Human hearts. So that's what they do to them. But why?
Maybe I shouldn't even ask. They're used for some powerful gree-gree, no doubt. Or maybe that's what Tetelo has for lunch.
Okay.
There's a long counter against the wall. It probably contains things every good butchery needs. A small stainless steel table on wheels provides a surface for instruments during the procedures performed in this room.
Man, voodoo is scary shit. Alright, let's get out of here. I like the money room better. Okay, so room 8 is the last one we have to check. Okay. Here we go.
Grace! Oh, I found her.
It's Sweet
The
Grace.
sounds of Rada drums echoes through the hound for. The ritual must be about to begin.
Mostly, you made it.
Thank God. I thought I saw you ducking in here. Those goddamn drums started as soon as I got off that elevator thing, and I heard voices from above. I have the feeling the mass voodooese are about to invade.
I found Grace.
I see that. Check her out. Then you and I need to find a way to blend into the woodwork, bud.
You okay, Gracie?
Grace is still lying on the bed. She may be unconscious, or worse. Gabriel wouldn't get far dragging an unconscious Grace.
Grace, wake up. Talk to me.
Grace does not respond.
Man. All right. The talisman.
This talisman is supposed to have some sort of power. Grace, wake up. Grace!
What? What's going on?
Yes.
Gabriel, Mosley, where are we? What's going on?
We're in the Getty Cartel Houndfall, Grace. A ritual is about to begin, and I'm afraid you're the main course.
Is that what those drums are? I heard them in my sleep. I couldn't wake up.
Yeah, makes you want to dance, don't they?
Be serious. What are we gonna do now?
Right. Let's make a plan. What do you want us to do, Gabriel?
You're asking me?
Oh God, we're in trouble.
Well, I realize that I'm the professional, but you do know more about what we're up against here.
Okay. Grace, they expect you to be unconscious, so you better fake it. That should put you in a good position when it's time. Mosley, you and I'll be with the other ritualists. As for the ritual itself, I'd say Tetelo's our worst problem. I remember from the bayou that she didn't show up until Dr. John blew that drug on Malia's face. If I can prevent him from doing that, we can keep Tetelo out of it, I think.
How are you gonna do that?
I don't know. I'll think of something.
Uh-huh. What if Tetelo does show up?
Let's just worry about making sure that doesn't happen.
Okay, so you're gonna prevent this spirit thing from showing up. Fine. I'll take care of the big guy, Dr. John, when the time comes.
and I can handle Malia herself. As long as she is Malia.
Well, keep an eye on her for her own good. But don't hurt her.
Who, me?
We'll wait for your signal then.
Fine, but you guys aren't gonna get far looking like that.
Well, it just so happens I have a very tasteful selection of boar robes and masks.
This isn't much of a disguise. They'd see right through us.
Oy vey. Maybe I can combine.
I'll keep the masks and robes together.
There we go. Give the boar to Mosley.
Here, it's a disguise.
Gee, a boar. How thoughtful. And what are you, pray tell?
A wolf.
A wolf. How appropriate.
You goddamn wiener.
I love it.
Someone's coming. Grace, get down.
What are you doing here? Thought this room was empty. Go to the circle now.
She's already being ridden by Tetelo.
What? What? But you said...
Shh, yeah, I know.
Great, now what?
I don't know.
If he touches her...
Shh.
Do something, quick!
Tetelo, stop! I won't let you kill her.
What? It's the witch hunter! Get out! All of you!
Holy shit. I need the talisman. Okay. Eat it, Malia.
Tetelo, stop! I won't let you kill her.
You can't stop me! Watch your friend die!
Uh-oh. The talisman seems to have little effect at protecting Grace from this distance.
Get her, Dr. John! Kill her! We must have the sacrifice!
Fuck you, Dr. John.
You have killed my chosen one, witch hunter! For that, you shall pay! But first, these intruders shall die! Give me the talisman, witch hunter, or your friends will die horribly right now!
Mosley, you
sure,
take it.
Tetelo. You want the talisman? Here, catch.
Ah!
Go on, get Grace out of here. The talisman will protect you.
What about...
Just go.
You are unarmed now, witch hunter. Approach me and kneel.
Malia, are you there?
She's too powerful.
Not if I take this.
No! Stop!
Oh, shit.
ahead! Destroy her! Destroy me! You are truly your father's son, witch hunter!
All right. Smell you later, Malia. No, just kidding. I have to save her. Although it's two different endings, if you do or don't. But I'm going to.
I've got you, Malia.
No, you will betray her, witch hunter!
I won't let you kill her!
Gabriel, you didn't betray me.
I've got you.
It's no good. It has to end with me.
No, don't let go. Damn it, don't you let go!
Goodbye, my love.
No!
Fuck.
I think it's over now.
I'm sorry about Malia. I know you cared for her. You've changed, you know?
Have I?
Yeah. So are you gonna do it? Be Schottenjäger?
I'm going to try. Don't worry, though. You'll be back in school, safe and sound.
I don't have to go back. There's a lot to learn right here. A spiritual path can be more important than a path of the mind, you know?
Well, you're welcome to stay, Gracie, just as long as you don't expect me to know what I'm doing.
This is a historical moment, isn't it? 300 years ago, the Ritter talisman was stolen by Tedalo. She used it to draw her family to power while your family withered. Now she's gone and your family's restarting. It almost makes you wonder if it wasn't supposed to happen that way. You know, good coming from evil.
You think too much.
But really, I think the most tragic thing was all those generations of young women, like Malia, trapped by this large, overriding personality, forced into a life of horror.
Yeah. Kind of reminds me of living with you, Grace.
You know when I said you'd changed?
Yeah?
I was wrong.
Are you sorry?
Nah.
Oh, I love that goddamn game. Oh, it's so good. I missed a point. Son of a bitch. Oh, man. And that is the end of Gabriel Knight. The first one. Although I guess there were two more, but they were much, much different types of games. The second game is live action. They like with digitized actors and stuff. The third one was from the late 90s. And that had more of like a sort of like an Ocarina of Time kind of look to it, like that polygonal kind of sharpness to it. Oh man, what an awesome game. Holy shit. I hope you enjoyed that, everyone. I just thought it was really, really special and unique and cool. I've never really seen anything quite like it before or after. I don't know. Full credit to Jane Jensen and Sierra in general for giving the opportunity and greenlighting something as kind of daring as this, certainly at the time, to be created. Hear all the voice actors, they did a great job. The first version of this game had a completely different voice cast, like we were saying at the beginning. Much more primitive looking graphics, but just still a really fun game. Sad that Malia has to die, but it doesn't work out for her either way. If you don't end up going to save her, Tetelo's spirit is just like, I fucking knew it! Like, I told you he'd betray you. And then the whole place comes down and you're killed with Malia. And then it's just Grace. I think it might be Grace and Mosley in the last scene. And Mosley is just kind of saying, like, sorry. And you can just see how much Grace loved you. And yeah, I guess if you're interested, you can always play the second or third game to see the continuing adventures of Gabriel and Grace. I love them as characters. And it really is like kind of hanging out with old friends after you haven't played this in a couple of years. Did you like it, Allie?
I love that.
Okay, sick.
It was very good.
Yeah, it's cool, right? Very unusual type of game. Yeah.
I like a game that's just like a full story.
Yeah, totally. And it feels like it could end here. Like, if you weren't interested in playing the other games, like, you could just let this be its own closed loop, and he's going to be the Schottenjäger and continue the work of his forefathers. And that probably, no spoilers, but probably he and Grace are gonna end up exploring some feelings at some point, right?
I want them to explore each other's bodies.
All right, take it easy over there. Have a cold glass of water. It's the best. I just love it. And that talisman with the lion and the snake dragon is so badass. I'm sorry, I had the music so low here. Whoa, easy now. Let's just take a look at the Schottenjäger archives. Wow, early perspective drawings. That is cool. Oh yeah, that's what the game looked like the first time around. There's Jane Jensen. She's awesome. I wonder how long this is.
So how long have you been working on Gabriel Knight? When did you come up with the original concept for the character and the story?
It was after King's Quest VI, which I had co-designed with Roberta Williams, and I guess that was about 1992.
That's cool. You can watch that on your own time. I don't want to make everyone sit through that, but I will definitely watch that because I think Jane Jensen's brilliant. I think she's got so many cool ideas. Oh, Gunter. You just had to betray Tetelo, didn't you? Oh, cool. I've never even seen this. Oh, I'll definitely have to read this. Wow, that's cool that they put that in there. Okay. I'm just gonna, like, real quick, I mean, the episode's over, so if you want to click off, I totally get it. I just want to quit the game and start it over so I can hear the badass music that was really low. Pardon me while I do this real quick. Play it anyway. Do it. They play the music that was at the beginning. Phoenix, you did a great job with this restoration. Just for all time's sake, one more time. So there's Gunter, there's his lover, Tedelo. That's why he's crying, because he's watching someone he cares about die. But he's fucking doing it anyway. And she kills his ass. Now this all makes a lot more sense. And this is the music. I freaking love this theme song. Robert Holmes, way to go. Hey everyone, thanks so much for joining me on this fun little 10-day excursion through New Orleans. Hope you all have a great one, and maybe we'll do another Sierra playthrough like this sometime soon. It's one of my favorite things to do on this show. All right, take care. We will be back to our regularly scheduled programming. Aaron will be back, and we'll be full of high energy and fun times again. And we'll see you then. Take care, everyone. Bye. Yeah! I hate it when cool characters die.